Under the night sky, Zhu Zhou stands in the celestial sect's ruined courtyard laughing like a madman, savoring the smoke, the blood, and the mountain of corpses around him. In front of him, the sect leader and the remaining elders kneel with their faces in the dirt, too terrified to even look at the butcher who destroyed their sect. The sect leader tries to speak to the laughing demon, but the instant he lifts his head, Zhu Zhou takes it off for daring to move without permission. The music breaks, and the holy daughter sits at her guzheng in tears, staring at her father's severed head as the last of her world collapses. When the holy daughter whispers that he is a monster, Zhu Zhou stops and turns his full attention to her, more annoyed by the ruined music than the insult. She tries to take it back, but as Zhu Zhou walks closer, his chi crushes her throat and leaves her pale, dizzy, and barely able to breathe. Staring into her fading eyes, Zhu Zhou asks with fake grievance whether she thinks killing people who wrong him is supposed to make him feel good. He keeps talking before she can think, vividly describing how he kills with his bare hands and forcing her to answer no, too scared to say anything else. Then Zhu Zhou admits the ugly truth with a grin, snaps his fingers, and blows the holy daughter's head apart on the spot. One Grand Elder finally chooses defiance over waiting, screaming as he launches a last desperate assassination strike from the shadows. The Grand Elder burns his own cultivation for more power, wraps himself in divine shadow armor, and pours everything into a sword thrust aimed at Zhu Zhou's neck. The blade pierces Zhu Zhou's neck from behind, but it barely cuts the skin, and the demon does not even flinch. Having burned away everything for that failed hit, the Grand Elder collapses and can only mutter that it is impossible. When the Grand Elder looks for support, and realizes the others never moved, Zhu Zhou kills him with a single punch that tears off his head and shatters his armor. The sword vanishes, the tiny wound on Zhu Zhou's neck heals in seconds, and he walks back to the last kneeling elders as if nothing happened. Done with the game, Zhu Zhou coldly demands the Dao's heart from the last elders the sect chose massacre over obeying. One elder finally breaks and whispers that the Dao's heart is hidden under the sect leader's throne in the main hall, hoping obedience might save him. That tiny hope dies immediately, because Zhu Zhou decapitates the last elders anyway and heads for the only building the flames did not touch. As he approaches the main hall, Zhu Zhou almost sounds disappointed, saying he would have crippled them and toyed with them longer if they had submitted sooner. Inside the main hall, he follows the red carpet toward the raised golden throne and knows he has found the right place. Then he hears a heartbeat from the throne and realizes the sect still has one terrified survivor left. Instead of annoyance, Zhu Zhou lights up with delight, because meeting the last survivor is one of his favorite parts of a massacre. He teleports onto the throne and mockingly invites the hidden survivor to come out, promising he does not bite. Behind the throne, the Holy Sun curls into a ball and keeps whispering that he is invisible, trying to hide from a horror that already found him. Zhu Zhou toys with him, calling him a trembling little ant, and the Holy Sun can only agree in a broken voice. To savor the fear, Zhu Zhou changes his face into a grotesque giant skull and breathes icy words into the Holy Sun's neck. The Holy Sun barely gets out a scream before Zhu Zhou devours his entire body in one bite. His face returns to normal, he pats his stomach with a satisfied burp, and only then does he finally refocus on the treasure. He rips the golden throne from its platform and finds a hidden hatch underneath, exactly where the elder said it would be. Inside the hatch sits a small glass box holding the Dao's heart, a pulsing multicolored organ Zhu Zhou has hunted for thousands of years. At last holding the Dao's heart, Zhu Zhou grins because this treasure could push him past the limits that even the heavenly Dao still imposes on him. He does not even bother opening the box and simply shoves the whole thing into his mouth to swallow the treasure immediately. A moment later the Dao's heart starts beating inside him, and the rush is so violent that he drops to his knees coughing blood in a storm of rainbow light. Even through the agony, he feels himself rising toward a realm no one has ever reached and screams that he has never felt more alive. Knowing he has to fully burn and merge the Dao's heart into his body, Zhu Zhou forces himself into meditation and starts cultivating through the pain. The heavens answer at once, and a bolt of heavenly tribulation smashes through the roof and blasts him where he sits. The strike burns away his robe and peels his skin, but Zhu Zhou just smiles because his forbidden bloodline grows stronger the more damage he takes. He calmly keeps cultivating as the Dao's heart spreads through his body, and the first tribulation weakens until it fades out completely. He barely starts to wonder if it is over before rain begins pouring through the broken roof and the entire mountain starts shaking apart. Then something worse hits him, because his bones start breaking on their own, his meridians lock up, and he suddenly cannot draw chi at all. Instead of panicking, Zhu Zhou bursts into manic laughter and realizes exactly who is interfering with his breakthrough. As his bloodline desperately regenerates him, the sky turns crimson and a colossal eye opens overhead with its gaze fixed straight on him. Zhu Zhou laughs even harder and openly challenges the heavenly Dao for daring to stand in his way. But his bloodline starts failing against the punishment, and he crashes onto his back still trying to claw at the sky with shaking hands. Time freezes under the heavenly Dao's judgment as Zhu Zhou is condemned for threatening existence itself, and told his punishment will be soul death. With his body breaking apart under judgment, Zhu Zhou answers in pure hatred, spitting on the laws of Dao and roaring that he is the strongest cultivator in the 9 heavens. And then, just like that, everything drops into nothingness. Su Zhou jolts awake in bed, gasping and soaked in sweat, because he was sure the heavenly Tao had already judged him to death. Before he can think further, memories crash into him and show the life of Fengshen, a mock-second young master who acted arrogant but was treated as useless by everyone around him. The memories end on the ugliest truth of all: abandoned in his room and ignored even by servants, Fengshen starved himself to death. Once the visions stop, Su Zhou calmly accepts the answer and mutters that he has transmigrated into a new body. What actually troubles him is not transmigration itself, but how his soul escaped total destruction after the heavenly Tao's judgment. He quickly drops that mystery and focuses on what matters now, rebuilding his strength, reclaiming immortality, and walking his old path again. A quick look inside this body tells him the road will be miserable, because Fengshen only has grade E spiritual roots and blocked meridians, even if the dantians are still intact. Even so, that barely shakes him, because in his last life he clawed his way from mortal weakness to become the most feared cultivator in the 9 heavens. When he looks into the grand mirror, he finally sees exactly what he is working with now: Fengshen's golden-haired face and a body starved down to the bones. With a reluctant sigh, he decides to abandon his old name and fully live as Fengshen from now on. One thing reassures him immediately: his forbidden bloodline is still bound to his soul, even if it has reset to its weakest state. Then his empty stomach growls hard enough to cut through everything, and he has to admit this dying body needs food and water before anything else. He forces himself to slow down and accept the humiliating pace, telling himself it has to be baby steps for now. Spotting a small golden servant bell beside the bed, Fengshen rings it to demand something to eat and drink. When no one comes even after a long wait, the old hatred in him starts rising, because he cannot stand being treated with this much disrespect. His patience snaps, and he hammers the bell so violently with his frail hands that he draws blood. At last Xiao Bao enters with crossed arms and a deadpan stare, making it obvious she expects this to be a nuisance. Fengshen immediately recognizes her from the stolen memories as the adopted maid assigned to him, and he also knows she despises being stuck with someone she sees as trash. He wants to crush her for the insult, but because he is still weak, he swallows the rage and awkwardly forces himself to ask for help politely. Xiao Bao answers with a curt bow and leaves to bring it, not out of loyalty, but because even she does not want him starving to death under her watch. The moment the door closes, Fengshen drops the fake smile and quietly promises that he cannot wait to see her in pain. An hour later the room is crowded with dishes, and Fengshen devours roasted meat, dumplings, soup, and drink at a pace that stuns the maids watching him. As the food disappears, Fengshen feels strength returning to his limbs, and the simple act of eating again is weirdly satisfying after so long. While he eats, he senses the weak, impure chi around him and realizes he is in the upper realm, which only makes him more contemptuous of the people here. That realization hardens his attitude, and once he can move freely again, he stops pretending to be meek and barks at the maids to bring him alcohol. Instead of obeying, the maids laugh in his face and call him a pathetic waste because the patriarch made it clear no one has to respect him. Their insults only make Fengshen burst into louder laughter than theirs, and the room falls quiet because this is nothing like the broken boy they know. Still smiling, he crooks a finger and calls one maid closer as if he wants to whisper a secret. The maid hesitates until Xiao Bao gives a subtle nod, and then she leans in close enough to hear whatever he wants to say. Fengshen whispers only one thing in her ear: that he wants her to die. Before she can even react, he drives his chopsticks into her neck and kills her on the spot. Blood on his face, Fengshen licks his lips and looks straight at Xiao Bao, who finally loses her deadpan mask and freezes in genuine shock. The other maids try to run, but Fengshen flicks more chopsticks into their eyes and drops them screaming to the floor. Xiao Bao stands rooted in the middle of the carnage until Fengshen calmly orders her again to get him alcohol. That finally jolts Xiao Bao back into motion, and she stammers her obedience before fleeing the room. As soon as she shuts the door behind her, the blinded maids beg her not to leave them there with him. Inside the room, Fengshen pushes the trays aside, stands on unsteady legs, coughs up a little blood, and decides to have fun with the victims he kept alive. Elsewhere outside, Xiao Bao runs across the wooden walkway in a sweat, too shaken to answer the servants calling after her. As she reaches the stone path toward the courtyard, Xiao Bao struggles to understand how the useless second young master suddenly turned this brutal. Even without answers, she knows she has to warn the patriarch immediately and, if she can, still find medicine to save the maids Fengshen maimed. Xiao Bao runs into the courtyard and finds Patriarch Feng Yuanyan deep in a brutal training session, surrounded by mist-made battle dummies. Even though interrupting him is forbidden, Xiao Bao calls out because she knows the maids back at Fengshen's room may die if she waits. The patriarch hears nothing at all, and the dense chi around him hits Xiao Bao like a wall, making it hard for a mortal servant to even get close. She even tries reaching him with a stick, but the moment it nears his body, the chi shatters it into splinters. Panicking as time slips away, Xiao Bao realizes she still needs the patriarch's permission to access medicine, so she desperately searches for another way to stop him. Then she spots a small rock on the ground and decides to use the training dummies themselves to break his concentration. Fighting through the pressure, Xiao Bao winds up and throws the rock at a distant dummy instead of at the patriarch himself. The rock clips the dummy, it bursts into smoke, and that tiny disruption finally snaps Feng Yuanyan out of his trance. Realizing someone ruined his breakthrough, the patriarch explodes in rage and slams the ground hard enough to shake the whole courtyard. His glare lands on Xiao Bao on the ground, and she braces herself because everyone in the estate knows he cripples servants for far less. He stops over her and coldly offers a choice. Since she interrupted him, would she rather lose her arms or her legs? Xiao Bao swallows her fear, bows deeply, and blurts out the one thing that might save her. This is about the second young master. At the mention of Fengshen, Feng Yuanyan's anger twists into disgust, because he sees his second son as a stain on the Feng family's warrior bloodline. Xiao Bao rushes out the truth. Fengshen killed one maid and injured 3 others. The claim is so absurd that Feng Yuanyan just freezes, because the son he knows is too cowardly to kill anyone. Xiao Bao swears on her life that she is telling the truth, and that finally pushes the patriarch to see it for himself. Feng Yuanyan orders her to take him to Fengshen at once. But Xiao Bao hesitates and nervously asks for one more thing first. She wants to grab the alcohol Fengshen demanded. The request nearly sets him off again, but the terror in Xiao Bao's eyes makes him realize Fengshen really may have changed into something dangerous. He snarls for her to hurry, now curious why the son who never drank would suddenly ask for wine. 5 minutes later, Xiao Bao comes rushing back with the estate's finest wine after fighting the kitchen servants for it. Feng Yuanyan cuts off her apology and orders her to lead him to Fengshen now. She hurries him back toward the outer wing, silently praying the injured maids are somehow still alive. At Fengshen's door, Xiao Bao reaches out to knock, but Feng Yuanyan loses patience and kicks the door open himself. Feng Yuanyan bursts in ready to confront his son, but the grisly scene inside stops both him and Xiao Bao cold. Inside, a cleaned-up Fengshen sits on the floor in a black robe, smiling to himself as he peels skin from dead maidservants and pours hot soup over their exposed flesh. For a moment, both Xiao Bao and the patriarch can only stare at him in speechless disbelief. Fengshen notices their stares, stands up with cheerful manners, and casually apologizes for letting them see him like this. Then he points straight at Xiao Bao, calls her worm, and coldly demands to know why she took so long. Shaking under that stare, Xiao Bao steps forward with the bottle and lies that she was delayed while searching for the finest alcohol for him. Fengshen instantly sees through the lie, and one look at his father tells him exactly what Xiao Bao did behind his back. Xiao Bao nervously offers up the best bottle of alcohol she could find, hoping it will keep Fengshen from turning on her too. Fengshen inspects the liquor, notices body-cultivating herbs inside, and immediately finds it disappointingly ordinary. One look at his face sends Xiao Bao into silent panic, convinced she is seconds away from being killed for bringing the wrong drink. Fengshen decides cheap alcohol is still alcohol, and downs the entire bottle in one go anyway. He wipes his mouth in disgust, calls the drink terrible, and casually asks his father why he is there. Instead of taking offense at being called old man, Feng Yuanyan bursts into proud laughter because his brutal son finally sounds like someone from his bloodline. Xiao Bao stares in shock as the patriarch praises murder and cruelty instead of condemning it. Stuck between father and son, Xiao Bao bitterly wishes she could go back to serving the first young master instead. Once he calms down, Feng Yuanyan notices Qi clinging to the chopsticks and abruptly asks how Fengshen opened his blocked meridians. Fengshen weighs the situation and decides humoring his father is worth it if it gets him access to the family's resources. He explains that his meridians are not truly healed yet. He only forced them open for a few seconds and still needs time to fully unblock them. That answer makes Feng Yuanyan tear up with joy, convinced his once-mocked second son is actually a genius. Feng Yuanyan excitedly declares that Fengshen and his elder brother will be the pride of the Feng family when the elders see what he can do. Fengshen is only annoyed at being compared to his elder brother, because in his eyes the so-called genius is still weak. He cuts the conversation short, says he is going to the alchemy pavilion to truly unblock his meridians, and does not wait for permission. He tosses the empty bottle onto the bed, grabs a black fan from the shelf, and strides out in full control of the room. As soon as Fengshen leaves, Feng Yuanyan orders Xiao Bao to follow him and serve him properly from now on. Xiao Bao nervously reminds him she was supposed to focus on the first young master, but she is really just desperate to avoid Fengshen. That tiny act of defiance backfires immediately, and Feng Yuanyan coldly revokes the old arrangement and assigns her to Fengshen full-time, day and night. Xiao Bao swallows her fear, obeys aloud, and clings to the fantasy that the first young master will somehow rescue her later. Outside the estate, Fengshen strolls into Crane's Nest with a lazy yawn, heading through the empire's richest and most powerful city. Seeing the city so prosperous only irritates him, because in his past life he destroyed this place and still remembers enjoying every second of it. His annoyance quickly turns into anticipation as he decides it will be even more satisfying to tear down such a thriving city later. Xiao Bao comes running after him, breathless and flustered, calling for him to slow down. Fengshen does not even slow down, because to him a servant's struggle is her problem, not his. By the time she catches up, Xiao Bao is near tears, furious at him, and too scared to act on it after seeing what he did back at the manor. Lost in those thoughts, Xiao Bao walks straight into Fengshen's back and jolts in pain. When she looks up, she realizes his irritation is aimed past her at a crowd that has completely blocked the road ahead. From inside the tea shop, debt collectors are loudly threatening to take a frightened girl as payment if her father cannot cover 1,000 spiritual stones. Fengshen is not moved by the family's crisis at all. What disgusts him is simply that so many weak people are in his way. Xiao Bao quickly suggests taking another route, hoping to prevent him from turning this blockage into a new disaster. He flatly refuses and starts forcing his way through the packed crowd as if everyone there is beneath notice. Xiao Bao trails behind like she wants to disappear, while the people Fengshen shoved begin shouting furious complaints all around them. At the front of the crowd, Fengshen finally sees the trouble clearly and freezes at an unexpected sight. 3 towering demi-humans are standing inside the tea shop. The sight disgusts him even more when he realizes humans and demi-humans now mix openly, a piece that feels wrong to someone who once enjoyed the race war. The argument inside pulls him back as one masked collector demands Chunhao hand over his daughter to settle a gambling debt. The other 2 pile on, mocking Chunhao for gambling away everything, while Chun Ai clings to him in tears and begs not to be taken. Fengshen face-bombs at how badly the whole extortion act is being handled, and Xiao Bao nervously asks if they can just leave. Instead of walking away, Fengshen silences Xiao Bao with a finger and heads straight into the tea shop, leaving her horrified and scrambling after him. With a loud clap, Fengshen announces that the 3 collectors are doing this all wrong, instantly turning the whole room toward him. The crowd recognizes the infamous cowardly second young master, and Xiao Bao nearly folds in on herself from sheer embarrassment. One masked collector cautiously asks what Fengshen means, unsettled because this cocky version of him matches nothing from his research. Fengshen coldly says that if they are stronger, they should stop talking, kill Chunhao, and drag his daughter away instead of wasting time. He twists the knife further by asking if they are only pretending to be strong, and suddenly all eyes in the shop turn on the 3 supposed enforcers. The trio claims they are peak martial realm experts, but Fengshen only laughs and walks right up to them, pressing the bluff at close range. Up close, Fengshen spots the steel slave collars hidden under their fur and realizes their chi and cultivation are sealed, so the whole threat was a bluff. As the 3 start sweating in panic, Fengshen leans in and asks one last time if they really want to keep up this act. When they still cannot answer, Fengshen sighs as if disappointed, already deciding to stop playing with them. In one brutal motion, he forcefully opens his meridians and uses his black fan like a blade to slash all 3 throats. The fake collectors collapse in different directions, clutching their ruined necks as the crowd outside erupts in screaming chaos. Xiao Bao is horrified because Fengshen has just killed people in broad daylight and dragged the Feng family name into it, so she decides the safest thing is to say nothing at all. Behind his fan, Fengshen coughs up blood from the strain and breaks into wild laughter anyway, clearly enjoying the chaos he just made. He waves Chunhao and Chun Ai over and tells them to join in and have fun beating the dead men. Terrified of refusing a Feng family young master, the father and daughter edge forward even though they know the guards could arrive any second. Fengshen orders them to beat the bodies, and when Chunhao nervously points out the men are already dead, Fengshen's tone turns icy and makes it clear this is not a request. Ashamed and intimidated, Chunhao apologizes and lowers his head instead of resisting. That finally pushes Chun Ai past her fear, and she steps in front of her father to defend him. She barely gets her protest out before Fengshen backhands her across the face and shuts her up with open contempt. Chunhao grabs his daughter in panic as a red handprint blooms on her cheek, and his helpless apology only makes the moment feel worse. Chun Ai can barely process that she was just hit, staring at Fengshen in shocked disbelief more than pain. Still completely unfazed, Fengshen turns to Xiao Bao and orders her to bring him a cleaver. Xiao Bao bows and obeys despite her dread, hurrying toward the back of the tea shop to fetch it. Before he can do more, city guards shove through the crowd and storm into the tea shop to find the bloodied scene. Fengshen flips instantly from killer to victim and rushes to the guards in trembling fake panic, stunning everyone who just watched him laugh over the bodies. When the lead guard grabs his shoulders and asks what happened, Fengshen points the blame at Xiao Bao and tearfully claims his own servant murdered the 3 innocent demi-humans. Just as Xiao Bao catches up, Fengshen points at her and shouts that she has a cleaver, putting on a cowardly act to turn the guards on her. Before Xiao Bao can understand what is happening, the guards swarm her and knock her unconscious. The lead guard slings Xiao Bao over his shoulder, orders the corpses taken away, and heads back to the detention center with her. The remaining guards grumble through the ugly cleanup, struggling to haul the collectors' massive bodies. Chun Ai snaps out of her shock and tries to stop them, shouting that Xiao Bao is innocent and Fengshen is the real culprit. But Fengshen is already gone, and the guards dismiss Chun Ai's warning as another attempt to pin blame on the family's useless young master. With no one willing to listen, Chun Ai can only wilt in defeat as her father comforts her, and the crowd starts to break up. Elsewhere in the city, Fengshen strolls toward the alchemy pavilion in a very good mood, already thinking about unblocking his meridians and cultivating again. People keep their distance from the lone Feng family heir, assuming someone strong must be protecting him from the shadows. Fengshen can feel the killing intent around him, and instead of fearing it, he quietly enjoys it and restrains his urge to start slaughtering people before he is ready. At the alchemy pavilion, Fengshen heads inside the busy building where attendants immediately start pulling customers toward different sections. One attendant moves to grab him too, but Fengshen leans in and quietly warns her that if she touches him, she will lose her hands. The girl backs away on instinct, leaving Fengshen free to shop alone. Fengshen takes his time choosing the exact ingredients he needs for a meridian pill, gathering a full armload of rare herbs and plants. After confirming he has everything, he walks past the attendant's counter and heads into the furnace rooms. He picks a clean private furnace room, shuts the sliding door, sets his ingredients down by the furnace, and gets ready to begin. Once the ingredients sink into the furnace water, Fengshen forcefully opens his damaged meridians again and starts controlling the fire with qi, coughing blood as he works. The mixture shifts from green to gold as the medicinal essence merges, and Fengshen handles the process with the calm precision of a former master alchemist. He pushes through worsening internal damage and keeps feeding qi into the furnace because he refuses to stop until the pill is made. At the critical condensation stage, the furnace flashes violently, and Fengshen makes one last perfect adjustment to balance fire and water. The chaos settles into a single shimmering pill, and Fengshen reaches into the furnace to take it himself. He pulls out the meridian pill with his hand blistering from the heat, laughs in triumph, and swallows it on the spot. The pill starts gentle and healing, then turns savage as it tears his meridians fully open, forcing Fengshen to bite down on a towel to muffle his screams. Even in that helpless state, he stays alert enough to hide the noise because he knows he would be easy prey if anyone found him now. At the same time, his forbidden bloodline wakes up and begins healing the arm he burned pulling the pill out. Fengshen sits cross-legged again and watches inwardly as one blocked meridian after another finally opens and qi starts flowing freely through his body. When the final blockage breaks, toxic buildup surges inside him, and he realizes he has to release it or his body will explode. He lets the poison blast out in one violent burst, blowing apart the ceiling and firing a dark glowing beam into the sky above the alchemy pavilion. With the poison gone and pure energy rushing through him, Fengshen drops the towel and laughs like a madman because he can finally cultivate again. Still wild with excitement, Fengshen hears someone rushing in just as the sliding door is yanked open. An elderly alchemist named Chang Tao storms in, furious at first, and demands to know whether Fengshen was the one using that furnace. Fengshen answers with an easy little taunt, and the moment Chang Tao realizes what that means, his anger flips into thrilled reverence. In an instant, Chang Tao throws himself to the floor in front of Fengshen and begs to be accepted as his disciple. Inside the alchemy pavilion, Fengshen keeps his guard up and demands the old alchemist's identity instead of killing him on impulse. Chang Tao instantly throws away all dignity, bragging that he is a B-class alchemist under the Kai family and begging to become Fengshen's disciple. The old man goes even further, saying Fengshen's meridian pill has changed his whole view of alchemy and that he will do absolutely anything for a chance to learn from him. Fengshen weighs the offer in silence, seeing the value in free resources, rare materials, and influence over a Kai family alchemist. But he also sees the risk. Chang Tao's loyalty might bend toward the Kai family, and Fengshen has no interest in wasting time training a disciple while he is still weak himself. So Fengshen chooses the safest answer for now and tells Chang Tao he will respond later. The second the door shuts, Chang Tao rises with a huge grin because Fengshen still did not reject him. Out in the alchemy pavilion hallway, Fengshen walks toward a noisy crowd gathered because of the explosion and the dark beam that shot into the sky. As soon as people recognize him, the uproar dies and the whole crowd goes quiet. News from the tea shop has already spread through a spirit recording, so the same people who once saw a coward now see Fengshen as the man who killed 3 demi-humans and saved a father and daughter. They call him a hero in their heads, but Fengshen only finds it funny because none of them know how easily he would slaughter them too if he had the strength. That cruel urge almost pushes him toward another massacre, but he reins himself in and leaves the pavilion because he is still too weak to indulge it. On the way out, Fengshen's anger turns toward the heavenly Tao, and he silently swears that if it blocks him again, he will destroy it next time. Back at the Feng estate, Fengshen wastes no time and starts cultivating in the courtyard the moment he returns. He draws in qi through his newly opened meridians and balances his 3 dantians, but his E-grade spiritual root makes the progress painfully slow. Even so, Fengshen deliberately refuses pills and herb baths because he wants a natural start and a steady foundation. Hours slip by until he looks so still that birds settle on his shoulders and head while squirrels curl up in his lap. The maidservants notice in disbelief that the infamous second young master is really cultivating for once. Their surprise quickly turns into fear, because after all the disrespect they showed him before, they have no idea whether he will take revenge. As they rush back to work, the rumor races through the estate that Fengshen has unblocked his meridians and finally begun cultivating. Elsewhere in the estate, the first young master Fengwu sits elegantly in a lakeside pavilion, while a black-clad informant delivers a full report on his younger brother. The report is bad enough on its own. Fengshen has changed completely, killed maidservants, beaten 3 sealed demi-humans, dragged Xiao Bao into detention, and somehow unblocked his meridians. Fengwu keeps a noble face, but inside he is rattled because the useless little brother he ignored suddenly looks like a real threat. He immediately understands the political danger too. family resources will now be split, the elders may choose sides, and Fengshen might even have an immortal master behind him. The thought finally breaks his composure, and Feng Wuhao sets down his tea and starts biting his nails in open anxiety. Seeing that reaction, the informant tries to pry deeper by asking what Feng Wuhao plans to do about Xiao Bao. Feng Wuhao snaps back with genuine confusion and asks who that even is, proving he never cared enough to remember the girl obsessed with him. His irritation only grows after that, because he realizes the informant is fishing for future plans, and in Feng Wuhao's mind an unknown woman is never worth slowing down cultivation. In the pavilion, Feng Wuhao coldly drives the informant away, done entertaining a man he sees as a snake hunting for sellable scraps. Once the pavilion falls quiet, Feng Wuhao leans back, closes his eyes, and finally lets his paranoia show. Back in the courtyard, Fengshen pushes his circulation to the limit as his qi races toward a breakthrough. The dam finally breaks, and Fengshen steps into the middle stage of the qi realm with a satisfied jolt. The breakthrough sharpens everything at once, giving Fengshen cleaner control, wider awareness, and a body that finally feels easier to use. Applause cuts in as Feng Yuanyan approaches, openly pleased that his once useless son is finally advancing. Instead of congratulating him for long, Feng Yuanyan immediately presses for the real answer and asks how Fengshen unblocked his meridians. Fengshen swallows his irritation and gives him nothing, calling it a small secret before trying to end the conversation. As the animals scatter off him, Fengshen casually snatches a bird and crushes its neck out of sheer disgust. A heartbeat later, invisible qi slashes finish the rest, proving that even his weak new power is already lethal to small lives. Feng Yuanyan reads the warning clearly and decides not to push harder, because Fengshen is no longer someone he can simply control. He changes the subject and asks whether Fengshen plans to leave Xiao Bao in the detention center. Fengshen stops and turns with a crazed smile, saying he will go fetch her now because there must have been a misunderstanding. Behind the polite answer, Fengshen is already prioritizing Xiao Bao's punishment over everything else he wants to study. Feng Yuanyan quickly explains why he is relieved, because Fengshen's mother personally adopted Xiao Bao and would be heartbroken if the girl were abandoned there. Soon after, Fengshen arrives at the detention center and finds a prison complex built like a fortress in the middle of civilian housing. At the gate, an unseen formation sweeps over Fengshen to verify his identity before anyone lets him through. Fengshen notes the prison's advanced use of formations, impressed that the scan even checks for body theft and other deceptions. Once the gate opens, Fengshen steps inside and is greeted by a brutal yard full of chained prisoners, whips, insults, and corpses nobody bothers to move. The cruelty only amuses him, and he openly enjoys the suffering around him as he moves deeper inside. At the inner entrance, Overseer Ping Zichen comes forward in person to greet the second young master with careful respect. Fengshen answers with fake warmth and immediately tells Ping Zichen to take him to Xiao Bao. Ping Zichen proudly assures him that Xiao Bao has been kept in a safe private section, untouched and secure. Fengshen plays the concerned master, but his cold warning makes it clear he would have been furious if anyone else had damaged her first. The two continue inward past deferential guards until they reach the cleaner private cell block reserved for important prisoners. Ping Zichen stops at cell 11 and reveals Xiao Bao asleep inside, resting more peacefully than she has in years. Watching her sleep, Fengshen can barely hide how excited he is to start torturing her. Ping Zichen unlocks the door, and Fengshen dismisses him so he can have Xiao Bao to himself. Trusting the young master far too easily, Ping Zichen leaves without asking questions. The moment they are alone, Fengshen coughs up blood and spits a sharp bamboo needle into his hand before stepping in with a grin. But Xiao Bao stays asleep, softly mumbling through a romantic dream about the first young master instead of noticing the danger. Her dream keeps spilling out in tender fragments until the last line lands hard. Xiao Bao is in love with Feng Wuhao. In the private cell, Fengshen wakes Xiao Bao with a hand on her cheek and coldly regrets that she angered him before he could use her for cultivation. The second Xiao Bao recognizes him, she jerks upright in terror, realizing the man she feared most came instead of the first young master she hoped would save her. Xiao Bao starts crying and begging for mercy, but fear locks her in place as Fengshen leans in and openly enjoys how terrified she is. When she apologizes desperately, Fengshen licks a sharp bamboo needle, draws blood on its tip, and tells her the real crime was offending him. Before Xiao Bao can say anything else, Fengshen drives the bamboo needle straight through her clenched hand. The pain finally hits, and Xiao Bao's scream fills the room while Fengshen laughs at how beautiful it sounds to him. When Xiao Bao looks up, Fengshen immediately stabs the needle into her eye and drives her deeper into pure panic. Fengshen keeps stabbing non-lethal spots all over her body, tearing away her clothes and dragging out the torture because her suffering is exactly what he wants. Her screams grow weaker and weaker until Xiao Bao finally dies on the bed, her last fading thought fixed on the first young master she loved. Even after she is dead, Fengshen keeps piercing her body until he finally steps back, shaking and hungry to kill more. That rush almost swallows him whole, and Fengshen staggers to the stone wall and starts smashing his own head against it while snarling that he wants to kill. He keeps muttering kill over and over, but a sliver of reason cuts through the bloodlust and reminds him that in this weak body, losing control would get him killed. He forces the frenzy down, steadies himself, and bitterly curses how pathetic his current weakness is compared to the monster he used to be. Still in a foul mood, Fengshen leaves the cell block and runs into Ping Zichen in the hallway, right in the middle of cheesy flirting with a female guard. When Ping Zichen asks where Xiao Bao is, Fengshen walks past him and flatly says she killed herself. Ping Zichen instantly knows that is a lie, but he decides the murder is none of his business, and just dreads how awful the cleanup will be. Later that night, Fengshen returns to the Feng estate and heads straight for the dining hall while servants welcome him back. Crossing that doorway briefly drags up memories of how this family used to make him sit in the corner and face the wall like he did not belong there at all. As soon as he enters, the whole room goes quiet and every eye shifts to him. Feng Yuanyan rises with a cup and warmly welcomes Fengshen home, saying he almost delayed dinner waiting for him. Fengshen brushes off the greeting, grabs an apple, and sits down just long enough to eat before going back to cultivation. Instead of taking offense, Feng Yuanyan is delighted by that attitude and happily invites him to eat and drink whatever he wants. Across the table, Feng Wuhao keeps eating in silence, but sweat beads on his face because one look at his younger brother makes his instincts scream that getting close means death. Feng Wuhao decides not to provoke him directly and starts thinking about paying a professional killer instead. Then Mei Lian gently breaks the tension by asking Fengshen where Xiao Bao is. Fengshen takes a drink and answers in a flat voice that Xiao Bao is dead. At the dinner table, Mei Lian goes pale when Feng Wuhao's blunt words make it clear Xiao Bao is dead, not safely waiting to be picked up. Desperate for an explanation, Mei Lian looks to Feng Yuanyan, and he reluctantly pushes Fengshen to explain what happened. Fengshen answers with chilling calm that Xiao Bao killed herself, acting like the matter is beneath discussion. That answer snaps Mei Lian's restraint, and she slams the table demanding the full truth right now. Fengshen sets down his cup and warns her to shut her mouth, making it clear she is already over the line. When Mei Lian tries to speak again, Fengshen's killing intent crashes over her so hard the room seems to vanish into darkness. He tells her flatly that he never gave her permission to speak, and that her feelings mean nothing to him. The pressure lifts, and Mei Lian can only stammer an apology while panting in fear. Feng Wuhao is shaken even worse, realizing his younger brother's killing intent is monstrous enough to make him fear for his own life. Unable to stay any longer, Feng Wuhao makes a quick excuse and leaves, already thinking about hiring people to deal with Fengshen. As the doors close, the servants' bodies show what the room just endured. Some have collapsed, and others have wet themselves on the floor. Feng Yuanyan, the only one unfazed, ignores the chaos and asks Fengshen how someone so weak could release killing intent like that. Fengshen answers with a smirk that he has lived on the edge of life and death his whole life, so this little bit of killing intent is easy. Instead of being alarmed, Feng Yuanyan is thrilled and declares Fengshen the family's true pride and future. He comes around behind Fengshen to pour him a fresh drink and gives him open access to the Feng family's resources from this day on. Fengshen accepts the praise in silence, already treating this family loyalty as temporary because he plans to burn the whole house down one day anyway. Mei Lian still cannot even look at him, trapped between grief, humiliation, and the realization that the son she knew is gone. The remaining maids quietly realize the patriarch has just shifted his favor from Feng Wuhao to Fengshen, and they are desperate to spread that news. Fengshen coldly dismisses Mei Lian and the soap servants, telling them to go bathe because the stench is unbearable. Mei Lian and the maid servants hurry out together, some barely able to walk after the terror he forced on them. A tense private beat holds on Feng Yuanyan and Fengshen facing each other, with the family power shift left deliberately understated. Feng Yuanyan praises him again and admits he finally feels hopeful about the Feng family's future. He asks Fengshen to stop playing around and say what he wants, since clearing the room obviously had a purpose. Fengshen answers that he only cleared the room because his father wanted to speak alone, and because he has no reason to hide his strength from anyone. Feng Yuanyan gets to the point at last. Tomorrow, the Kai family patriarch is bringing Fengshen's fiancée Kaixio to break their engagement. Fengshen barely reacts on the surface, but memories of Kaixio rush back, the Kai family's treasured beauty who treats him like an embarrassment. Those memories also remind him how absurdly desired she is, with even royal princes chasing her favor. Fengshen also recalls the old soul humiliating himself for her, chasing a girl who never respected him at all. Behind all that vanity, the memory confirms the bigger truth. The Kai family is a powerhouse that controls alchemy and huge parts of the empire's economy. Feng Yuanyan watches for heartbreak, still remembering how obsessed his son used to be, but Fengshen's indifference only surprises him. Then Feng Yuanyan drops a secret that changes everything. Kaixio supposedly has the pure flower physique. That single phrase wipes the smile off Fengshen's face, because he instantly realizes her body could accelerate his growth. He understands exactly what the physique means. Taking Kaixio's virginity would link their Dao souls and raise the grade of his spiritual root. In the next instant, Kaixio stops being an annoyance in his mind and becomes a resource he is determined to seize and exploit. By the end of the talk, Fengshen has made his decision. He would get his hands on Kaixio at all costs, and use her pure flower physique for himself. After his private meal and talk with Feng Yuanyan, Fengshen finally turns in for the night. By morning, Fengshen is still asleep, and for once he lets himself enjoy the strange comfort of real rest. Even his dreams are filled with blood and slaughter, but instead of disturbing him, they somehow make his sleep deeper. Outside his door, the maidservants panic because nobody wants to be the one who wakes the terrifying second young master. When an older maid arrives, the others instantly shush her and point at the bedroom like they're standing beside a sleeping monster. The older maid whispers that the Kai family's first young lady and patriarch have been waiting, but the maids still insist they'd rather risk punishment than wake Fengshen. Realizing no one will go in, the older maid decides to report the problem directly to the patriarch. In the main hall, the chatter dies as the older maid approaches the throne and admits that Fengshen is still asleep and the staff are too scared to wake him. The hall is packed with scarred Feng elders who came to see for themselves whether the rumors about Fengshen are true before choosing which son to back. Then Kaixio loses patience and openly calls Fengshen's absence an insult to the Kai family. She presses her father to cancel the engagement on the spot, too offended to tolerate any more disrespect. Kai Bo, already furious, produces a signed scroll to cancel the marriage promise and throws the demand straight at Feng Yuanyan. Feng Yuanyan refuses to sign yet because he wants Fengshen present to witness it, while secretly stalling for his son's own plans with Kaixio. When the delay drags on too far, Feng Yuanyan finally explodes and orders the servants to wake Fengshen even if they die for it. Back in the bedroom, rough shaking finally drags Fengshen awake, and the maidservants instantly drop to their knees in terror. Fengshen coldly asks who touched him, and the others immediately betray the maid closest to the bed. He tells the unlucky maid to cut off her hands because she laid them on his body without permission. When she begs for mercy, Fengshen drops the sharp black fan at her feet and repeats the order even more coldly. Terrified into obedience, the maid uses the fan's edge to sever one of her own hands. Fengshen yawns and demands one more hand, treating the maid's screams like background noise. Another maid panics, grabs the fan, and chops off the injured girl's remaining hand for her. Pleased, Fengshen escalates the punishment again and orders every maid who watched to cut out her own eyes. One by one, the maids obey, and the room fills with screams, blood, and the sound of flesh being cut. Once everyone is ruined, Fengshen casually stretches, picks up his blood-stained fan, and walks out without even bothering to wash. In the corridor, the older maid can only stare in horror before Fengshen kills her in a single clean strike. Only after that does Fengshen remember the Kai family visit, and his mood flips into eager amusement. Back in the main hall, the doors swing open and Fengshen finally appears, disheveled and bloodstained, making the insult feel even worse. Kaixio is ready to explode, but Feng Yuanyan immediately greets his son with obvious relief and approval. Fengshen sits beside his father and casually says he forgot all about the Kai family's visit, which leaves Kaixio and Kai Bo even more furious at being treated like nothing. In the Feng main hall, Kai Bo finally loses patience, slams his chair, and roars for Kaixio to sign the cancellation scroll. His chi floods the hall so hard that the maidservants can barely stay standing, but the Feng elders do not even blink. The elders turn to Fengshen for his answer, and his smile disappears into an icy glare. Fengshen answers with killing intent so fierce that it crushes Kai Bo's pressure and freezes the whole room. Kaixio gets the worst of it as the pressure knocks her from her chair and pins her face first to the floor in total humiliation. Even Kai Bo feels death brush his neck, and he has to force out more chi just to push back against Fengshen's presence. Once Kai Bo manages to withstand it, Fengshen cuts off the killing intent and breaks into delighted laughter, openly enjoying their humiliation. That one display is enough for the Feng elders to silently decide that Fengshen is the son they will back. Kai Bo rushes to help his daughter up, and Kaixio immediately gasps for him to kill Fengshen. Kai Bo knows he cannot fight through Feng Yuanyan, so he whispers for Kaixio to swallow her rage and focus on getting the engagement cancelled first. After calming down, Kai Bo picks the dropped scroll back up and asks Feng Yuanyan to sign now that Fengshen has arrived. Feng Yuanyan looks to Fengshen for the real answer, and Fengshen asks for a private talk with Kaixio before anything is signed. Kaixio flatly refuses, and Kai Bo backs her up because he has never allowed any outsider man to be alone with her. Fengshen just smiles and looks toward a corner of the hall, because he has already sensed the hidden watcher's killing intent. He points out that Kaixio would not be alone anyway, exposing the fact that someone is hidden with her. Kai Bo is stunned that Fengshen noticed the hidden bodyguard at all, since she was concealed inside Kaixio's personal space. Fengshen orders the hidden guard to come out, but nothing happens. His patience snaps again, and even Kai Bo orders the guard out, but she still ignores him. That failure only embarrasses the Kai family more, because the bodyguard answers to Kaixio alone. When Kaixio finally gives the order, the hidden bodyguard steps out through warp space and kneels before her at once. The whole hall is thrown off by the reveal, and the Feng elders look at Fengshen with even more respect after realizing he sensed what they missed. Inside, Fengshen knows he only found her because her killing intent leaked, and he silently mocks the bodyguard for such a sloppy mistake. With the bodyguard now exposed, Fengshen calmly says Kaixio will speak with him, and he is already being generous by letting her bring Shadow along. He steps forward and makes it plain that her refusal is no longer an option. Kaixio forces herself to ask the one thing that matters: if she goes with him, will the Feng family finally cancel the engagement? Fengshen says yes without hesitation, and insults her on the way past by making it clear he would never marry someone like her. Humiliated but desperate to end the engagement, Kaishio swallows the urge to hit him and follows, with Shadow trailing close behind in open dislike. Once the doors close behind them, the people left in the hall can do nothing but wait to see what comes back. Away from the hall, Kaishio immediately snaps at Fengshin, convinced this whole act is just a way to beg for more time with her. Fengshin ignores her and keeps leading them farther away until even the servants are out of earshot. At last he stops at a small man-made lake, where a narrow dock and a waiting sampan make it clear he planned this private talk in advance. Standing beside the boat, Fengshin finally speaks again and orders Kaishio to get in. Still angry that Fengshin only talks to her when it suits him, Kaishio finally stomps over and agrees to get in the boat. Kaishio steps into the sampan first and sits stiffly without looking at him, making it obvious she still expects him to chase her attention. Fengshin climbs in with easy grace, takes the rear oar, and tells Kaishio's hidden guard there is no room for her. Kaishio dismisses the bodyguard with a superior wave, sure this useless fiancé could never touch her. When the guard vanishes, Fengshin answers with a teasing kiss and Kaishio only gets more annoyed. Kaishio warns him not to waste her time because she has tea with the 9th princess later, and Fengshin casually agrees. Instead of flattering her, Fengshin rows out across the lake whistling to himself, already more interested in getting stronger than in Kaishio. His total indifference stings Kaishio's pride so badly that she keeps sneaking looks at him, baffled that he is not staring at her. Once they reach the middle of the lake, Fengshin finally stops the boat and looks at her with a mocking smile. Kaishio mistakes that look for the old pathetic Fengshin coming back, and she smugly starts mocking him again. Before she can finish insulting him, Fengshin suddenly lunges, and the boat rocks as her lower clothes are ripped away. Kaishio freezes for one fatal instant because she never believed this dog-like fiancé would actually attack her. Panicked, Kaishio releases her chi and drops a storm of thorn blades straight into Fengshin's back. Blood runs down Fengshin's back, but instead of stopping, he savors the pain like it excites him. That is the moment Kaishio truly breaks, because her strongest attack changes nothing and she realizes she is completely helpless under him. By the end of it, the boat falls silent and Kaishio lies there hollow and dirty, feeling as if her whole life has been ruined. Fengshin, meanwhile, sits cross-legged in satisfaction because forcing a link through Kaishio has just pushed his spiritual root up to grade D. When he opens his eyes, Fengshin looks at broken Kaishio like a useful new tool, pleased that her despair can keep feeding his growth later. Kaishio quietly begs him to kill her, convinced death is the only escape from what he has done to her. Fengshin answers with a flat no, and that refusal is almost worse than death to hear. Then he stands and walks toward her, making Kaishio flinch before he even says another word. Crouching in front of her, Fengshin cups her face and tells her he will not kill something so useful. His smile twists into open madness as he says her whole life should now exist only to please him and suffer for him. Kaishio finally understands that the man in front of her is not the clingy fiancé she thought she knew, but something far worse. Shaken, Kaishio asks the obvious question at last, "Who are you?" Fengshin casually confirms her suspicion and says he is not the real Fengshin at all, mocking everyone for believing that loser could change overnight. That confession reminds Kaishio of old teachings about powerful cultivators taking over weaker bodies, so his impossible change suddenly makes horrifying sense. Now terrified he only told her because he plans to kill her, Kaishio asks why he would reveal something so dangerous. Fengshin shrugs and says he is simply in a good mood because of her, which makes Kaishio shudder as she understands exactly what he means. Needing some answer at all, Kaishio asks how he knew about her hidden pure flower physique when only her closest family should know. Fengshin mocks her for asking so many questions after begging to die, and the word die drags Kaishio right back into despair. In that collapse, Kaishio tries to end herself on the spot, but for some reason she cannot do it. On the boat, Fengshin mocks Kaishio for trying to end herself and says every living thing clings to survival when it really comes down to it. Kaishio hates herself for it, but she realizes he is right and that some desperate part of her still wants to survive. Seeing her waver, Fengshin sells the arrangement as protection, cultivation, and wealth, carefully hiding that he only plans to use her for now. The offer lands harder than Kaishio expects, and she starts seeing that the man in front of her is no longer the fiancé she thought she knew. Before fully giving in, Kaishio asks the one question she cannot let go of, who he really is. Fengshin proudly crouches to her level and declares that he once carried the name Laughing Demon, the first being to drag the 9 heavens into despair. Kaishio blanks completely and answers with a stunned who, which hits Fengshin far harder than any insult. Trying again, he asks if she at least knows the name Zhuzhou, and he sounds genuinely hurt that she might not. When Kaishio still does not know him, Fengshin turns away in dramatic outrage and laments that the whole cultivation world has forgotten him. Panicking at his sudden collapse into self-pity, Kaishio hurriedly reassures him that people must still remember the one who terrified the 9 heavens. That is enough to revive his ego, and Fengshin turns back laughing, pleased that his legacy of hatred might still be intact. Kaishio endures the contact and quietly decides that whatever he really was in his past life, she now has no choice but to accept him as her master. Then sharp cracking sounds tear through the air, and both of them look toward the hidden barrier in front of the boat. Fengshin sits back down, annoyed, and tells her their private time is ending because they have been inside a hidden array all along. That explanation finally makes sense to Kaishio, because Shadow should have noticed everything if an array had not blocked the scene. Fengshen orders her to sit still and wait for her bodyguard to finish breaking the array. Like cold water hitting her all at once, Kaishio obeys and frantically pulls her torn clothes over herself as the full ruin of her situation sinks in. She knows that if anyone learns she lost her purity, her family, status, and place in the upper realm could all vanish at once. With her cultivation speed also crippled, Kaishio realizes the man who broke her is now the one she must depend on. Reading that surrender on her face, Fengshen mockingly lays down the new rule. From now on, she is his maid and must call him master. After a painful silence, Kaishio lifts her head and quietly accepts the title she never imagined saying. At that exact moment, the hidden array finally snaps apart, and Shadow appears, soaked in sweat and breathing hard from forcing her way in. Shadow's eyes lock onto Kaishio's ripped clothes, and in one instant her horror turns straight into murderous rage. She launches at Fengshen with a killing punch aimed at his head, ready to tear him apart before he can react. Kaishio screams for her to stop, and Shadow freezes with her fist inches from Fengshen as the lake erupts in violent ripples from the aborted strike. Fengshen stays unfazed, trusting that even decapitation would only trigger his bloodline's slow regeneration if things went that far. To him, Kaishio's order is the real proof he wanted, because it means his new maid is already emotionally bound enough to protect him. Shadow turns to Kaishio in disbelief and asks why she would stop the kill. Unable to face her bodyguard, Kaishio turns away while Shadow crouches close and checks the ripped clothing for the truth she dreads. Shadow asks if Fengshen touched her, and the question hangs there with all the horror both women already understand. Fengshen cuts in with fake wounded innocence, and Shadow instantly snaps at him to shut up. To protect him and herself, Kaishio orders Shadow to calm down and forces out a lie that her clothes only tore on the edge of the boat. Shadow knows the story makes no sense, but Kaishio's distressed eyes are clearly begging her not to press any further. So Shadow swallows the argument and says she understands, even as rage grinds in her teeth. Inwardly, Shadow realizes the truth anyway. Kaishio was violated under her protection, and she sees it as a sacred failure she cannot forgive in herself. The shame hits so hard that nausea overtakes her, and she suddenly leans over the side of the sampan. Looking at her own reflection in the lake, Shadow breaks and vomits, sickened by what happened and by her own helplessness. Before Kaishio can comfort her, Fengshen walks up behind the vomiting bodyguard and mockingly pats her back, pretending to console the failure he caused. On the hidden sampan, Shadow keeps vomiting and whispering that everything is her fault, completely crushed by failing Kaishio. Fengshen stares at her breakdown like a starving predator, barely holding back his delight at how badly she is unraveling. Kaishio sees that look and feels the truth all over again. The man she serves is not just cruel, he is insane. After calming himself, Fengshen leans to the bodyguard's ear and softly tells her he will not let her suffer any longer. Before the bodyguard can even react, Fengshen flashes his black fan and cleanly cuts off her head. Kaishio wants to cry out for the bodyguard who raised and guarded her, but she swallows it and grieves in silence. Fengshen mockingly calls himself merciful, because Shadow's breakdown amused him enough to earn a quick death instead of torture. Knowing she has to survive, Kaishio forces herself to agree that her master is merciful. Fengshen cheerfully strips the corpse and tosses the bodyguard's dark clothes to Kaishio so she can change. Once Kaishio is dressed in the bodyguard's clothes, Fengshen casually dumps the stripped corpse overboard. With his blood-stained fan in hand, Fengshen tells Kaishio to watch the water. Kaishio looks down just in time to see hundreds of piranhas shred the dumped body so completely that nothing is left. While Kaishio recoils in horror, Fengshen fondly admires the fish and recalls using these lakes for slow, painful deaths in his past life. Satisfied, Fengshen takes the Yahello and starts rowing them back before anyone notices they were gone too long. On the quiet ride back, Kaishio gathers the nerve to ask whether he will cancel the engagement, or make her father withdraw instead. Fengshen gives her a simple answer. He will be the one to cancel it. Back in the main hall, Fengshen walks in as if nothing happened, with Kaishio following in Shadow's clothes and obvious discomfort. Feng Yuanyan greets them warmly, and one tiny nod from Fengshen tells him the private talk was a success. Kaibo immediately checks on Kaishio, disturbed by her silence, her changed clothes, and Shadow's absence. To hide the truth, Kaishio claims she only ripped her own clothes on the walk and borrowed Shadow's while the bodyguard went back for a new set. She adds that she is just tired, because her mind is too shattered to explain anything more. Once Kaishio is seated, Kaibo pushes the real issue and asks if the Feng family will finally sign the cancellation scroll. Feng Yuanyan checks Fengshen one last time, and Fengshen gives a slight nod to confirm he still wants the engagement cancelled. Fengshen's choice is practical for now. He would rather avoid provoking bigger enemies until he is strong enough to move however he wants. Feng Yuanyan formally announces that the Feng family agrees to cancel the engagement. Thrilled by the outcome, Kaibo hands over the scroll, already imagining the benefits of marrying Kaishio into the royal line instead. Feng Yuanyan takes brush and ink from a servant and signs the scroll with a confident stroke. When the signed scroll goes back to Kaibo, he thinks he won, while Feng Yuanyuan quietly enjoys knowing his son already ruined the Kai family's prize. Certain the matter is settled, Kai Bo turns to leave and calls for his daughter to come with him. But as Kai Xiu is about to go, Feng Shen lounges back, gives her a lazy dismissive wave, and silently mouths one last threat: "Behave, my little maid." After the main hall doors slam shut, the Feng elders stare at Feng Shen like hungry wolves, already treating him as the family's next patriarch. Before any elder can rush in to flatter him, Feng Shen rises and says he is going straight to the cultivation chamber. He leaves because he has no interest in their sycophancy and wants to focus on adapting to this weak body, training basic martial arts, and cultivating further. Feng Yuanyuan bursts into proud laughter and openly tells his son to take any technique or resource he wants. At the door, Feng Shen stops just long enough to warn everyone that anyone who disturbs him will be killed. Once he leaves, the room finally exhales, and the elders immediately switch targets and swarm Feng Yuanyuan with praise and requests. Inside the cultivation chamber, Feng Shen finds a spacious training room with shelves of manuals, battle dummies, and a mat in the center. He starts browsing the family's technique collection out of curiosity, wanting to see what the upper realm has to offer. That curiosity dies fast when one manual after another disappoints him, and he dismisses the whole collection as trash. Feng Shen is especially annoyed that the chamber has nothing above master grade, nowhere near the immortal or supreme techniques he expected. Giving up on the manuals, he steps onto the practice mat and deliberately stops using chi support so he can feel this body honestly. He begins with stretches, trying to loosen his muscles and reconnect with a body that still feels weak and tense. When he tests punches and kicks, the result is annoyingly slow and clumsy, and his bones ache almost immediately. Instead of forcing it, Feng Shen calms down and decides to take it slow, returning to basic conditioning. Once his body loosens up a little, he chooses the simplest starting point possible, the single palm strike. He breathes in, exhales, and drives his palm forward with proper form, slow and weak but technically correct. Satisfied with that much, Feng Shen smirks and resigns himself to repeating the movement a few hundred times. Back at the Kai estate, Kai Xiu soaks in a hot bath and finally gets a quiet moment to herself. A young servant reminds her that tea time is in an hour, and Kai Xiu answers gently instead of lashing out like she used to. Kai Xiu realizes the death of her bodyguard and Feng Shen's control over her have changed her more than she wants to admit. That small smile completely stuns the servant, who is so flustered she can barely process what she is seeing. When Kai Xiu asks if she is alright, the embarrassed servant blurts out an apology and flees to prepare her clothes. Left alone again, Kai Xiu heads to her bedroom hoping tea with the 9th princess goes smoothly. She is not worried about the princess herself, but she dreads running into the princes who used to chase after her. In her room, she finds her outfit laid out on the red bed but notices the servant who should help dress her is nowhere around. Rather than wait, Kai Xiu dresses herself and gets ready without any fuss. She sits at her vanity, applies light makeup, arranges her hair, and slowly restores the polished image everyone expects from Kai Xiu. When she finally looks in the mirror, Kai Xiu smiles softly, satisfied that she is ready. An elderly servant opens the golden carriage for her, and Kai Xiu arrives at the meeting place for tea. Waiting for her there is the 9th princess, He Jun, backed by dozens of royal guards. Kai Xiu immediately bows with full respect, greeting the princess with formal praise. He Jun laughs off the formality, calls back to their childhood friendship, and tells Kai Xiu to treat this tea as time between friends. That familiar warmth relaxes Kai Xiu, and for once she lets herself smile back at her childhood friend. He Jun blurts out in delighted disbelief when she sees Kai Xiu smile, and several royal guards behind her stare in the same shock. The reaction only makes Kai Xiu smile wider, quietly confirming just how cold she must have seemed before. He Jun quickly decides they need a private place for tea before her brothers catch sight of that smile and start causing problems. Kai Xiu agrees at once, just as eager to avoid the princes, and lets He Jun lead the way. By a quiet palace lake, Kai Xiu sits down with her childhood friend He Jun for tea while royal guards wait far enough away to give them privacy. He Jun quickly notices something is off and asks why Kai Xiu's bodyguard Shadow is missing when personal attendants are normally never absent in the imperial palace. Caught off guard, Kai Xiu nearly chokes on her tea and awkwardly claims Shadow is sick and taking time off. That answer only shocks He Jun more, because the old Kai Xiu would never voluntarily give Shadow a break. Kai Xiu dodges the real story and only admits she has been humbled lately, making He Jun stare as if she barely recognizes her friend. Sensing Kai Xiu does not want to explain, He Jun changes topics and jumps straight to the engagement cancellation with Feng Shen. When He Jun casually calls Feng Shen a coward, Kai Xiu goes quiet, because now she knows exactly how dangerous he really is. Kai Xiu finally forces out that both families agreed to cancel the engagement. He Jun explodes with relief, springing up to celebrate because she knows how trapped Kai Xiu used to feel. Calling Kai Xiu a free woman at last, He Jun eagerly pours her another cup of tea. Kai Xiu accepts the tea, but inside she bitterly knows she is not free at all anymore and cannot tell He Jun without putting her in deadly danger. In Kai Xiu's mind, even He Jun's stronger cultivation would not save her, because Feng Shen has the kind of lethal battle experience that kills without hesitation. Once she sits back down, He Jun gives a more practical warning, Now that the engagement is gone, her brothers will chase Kaishio even harder at Soaring Academy. Hee-jun is genuinely worried, because she knows some of her shameless brothers would use status, pressure, or even drugs to get the woman they want. Kaishio answers with a real smile this time and says she will be fine, adding that they still need to pass the academy trials first. Her confidence comes from Fengshen's promise that she will be able to cultivate in peace, and Kaishio suspects that his possessive streak will keep other men away from her. That thought makes Kaishio pause and wonder if Fengshen himself plans to enroll in Soaring Academy, before deciding the benefits are too big for him to ignore. Elsewhere, Fengshen lies collapsed on a training mat, drenched in sweat and half sick after forcing himself through every set of the single palm strike. Even in that miserable state, he feels satisfied because his body is finally starting to adapt and grow stronger. Fengshen immediately starts planning ahead and decides body cultivation has to come next if he wants tougher offense and defense. He settles on the heaven-defying juggernaut physique as the right path, even if he knows building that foundation will take time. Too sore to keep going, Fengshen decides to head for the bathhouse and leaves the sweat-soaked mat for the servants to deal with. Before he goes, he grabs several master-grade technique manuals, because his current weak body cannot handle the stronger techniques he remembers. He curses this pathetic body, knowing that trying to force back his old high-level techniques right now would be suicide. Inside the bathhouse, Fengshen sets the manuals aside, strips, and leaves his clothes neatly in a cubby. The sound of warm water immediately relaxes him, and he reaches back for the manuals instead of taking a true rest. He slides open the bamboo door and steps into the hot stone bath, taking in the steam, smooth stone, and faint reflection on the water. Looking at the clear water, Fengshen coolly remarks that the bath would be more peaceful if it were stained with blood. Settling into the bath, he lays the manuals beside him and starts reading instead of wasting the quiet. The manual he picks is called Dragon's Roar, a technique that channels chi into a destructive shockwave like a dragon's roar. As he reads deeper, Fengshen learns the move burns a huge amount of chi and demands precise control from both body and mind. The real danger catches his interest when the manual warns that bad execution can shred the user's own throat and mouth. Instead of being discouraged, Fengshen laughs and calls that kind of risk pleasant. The manual explains that with enough focus, the user can control both the range and the force of the roar's shockwave. After reading that many cultivators cripple themselves trying to learn it, Fengshen dismisses them as incompetent and mocks the whole thing as just a roar. In his private stone bathhouse, Fengshen is quietly soaking and reading the Dragon's Roar manual when a nervous new servant suddenly speaks up from the bamboo doorway. Yuni freezes under his gaze, already overwhelmed by how handsome he is and convinced someone like her should not even be looking at him. Fengshen notices her reaction, enjoys the surprise, and lets his expression shift from unsettling amusement back into a warm, welcoming smile. Without any embarrassment, Fengshen rises completely naked from the bath and walks toward her, which only leaves the poor girl even more flustered and unable to look away. Now standing right in front of her, Fengshen politely asks the flustered servant for her name, and whether she is new here. Trying not to panic, she introduces herself as Yuni and explains that Madame Lian hired her yesterday to serve as Fengshen's new personal servant. Yuni gushes that joining the Feng family gives her a chance to leave the mortal realm behind and finally pursue cultivation. Fengshen plays the gracious master, welcoming her to the upper realm with open arms, and Yuni drops her basket and bows even lower in gratitude. When Fengshen pats her shoulders, the touch shocks him because her body is unnaturally cold even in the steamy room. Yuni worries right away because she already knows her strange cold body makes people uneasy. A tiny piece of ice melting on his hand confirms it for Fengshen. This servant is carrying the rare Absolute Zero physique. The discovery instantly excites him, because if her physique fully matures and he dual cultivates with her later, he could gain complete mastery over the law of ice. He remembers that legendary natural physiques reveal themselves through touch, and right now Yun Yi's weak undeveloped ice is harmless enough for him to approach. Wanting to know whether anyone else has discovered her secret, Fengshen bluntly asks if anyone has ever touched her before. Yuni completely misunderstands the question and shyly blurts out that she is still a virgin. Fengshen rubs his forehead, calls her an idiot, and lightly taps her head before correcting that he did not mean it that way. Behind the smile, Fengshen is relieved he did not kill her on impulse a moment earlier, because now he knows she is far too valuable to waste. Mortified by her mistake, Yuni hurriedly explains that nobody touches her because people think she is sick. When she says a village doctor told her she was sick, Fengshen silently mocks mortal ignorance, but is glad no one actually recognized her rare physique. Yuni panics that this confession will get her thrown out, so she grabs at Fengshen's chest and begs him not to send her back to the mortal realm. Her fear is real because she loves the upper realm's power, beauty, and even its food far too much to return to her old life. Fengshen calms her down and says he will not get rid of her, even though privately he only means not yet. As soon as she asks for reassurance again, Fengshen turns away and dismisses her so he can finish reading in peace. He sends her away quickly because acting kind already irritates him, and the urge to strangle her is still there even while he plans to keep her for her future value. Yuni instantly brightens, thanks him with pure enthusiasm, and leaves convinced the so-called cruel second young master is actually the kindest man she has ever met. Once the bamboo door slides shut, Fengshen finally has the room to himself again and sinks back into the bath. Without looking too closely, he grabs another manual from the pile and finds that this one is Shadow Step. He reads through Shadow Step with his sea of consciousness, taking in a movement technique that lets a cultivator travel through shadows but demands heavy chi control and can go badly wrong if mishandled. The manual reminds him of the Grand Elder who once tried to ambush him with this same technique, and Fengshen's only regret is that he killed that toy too quickly. By the end of his reading, that little regret turns into twisted anticipation as Fengshen looks ahead to a future where he tears through the cultivation world and revels in its blood and screams. The next morning, Yuni cheerfully wakes Fengshen, and he forces down his usual murderous irritation when she says his father is summoning him to the dining hall. Trying to impress her on her first day, Fengshen gets up without making a fuss, which only makes Yuni admire him more. Yuni fusses over his outfit for so long that Fengshen finally mutters that he does not care what she picks, and she stubbornly insists he has to look good for his father. At last Yuni proudly chooses a dark green robe with plant patterns, delighted with her decision. When Fengshen gets ready to change, he dryly asks if she plans to leave or stay and watch him get naked. The innocent tease hits hard, and Yuni turns bright red before fleeing the room in total embarrassment. Left alone, Fengshen enjoys her reaction a little too much, but he reins himself in and gets dressed instead. After smoothing his hair in the mirror, Fengshen heads out, already hoping this family talk ends quickly so he can get back to studying techniques. Outside the room, Yuni is still flustered and cannot meet his eyes, convinced he now thinks she is a pervert. Fengshen simply tells her to come along, and Yuni hurries after him, relieved but still awkward. As they walk in silence, Yuni gets distracted staring at his broad back and startles herself with how flustered she feels. At the dining hall, Yuni opens the doors and proudly tells Fengshen that his breakfast is already prepared, secretly hoping he will praise her. Fengshen walks in hungry and finds the whole family already gathered, with only Feng Yuanyun looking pleased to see him. Feng Yuanyun apologizes for waking him and says the family needs to discuss something important. Mei Lian and Feng Wuhao avoid Fengshen's eyes because they are still scared of him, especially now that the elders are backing him as heir. Even so, Feng Wuhao is secretly smug, convinced the assassins he hired will kill his little brother soon, though the cost has left him nearly broke. Fengshen drops into his seat and starts eating at once, too hungry to care why Feng Wuhao is suddenly smirking to himself. Before speaking, Feng Yuanyun clears the room and sends every servant out, including Yuni, which leaves her quietly disappointed. Once the room is private, Feng Yuanyun warns both sons that the Soaring Academy trials are coming and neither of them is allowed to sabotage or harm the other. Feng Wuhao instantly cuts in with a loud performance, claiming he loves his little brother and would never hurt him. Fengshen calmly wrecks the polite lie by saying he absolutely would sabotage Feng Wuhao if he had the chance. Then Fengshen pushes harder and says outright that Feng Wuhao wants him dead. The accusation lands because Feng Wuhao completely loses his composure, slamming the table and panicking that Fengshen somehow knows about the note he sent. Fengshen mocks him for reacting like a coward, and that overblown denial only confirms his suspicion. Watching her son spiral, Mei Lian turns pale and silently begs her husband to stop this before it gets worse. At last Feng Yuanyun steps in, telling Feng Wuhao to calm down and brushing the whole thing off as Fengshen messing with him. At the breakfast table, Feng Wuhao barely reins himself in, wipes away sweat, and tries to act offended instead of terrified. Fengshen starts laughing and openly mocks him, saying he had only been playing around until Feng Wuhao reacted exactly like someone who really wanted him dead. Feng Wuhao hurriedly denies it, but his father is already watching him with the grim look of a man who knows the accusation landed too close to the truth. Disgusted by such sneaky family betrayal, Feng Yuanyun tells his eldest son to confess now before the mess gets worse. Feng Wuhao keeps up the act, sounding shocked that his father would even suspect him, while inside he panics and decides his only option is to deny everything. Even as he denies it, Feng Wuhao is already thinking ahead and coldly decides Fengshen still has to die, only now he must avoid getting caught. Across the table, Mei Lian cannot bear watching her son cornered and almost speaks up to protect him. Fengshen cuts her off before she can open her mouth and coldly reminds her that women do not speak unless allowed. Mei Lian instantly falls silent, bitterly aware that all her comfort in this household never gave her any real power. Feng Yuanyun finally answers Feng Wuhao in full, making it clear he is completely serious. To drive the point home, Feng Yuanyun's hand cracks the table as he repeats his order for Feng Wuhao to confess. Feng Wuhao goes quiet, and across from him Fengshen hides a crazed grin behind his hand, enjoying every second of his brother's breakdown. The silence drags on until Feng Yuanyun's patience snaps completely. Feng Yuanyun surges to his feet and roars that if Feng Wuhao will not tell the truth, he is no longer part of the Feng family. Terrified now, Feng Wuhao jumps up and begs not to be thrown out, saying the cultivation world will swallow him alive. Feng Yuanyun coldly says that is no longer his problem, because a son willing to kill his own brother has already crossed a line he cannot forgive. That answer wrecks Feng Wuhao, and he lashes out that it is unfair his little brother gets to stay. Fengshen only answers with a lazy wave and a mocking smile, which makes Feng Wuhao hate him even more. Feng Yuanyuan cuts through the complaint and says the difference is simple. Feng Xun may have had many faults, but he never tried to murder his own blood. Feng Wuhao tries to answer and fails, left stammering with no defense left. Out of options, Feng Wuhao looks to his mother for help, but Mei Lian keeps her head down and abandons him to his fate. That silence cuts deeper than anything else, and Feng Wuhao coughs up blood in pure betrayal and rage. Feng Xun cuts in with a nasty hush, telling his brother to stop acting like a bitch and be quiet for a moment, which only deepens the humiliation. Then, as if this were an ordinary meal, Feng Xun turns to Mei Lian and orders more eggs. Mei Lian understands the warning in his eyes and quietly leaves, relieved to escape even though she knows she is leaving her first son behind. With her gone, Feng Xun cheerfully invites Feng Wuhao to continue crying, dragging the mockery out on purpose. That finally breaks Feng Wuhao, and he swears he will kill Feng Xun and destroy the Feng family. Feng Yuanyuan is furious enough to kill him on the spot, but Feng Xun quietly signals for him to stop. Feng Xun just laughs and tells his brother to get out already, treating the threat like a joke. Feng Wuhao storms out cursing, and Feng Xun waves after him with a grin, already judging that he will not last long outside without backing. After the door slams, Feng Yuanyuan sits back down and asks why Feng Xun stopped him from killing a son who just threatened the whole family. Feng Xun answers lightly that Feng Wuhao will probably die on his own, and if not, he will kill him personally if he becomes a real problem. Satisfied for now, Feng Yuanyuan accepts his word, raises a drink, and finally reveals why he had gathered the family in the first place. He tells Feng Xun that the Soaring Academy trials begin next month and asks whether he wants to try now or wait another year since his meridians were only opened recently. Feng Xun barely hesitates and says he will take the trials next month. A month flashes by, and Feng Xun throws himself into training until he fully masters Shadow Step and Dragon's Roar. His vast sea of consciousness lets him perfect techniques at a pace that should have taken ordinary cultivators years. Even without much progress in cultivation, he keeps drilling his body and martial skills until his raw fighting power rises sharply. By the time the Soaring Academy trials finally arrive, Feng Xun is rested, ready, and still carefully keeping his ever-present attendant Yunyi from noticing everything he gets up to. At the gate, Feng Xun coolly sizes up the famous academy, and decides it must be a newer place by his standards. Yunyi is the exact opposite, staring around with sparkling eyes as dragons, flying carriages, sword riders, and spirit beasts fill the sky above the floating islands. She inwardly laments not having a camera, then stubbornly decides to burn every amazing sight into memory instead. Feng Xun cannot understand her excitement at all, and his annoyed mutter makes Yunyi suddenly self-conscious. When he says they should head inside, Yunyi instantly brightens again and eagerly follows. Feng Xun dryly reminds her he still has to pass the trials, hoping to tone her down, but Yunyi beams and says there is no way he could fail. Her blind faith pleases him more than he expected, because all the fake patience and forced kindness he showed her are finally paying off. Once they step into the packed grounds, Feng Xun grabs Yunyi's hand and tells her to stay close so she does not get swallowed by the crowd. For Yunyi, that simple handhold hits like a life-changing event, and her imagination instantly races far past servant duties. Feng Xun guides them all the way to the back wall so no one can easily get behind him, while Yunyi is still dazed over the warmth left in her hand. From that safer position, he calmly scans the crowd for interesting people and decides the trials might actually be entertaining. That mood changes when a huge bear demi-human with a cannon on his back stomps straight toward Feng Xun, forcing the crowd to split apart. The bear stops in front of Feng Xun and accuses him of killing his little friend. Feng Xun answers with genuine-looking confusion, which only makes the bear angrier. The bear roars loud enough to crack the ground, and the whole crowd turns to watch because everyone knows violence on academy grounds is dangerous under the Guardian's eyes. Instead of backing down, Feng Xun goes cold and tells the oversized fur ball to stop shouting in his face. Humiliated, the bear yanks the heavy cannon off his back and aims it straight at him. Feng Xun barely reacts, because he knows the academy's unseen overseer makes the threat itself safer than it looks and gives him an excuse to enjoy this. Then Feng Xun smiles and mockingly says he is fearing for his life, and the bear suddenly realizes this confrontation is slipping out of his control. The truth is the bear never cared much about his dead friend at all, and only wanted a public show of strength to win powerful allies. Before the bear can recover, Feng Xun vanishes from the ground and appears midair with a black fan in hand. Panicking, the bear fires the cannon by reflex, and Yunyi ends up directly in the cannonball's path without even understanding what just happened. Feng Xun drops like lightning, kicks the cannon aside before the shot fully leaves the barrel, and sends the cannonball screaming harmlessly up into the sky instead. In the same vicious rush, he slashes the bear across the throat with his black fan and leaves him choking on a spray of blood. The bear crashes to his knees clutching his neck. Lucky his body is tough enough that Feng Xun did not take his head clean off. Feng Xun lands with a crazed grin, raises the black fan over his head, and openly invites the wounded bear to keep playing. That expression finally breaks the bear's nerve, and for the first time he feels real fear instead of wounded pride. Yunyi drops to the ground in shock, but once she realizes Feng Xun protected her, she stares at him like a love-struck hero instead of a madman. The crowd only sees a lunatic, and Fengshen leans in to tell the bear he has 30 seconds before his own cannonball falls back down on him. He taunts the bear to beg, cry, or do anything interesting, and paces with restless excitement, while the terrified beast freezes up. Inside, Fengshen is tempted to let the fur ball die messily on sacred ground, but he forces himself to remember the Academy Guardian is watching. Annoyed but restrained, he gives up on killing the bear for now and looks up at the cannonball dropping back toward the grounds. Fengshen gathers chi into his throat and unleashes Dragon's Roar straight upward at the falling shot. Fengshen's Dragon's Roar collides with the falling cannonball, and a white-hot explosion wipes the sky clean for a few blinding seconds. While everyone else stumbles in shock, Fengshen simply admires the blast with quiet satisfaction, pleased by how much power he can control at his level. Yuni crouches low with her eyes squeezed shut, too scared to look directly at a display of power that could blind a mortal like her. As the light finally fades, the crowd erupts into whispers, some calling Fengshen a hero and others hissing that he is the human who killed one of their own. Off to the side, the bear demi-human who had threatened Fengshen earlier has already collapsed unconscious, his neck wound sealed into a crooked scar. Fengshen turns from the pathetic bear and catches Yuni muttering to herself, still too shaken to open her eyes even while secretly thinking his move was amazing. He tells her dryly that she can open her eyes now, and even that small warning carries a strange new instinct to keep his servant alive until she becomes useful to him. Trusting him completely, Yuni stands and looks at the restored sky in awe, more convinced than ever that Fengshen is extraordinary. A three-eyed blue bird suddenly circles overhead and announces that the trial overseer and the instructors have arrived. The instructors step out in formation behind a bizarre little leader, a smiling silver-haired drunk who somehow carries himself like the man in charge. He pauses to drink and smoke in front of everyone, immediately starts coughing, and forgets his own opening speech again. Then he finally slurs out a welcome, so drunk he can barely stand, while the instructors behind him die inside from sheer second-hand shame. His explanation of the trials is even worse, a rambling speech that treats injury or death like part of the fun. The joke turns real when alcohol spills from his bottle, hisses on the ground, and instantly melts the stone into a swirling vortex. Panic rips through the crowd, but running is useless, and almost everyone gets dragged down into the vortex anyway. Fengshen alone stays above it all, perched on the stone wall, and already recognizing the spilled alcohol as a rare technique called intoxicated sips. He judges the trial overseer in a glance, impressed by the rare technique but disappointed that its user seems far from mastering it. Yuni ends up with him on the wall, still dizzy from being hauled out of danger, and nervously points out that everyone else is already gone. Fengshen admits he is not sure whether this is a real trial, a patience test, or a trap, and Yuni immediately treats his caution like genius. Before she can praise him anymore, the drunk trial overseer notices them and bellows that the last two stragglers should get moving. Even in his stupor, the overseer realizes this has never happened before, but he still shrugs it off because he would rather get back to drinking. Fengshen decides to jump in at last, and Yuni steels herself with a shaky vow that she will not become a burden. He barely believes her, because to Fengshen a mortal is still weak, disposable, and fundamentally repulsive no matter how loyal she acts. When he asks whether she wants a push or will jump on her own, Yuni admits the real problem. She is afraid of being separated from him. Fengshen answers by grabbing her and giving her a simple shove straight into the vortex. He dives in right after her, unwilling to waste another second while the trial's real purpose is still unknown. Once the pair disappears, even the instructors fall quiet, and one of them mutters that the Grand Master will definitely want to hear about this. The next instant, Fengshen lands inside the trial and finds himself alone in a damp forest full of towering trees and darting little horned rabbits. His brief amusement at the harmless-looking rabbits dies fast when he spots a dead bald participant slumped against a tree, freshly butchered by their horns. Then Fengshen realizes the louder problem. Yuni is nowhere around, and her sudden silence instantly irritates him. Elsewhere in the same forest, Yuni is in far worse shape, clinging to a tree branch with trembling arms and whispering for Fengshen to save her. When a hiss rises from below, she looks down and freezes at the sight of a massive black snake with 2 heads and 6 glowing eyes resting beneath her. In the trial forest, Minnie Yang is pinned to the ground and desperately clutches her robe shut, while De Liang forces himself on her. The men around them openly argue over who gets Minnie Yang next, treating her like a prize while the rest stay silent so they can still pass the trial. Minnie Yang begs De Liang to stop and calls him her junior brother, horrified that the boy she once trusted has turned into this. De Liang snaps that he is a man now, not a child, and rages over the fact that Minnie Yang never loved him back. Even while terrified, Minnie Yang crushes the thought of giving up because she promised she would make it back to her clan and see someone waiting for her. Driven by anger and rejection, De Liang surges with chi and rips her robe open even further for everyone to stare at. Right before things go worse, a teasing voice cuts through the clearing and a stranger casually asks what they plan to do with the girl. When one of the men mouths off instead of answering, Fengshen's playful mood vanishes and he calmly decides they all die here. Fengshen vanishes with shadow step and instantly beheads the first loudmouth with one clean sweep of his fan. Licking the blood from his fan, Fengshen hides half his face behind it and invites the rest to dance, looking more monstrous than amused now. The survivors freeze in shock, but the scarred plump disciple forces himself to attack and starts forming a summoning technique overhead. One look at the technique tells Fengshen these men are from the undomesticated clan, and he mocks them as descendants he thought he had already wiped out. The plump disciple shouts for time, but Fengshen gives them none and starts cutting through the group before any of their techniques can finish. Fengshen turns the clearing into a slaughterhouse, flashing in and out like a ghost as heads drop one after another. The survivors finally understand they are trapped with a monster, and their courage breaks into blind panic. Some try to run and some collapse screaming, but the forest only goes darker as Fengshen silently hunts each of them down. The plump disciple finishes his technique too late, because Fengshen beheads him before he can even finish calling out his spirit beast. Fengshen casually picks up the severed head by the hair, mocks the dead man as a pig, and tosses it aside. That leaves only De Liang and Minnie Yang alive, and De Liang instantly throws away his obsession and offers her up if it will save him. Fengshen puts his fan away and walks toward De Liang so calmly that the man's will to fight collapses completely. De Liang babbles excuses, but Fengshen hushes him with a smile and grabs the nose ring that had made him look so proud. He yanks the ring down hard enough to make De Liang scream, then smashes his knee into his face and breaks his nose. When De Liang keeps screaming, Fengshen loses patience, snaps open his fan, and beheads him in one smooth cut. As De Liang dies, the last thing he sees is Minnie Yang staring at him without warmth, and that indifference hurts him more than the blade. With the noisy one finally dead, Fengshen sighs in relief and complains that people never know how to stay quiet. Thinking she has been saved, Minnie Yang hurriedly thanks Fengshen, introduces herself as someone from the undomesticated clan, and asks for help surviving the trial. Fengshen says nothing, walks past her, and in the same casual motion cuts off her head too. After wiping out everyone in the clearing, Fengshen looks up at the darkening sky and turns his thoughts back to the servant he was actually searching for. In the trial forest, Fengshen finally spots Yuni clinging high up in a tree, pale and shaking as she begs him to get her down before her grip gives out. Instead of rushing, Fengshen openly teases her, clearly entertained by how miserable she looks dangling over the forest floor. When Yuni protests that letting go even once would kill her, Fengshen finally uses Shadow Step and appears beside her on the branch in an instant. Fengshen offers his back, already thinking less about her fear and more about how boring this first trial seems if it is only a survival test. His mind even wanders to a brutal shortcut. If Yuni were not with him, he could simply kill the other contestants and force the academy to accept the last one standing. Yuni feels even worse because she once promised not to be a burden, and now she can only cling there and think what a terrible servant she is. Fengshen finally lifts her onto his back, and while adjusting her, he casually points out the real danger below them, a sleeping Shangliu coiled on the forest floor. He explains the monster is hard to wake after feeding, but if someone attacks and fails to kill it quickly, the fight becomes a deadly mess against a fast beast with steel-hard scales. Yuni blurts out another apology for forgetting the snake was there, and Fengshen is visibly annoyed by how often she says sorry. He jumps them back to the ground with Shadow Step, already eyeing the Shangliu as a useful prize instead of just a threat. Fengshen decides the snake's core could force open Yunyi's meridians, and he coldly convinces himself the pain will be worth it because she should survive. Meanwhile, Yunyi relaxes against him, breathing in his scent and feeling so safe on his back that she wishes the moment would never end. That quiet mood shatters when Yunyi suddenly slips off and flops onto the hard ground at his feet. Fengshen stares down in baffled irritation and asks why she let go, while Yunyi lies there burning with embarrassment and can only stammer another apology. Fengshen brushes that off and starts baiting her with something bigger, asking if she still wants the vast cultivation world she always dreamed of seeing. The promise lands exactly as he wants, and Yunyi jolts upright with bright, hopeful eyes as she realizes he might be offering her a chance to cultivate. Fengshen tells her plainly that she may be able to step onto the path of cultivation and follow him into that world. Yunyi is overwhelmed with joy, nodding wildly because this sounds like the impossible dream she never dared expect from him. He warns that the path is full of pain and danger, but Yunyi cuts him off and begs for the chance before he can even finish the warning. Her desperation is real because she is sick of being helpless, and in that heated moment her private fantasies race ahead to winning Fengshen's affection and standing beside him as his wife. Satisfied that she has agreed, Fengshen turns to the sleeping Shangliu with a grin and decides it is time to make her transformation happen. Before Yunyi can even ask another question, Fengshen vanishes in a gust of movement and reappears above the Shangliu. He stomps one of the snake's heads straight into the ground, waking the monster with pure force instead of caution. The Shangliu explodes awake with a furious hiss, glowing red eyes snapping open as its deep sleep breaks. Fengshen lands another stomp on the second head and mockingly tells the beast not to worry because it will be going right back to sleep soon. Now fully enraged, the giant serpent thrashes through the clearing so violently that trees rip out of the ground and the whole forest shakes. Fengshen answers the rampage by grabbing one thick neck and swinging the giant head around hard enough to throw the monster's movements out of sync. He lands in front of the monster and openly taunts it, completely unfazed by its size or fury. The Shangliu answers by opening both mouths and spraying molten venom across the ground, turning the clearing into a burning toxic hazard. With the battle suddenly much more dangerous, Yuni forces her exhausted body to run for cover and dives behind a large rock before the falling trees and venom can reach her. Instead of avoiding the poison, Fengshen crouches and deliberately presses his hand into the molten venom just to test and temper his forbidden bloodline. The venom burns through his flesh until bone is exposed, and even while admitting it hurts like hell, he is pleased because the slow healing means his bloodline is finally being strengthened again. When Fengshen looks up to finish the fight, the Shangliu is already retreating through the ruined forest, and he almost sounds annoyed that it is trying to escape instead of dying where it stands. The Shangliu panics and tears through the trial forest at full speed, smashing trees and stone as it tries to escape Fengshen. Above the wreckage, Fengshen calmly gives chase with shadow step, hopping branch to branch like a predator enjoying the monster's fear. Realizing it cannot escape, the Shangliu skids to a stop, coils up, and turns to make one last desperate stand. Fengshen drops to the ground in front of it, hands behind his back, and mocks the snake for choosing courage now. Provoked, the Shangliu throws everything into one final lunge, its fangs driving straight for Fengshen's face. At the exact last second, Fengshen says bye-bye and unleashes Dragon's Roar point blank. The blast completely disintegrates the Shangliu and rips through the surrounding forest, leaving a wide zone of destruction. Fengshen casually admits he overdid it, then notices one important thing survived the blast. He crouches and picks up the Shangliu's glowing core, pleased that it holds enough chi to open Yunyi's meridians. Satisfied with the core, Fengshen turns back to find Yunyi, already annoyed that he has to track her down again. He finally finds Yunyi hiding under a large rock, curled up in fear until he calls her out. Yunyi scrambles out, amazed that Fengshen returns so fast and apparently without a scratch. When Yunyi notices the glowing core, she instantly realizes it is something rare and powerful. Remembering his promise to start her cultivation, Yunyi nervously asks if the core is really for her. Fengshen simply nods and offers the core to her, treating the life-changing treasure like a casual errand. Once it is in her hands, Yunyi can barely believe she is allowed to keep holding something this precious. She asks for reassurance one more time, and Fengshen, already losing patience, orders her to swallow it. Fengshen does not bother warning her about the pain because he only cares that the process works and does not kill her. After bracing herself, Yunyi swallows the core and immediately feels a heavy burning warmth spread from her chest. Within seconds the pain explodes, and Yunyi drops to her knees screaming as the core's chi tears through her body. The transformation gets uglier fast as her bones crack, her body convulses, and she claws at the dirt just to endure it. Fengshen casually steps back, sits down, and waits with bored indifference while her screams echo through the trees. Inside Yunyi, the core forcibly opens her meridians, forms her dantian, and lays the first tiny foundation of her sea of consciousness. Watching her suffer like a dying animal, Fengshen is darkly amused and already imagines how satisfying it will be when she learns she was only ever his tool. Then Yunyi's absolute zero physique finally responds, spreading protective frost through her body and easing the worst of the burning pain. Feeling the pain lessen, Yunyi wrongly assumes Fengshen is the one guiding and protecting her, and her gratitude only deepens. As her body stabilizes, Yunyi feels real power for the first time and slowly rises with a bright, stunned smile. Fengshen gets to his feet, pleased that the experiment worked faster than expected and that Yunyi is now a cultivator he can make useful. He dryly congratulates her on becoming a cultivator, and those simple words hit Yunyi harder than the pain did. Overcome with joy and gratitude, Yunyi throws herself at Fengshen and hugs him while thanking him through tears. Fengshen answers her awkwardly, but even while she clings to him he keeps one hand hidden on his black fan, ready in case she suddenly betrays him. Then a random wave of bloodlust crashes over him, and Fengshen starts sweating as the urge to kill her becomes almost unbearable. Fighting to stay in control, Fengshen quickly suggests food as an excuse to break the moment before his instincts win. Before Yunyi can even finish answering, Fengshen vanishes outright, leaving her alone and confused in the forest. High in the dark trial forest, Fengshen lands on a tree branch with shadow step, sweating hard as murderous bloodlust pounds through his head. He scans the silent woods for anything he can kill, but with no target in sight, his frustration spikes into a furious shout. Desperate to vent the madness, Fengshen starts bounding through the treetops like a predator hunting for prey. A plume of smoke finally rises ahead, and Fengshen instantly locks onto it as the outlet he needs. He abandons the branches and drops straight down toward the source, caring about nothing except killing. Fengshen crashes into a forest camp so hard the ground splits, dropping into the middle of dozens of startled women. The women barely have time to demand his name before Fengshen cuts one down so fast she only realizes it when her head is already gone. Standing over the corpse, Fengshen laughs like a madman, picks up the severed head, and bites into it in front of everyone. The camp snaps out of its shock, and the archers open fire while the others scream for revenge. Fengshen does not even dodge as the arrows bury into his body, and his golden eyes shift toward the women who dared attack him. When the melee fighters charge, Fengshen ignores them and uses Shadow Step to appear right in front of the archers instead. Before the archers can react, he snaps their necks one after another with his bare hands. The surviving women turn and finally see the archers dead on the ground, and the trial they expected to be easy suddenly becomes a nightmare. Their courage breaks so badly that some women drop their weapons outright. The moment their grip falters, Fengshen vanishes from sight, and all they can hear is his laughter coming from every direction. He suddenly reappears in front of one panicked woman and lifts her off the ground by the throat. The remaining women attack together to save her, driving blades and hammers into Fengshen from all sides. Even with their weapons piercing him, Fengshen slowly snaps the woman's neck and lets her go limp in his hand. The survivors freeze and start backing away when they understand their attacks cannot stop him at all. Fengshen smiles almost politely, points at his own throat, and tells them they should have aimed for the neck. That casual line breaks them completely, and some women wet themselves before darkness takes the last of them. With the bloodlust finally spent, Fengshen exhales in relief and feels his mind turn clear again. Now calm, he starts pulling out the weapon stuck in him, and his forbidden bloodline immediately begins healing the fresh wounds. Looking at the dagger, Fengshen realizes the women had been channeling chi through their weapons and practicing weaponry arts. He dismisses the dead women as inexperienced fighters who kept freezing in shock instead of treating the battle like life and death. Then his thoughts turn practical, because if the Lotus sect traces this massacre back to him, they will send much stronger enemies next time. He even recalls, with warped amusement, that in his past life he made himself the Lotus sect's worst enemy by violating its founder and elders. Laughing off his own old depravity, Fengshen decides to head back toward Yunyi. He uses Shadow Step back into the treetops, but a sudden screeching distortion cuts through the night and makes him stop cold. Above the canopy, Fengshen spots a sky tyrant, an enormous silver bird monster scanning the forest for prey. The sight excites him immediately, because the monster can solve two problems at once: food for Yunyi and a valuable core for his own cultivation. Once he decides he wants that core, Fengshen launches himself straight into the sky with Shadow Step. The violent ascent shakes loose the melee weapon stuck in him, opening fresh bleeding wounds, while the arrows still stay buried in his flesh. The sky tyrant hears the movement too late, senses the danger above, and flips onto its back to counterattack. With furious wing beats, the monster blasts wind and razor feathers upward to tear him apart before he can land. Fengshen knows the pattern, but his current cultivation is too low to control the dive cleanly against that wind. The jagged feathers slice his robe as he considers Dragon's Roar, but he abandons the idea when he realizes he does not have enough chi to make it count. So he settles for speed, regains his balance, and dives faster than the monster can react. Fengshen lands on the sky tyrant's silver belly, barely avoids its talons, and grabs its feathers with both hands to stay attached. Using one of the arrows still stuck in his own body, Fengshen rips it free and drives it into the monster's softer underbelly. As the sky tyrant screams and thrashes upward through the sky, Fengshen keeps stabbing wildly, chanting that he is taking its core no matter what. Still clinging to the sky tyrant in midair, Fengshen ignores its frantic spinning and keeps ripping open the deep belly wound he already made. He tears the flesh wider with brutal patience, completely fixated on reaching the monster core. Once the opening is big enough, Fengshen forces himself inside the sky tyrant's body and crawls through the blood-soaked interior without hesitation. Buried in the stench and twitching organs, he finally finds what he wants and mutters, "Found it." Realizing this core can speed up his cultivation, Fengshen grabs it like treasure and claims it for himself. He rips the core free, and the sky tyrant immediately gives one last tortured screech before its huge body goes limp. With its core gone, the dead sky tyrant starts plunging toward the forest like a falling mountain. Fengshen calmly makes his way back to the wound and kicks himself out of the corpse into open air. Instead of panicking, he throws his arms wide and shouts, "I'm free, Fallon," treating the deadly drop like pure fun. For a few wild seconds, the edge of death makes him feel vividly alive in a way normal control never does. As the treetops rush up, the thrill fades and Fengshen finally decides it is time to stop playing with his life. He uses Shadow Step in midair and reappears safely on a thick branch high above the ground. From the branch, he watches the sky tyrant smash through the treetops and crater the forest below. He almost sounds disappointed, wishing he could have played with the monster longer before remembering he has other things to do. Thinking Yunyi is probably worried and hungry by now, Fengshen turns away from the wreckage and leaves with Shadow Step. Back where he left her, Fengshen reappears and casually announces, "I'm back." Yunyi pops out of her hiding bush with a bright relieved smile, proud that she went straight into survival mode after he vanished. Her relief turns to alarm the moment she really sees him, because Fengshen is ripped up, healing, and absolutely drenched in gore. Fengshen dodges her concern with an awkward scratch to the cheek and acts like the mess is nothing serious. Yunyi holds back her questions, but she still has to tell him as politely as possible that he smells terrible. After glancing at himself, Fengshen casually decides to wash in a nearby river and treats the blood all over him like a normal inconvenience. Yunyi is glad he plans to clean up, and the thought of his usual scent coming back leaves her suddenly and embarrassingly flustered. She internally panics over how strangely she keeps acting around him, while Fengshen easily recognizes that she has a crush. Rather than shut it down, Fengshen quietly decides to feed those feelings until devotion turns into full obsession he can use. He puts that aside for now, tells Yunyi to stay put and cultivate, and shifts his focus back to his own gains. Then he remembers Yunyi still needs food, vanishes for a second, and comes back with apples and carrots for her. Without waiting around, Fengshen leaves again to wash up and cultivate the Sky Tyrant core himself. Left alone, Yuni briefly wishes she were brave enough to help tend his wounds, and that thought only makes her blush harder. She snaps herself out of it by slapping her cheeks and forcing herself to focus on the cultivation task he gave her. Wanting to prove her worth, Yuni sits cross-legged in the clearing and starts her first serious attempt at cultivation. As her mind sinks inward, she suddenly finds herself inside her own sea of consciousness and immediately gets confused by it. She pulls herself back, remembers the basic lesson about sensing the world's chi, and tries again with more intent. This time the cultivation actually starts, and she pours into Yuni so fast that it feels like the whole world is rushing at her. Overwhelmed by the flood of energy, and still running on an empty stomach, Yuni gives up for the moment and decides maybe she should just eat first. Under the moonlit river, Fengshen calmly washes off every trace of blood and gore until his body looks untouched again. Feeling the vanished wounds on his side, Fengshen quietly enjoys the fact that his forbidden bloodline has grown stronger again. He promises himself that soon his bloodline will rise even further, with his warped immortal sense of time making a few million years sound close. Once he is clean, Fengshen steps onto the bank, where his robe and the Sky Tyrant core are waiting for him. Without hesitation, he picks up the warm core and swallows it in one gulp. The Sky Tyrant's chi floods his body, and Fengshen drops into meditation to force every bit of it through his meridians and dantian. His cultivation first pushes through the upper stage of the chi realm, and the pressure around him starts to warp the night air. A pillar of light blasts into the sky as his power keeps climbing instead of stopping. He reaches the peak stage of the chi realm, but his low-grade D spiritual root starts straining under the flood of chi. Instead of slowing down, Fengshen gives in to his obsession and demands even more power, no matter what it does to his body. Then he smashes straight into the initial stage of the foundation realm. The shockwave rips through the forest, uprooting trees and even shoving the river away from him. Standing in the wreckage, Fengshen is pleased with Foundation realm power for one breath before his mood turns vicious when he senses hidden eyes watching him. He snaps toward the spies and unleashes Dragon's Roar without a second thought. A huge squad of black-clad masked assassins bursts into motion, but the flattened clearing leaves them nowhere to hide from Fengshen. Some assassins are too slow, and Dragon's Roar wipes them out on the spot, leaving only half the squad alive. One masked survivor panics that their buyer swore Fengshen was only in the chi realm. The masked squad's leader keeps his focus on Fengshen and orders the survivors to retreat and report back immediately. The masked leader quickly counts the survivors and realizes half his team is dead. Fengshen just stands there with a taunting grin and waves at the retreating assassins, daring them to come closer. He shuts her down, refusing to throw the squad into a blind attack against an opponent they clearly misjudged. Blaming the Feng family's first young master for bad information, he leads the survivors away in a burst of mist. Their retreat leaves Fengshen annoyed and bored, because he wanted to test his new strength on them. He reads them as trained martial realm assassins from their leaking chi and polished movement, but decides they are not worth chasing. So Fengshen puts his robe back on and uses Shadow Step to head for Yuni instead. When he reappears near Yuni, Fengshen immediately senses an unusually strong surge of chi that only a grade S spiritual root should handle. The source of that pressure is Yuni, who is somehow sitting there in her plain black servant Hanfu, peacefully chewing a carrot. For a moment, her harmless little bunny look makes Fengshen want to strangle her on the spot. He reins himself in and clears his throat loudly to announce that he is back. Yuni spins around to greet him and instantly starts choking on the carrot instead. She drops to the ground in full panic, clawing at her throat and rolling around while she struggles to breathe. With a tired facepalm, Fengshen walks over to rescue her. He hauls Yuni over his shoulder and pounds her back until the carrot finally shoots out. Once she can breathe again, Fengshen lowers her gently, and Yuni blurts out shaky, embarrassed thanks. After giving her a moment, Fengshen bluntly says she failed at cultivation, because he wrongly assumed it should come naturally once her pathways were opened. Yuni lowers her head in shame, crushed by the thought that she has let him down after everything he did for her. Desperate to make up for it, she swears she will not rest until she reaches the chi realm and becomes a servant he can be proud of. Fengshen finally rubs his eyes, puts a hand on her shoulder, and decides he will teach Yuni himself, but only this once. When Fengshen offers to teach her for real, Yuni lifts her head in stunned disbelief, barely daring to believe the hope in front of her. Fengshen cuts through her shock and tells her to focus, pushing them straight into training instead of letting the moment drift. As Yuni fights to calm her racing heart, Fengshen begins guiding her through the basics of drawing in chi naturally. While she follows his instructions, Fengshen peers into her energy flow and realizes Yuni has an extremely valuable grade S spiritual root. Yuni tries to absorb chi, but the energy slams into her all at once and nearly throws her into panic. Fengshen immediately points out the mistake. She is forcing the chi instead of letting it move on its own. This time Yuni follows his advice, stays calm through the pressure, and finally lets the rushing chi settle into a controlled rhythm. As her cultivation stabilizes, Yuni suddenly feels the cold inside her mix with the chi, and her progress starts accelerating instead of hurting her. Fengshen watches with satisfaction as Yunyi's absolute zero physique starts boosting her cultivation instead of acting like a sickness. Curious, Fengshen tests the cold around her without touching, and frost starts forming on his skin the closer his hand gets. Then Yunyi breaks through for the first time, firing a thin blue beam upward as her newly awakened ice power spills into the forest. The breakthrough does not stop there, and Yunyi surges again almost immediately into the middle stage of the Qi realm. Seeing how violently she drains the surrounding energy, Fengshen realizes her grade S root is working at full capacity, and starts thinking of just how useful that makes her. Minutes later, Yunyi breaks through once more, reaching the upper stage of the Qi realm in a burst of blue light and freezing wind. When the last of the surrounding Qi finally thins out, Yunyi opens her eyes, sees the frost curling off her fingers, and realizes her lifelong sickness was never a sickness at all. Lost and desperate for an answer, Yunyi turns straight to Fengshen because she trusts him completely to explain what she is. Fengshen first confirms her result with cool certainty. She has already reached the upper stage of the Qi realm. Then he tells her the truth. What she has is the absolute zero physique, a terrifyingly rare gift, not a curse. The revelation hits Yunyi hard, and for a moment she can only stare at her own hands and try to process that she was gifted all along. Fengshen explains that this physique could let her master the law of ice to an absurd degree, hoping the promise of power will ignite her ambition. What matters most to Yunyi is not the power itself, but the chance that becoming stronger might let her stand at Fengshen's side. Fengshen gives her just enough encouragement to hook her deeper, saying that if she becomes absurdly strong, he would allow it. But he immediately warns her that an awakened absolute zero physique is dangerous without control, especially if other people ever learn what she is. Wanting to prove herself, Yunyi boldly claims she can clean up the ice on her own now that she is a cultivator. Her confidence crashes instantly when she tries to melt the ice and only makes herself red-faced while the cold keeps spreading. Embarrassed, Yunyi finally asks Fengshen for help, admitting she cannot control the power yet. Fengshen explains that the ice is not some outside force, but part of her own nature, so she has to control it the same way she controls her qi. That finally clicks for Yunyi, and once she treats the ice as an extension of herself, the frozen clearing begins to melt under her control. In the frozen night forest, Fengshen decides there is no time to waste and tells Yunyi to start learning the law of ice before sunrise. He quietly sizes up the trial as a survival trap where other humans may be even deadlier than the monsters, so he needs Yunyi strong enough to survive what comes next. Yunyi answers without hesitation that she is ready for anything, her new confidence replacing the doubts she had about cultivation. Fengshen goes silent because most techniques he knows are far too dangerous for a low-level cultivator to use safely. Then he remembers her absolute zero physique and realizes her body can withstand an advanced ice art that would normally be impossible at her level. He tells her to begin the Ice Phoenix technique, warning that the forest is a poor place for it, then abruptly calls her closer with a serious face. His tone instantly sends Yunyi's thoughts spiraling, and she blushes hard because she wildly misreads what this sudden closeness might mean. Fengshen simply wraps his arms around her for the technique, and Yunyi nearly melts from the contact while he stays completely focused on training. When she finally hugs him back, Fengshen activates Shadow Step and carries her away. They reappear beside a small moonlit pond, and Fengshen immediately orders Yunyi into the water so she can start practical cold resistance training. Yunyi is so lost in the afterglow of being held that she just stands there hugging him and forgets to move. His patience snaps into a cold warning, and that finally jolts her back to reality. Mortified, Yunyi lets go, slaps her own cheeks in embarrassment, and rushes toward the pond to obey. Watching her flustered devotion, Fengshen reflects that he has never understood love and only sees it as a weakness. At the water's edge, Yunyi steadies herself and uses her absolute zero physique to freeze the pond under the moonlight. Even while concentrating, she secretly hopes Fengshen will praise her when she finishes. She proudly announces that the pond is done, and Fengshen is genuinely surprised by how fast she learned basic control. He gives her a brief not bad and walks out onto the ice to inspect what she made. At the center, Fengshen stomps and cracks a hole through the ice, leaving Yunyi staring in confusion. When she asks what that was for, he explains that the Ice Phoenix technique will kill her if her body is not fully hardened against extreme cold first. He adds that even with her absolute zero physique, her body is still adapting, so overreaching now could freeze her to death. Yunyi accepts the warning and asks what she has to do next. Fengshen calmly tells her to undress and submerge herself in the hole, keeping only her head above the water. The command leaves Yunyi stunned and crimson, because she realizes he was completely serious about seeing her naked for training. When she asks why, Fengshen sits on a nearby log and explains with total indifference that the cold has to touch her skin and circulate through her meridians to temper her body properly. Understanding the logic, Yunyi begins to undress, but she also secretly tries to look graceful enough to stir some reaction from him. Instead, Fengshen only yawns, and his complete lack of lust embarrasses her even as it makes her feelings for him grow stronger. By the time she is fully undressed, Yunyi has convinced herself that his cold focus on her growth makes him even more precious than any man who would only stare at her body. Looking away from him at last, Yunyi silently erupts with the realization that she is hopelessly in love with Fengshen. At the frozen pond, Yuni nearly slips the moment she steps onto the ice, and the close call leaves her flustered. While Yuni tries to regain her composure, Fengshen silently grumbles that she still thinks and moves like a timid mortal instead of a cultivator. Yuni fixes her eyes on the small hole Fengshen made in the ice and starts edging toward it one careful step at a time. Halfway there, spiderweb cracks spread under Yuni's bare feet, and her fear spikes as the ice starts groaning beneath her. She looks back at Fengshen in alarm and asks what she should do before the ice gives way. Fengshen bluntly tells her it does not matter if she falls in now, because she is ending up in that freezing water either way. Yuni completely misreads his harsh answer as awkward comfort, and that trust steadies her enough to keep moving. After a painfully slow walk, Yuni finally reaches the hole and lowers herself onto the freezing surface. She dips her feet in for the first time, jerks back from the shock, and blurts out that it is freezing before immediately covering her mouth. Fengshen does not care about the swearing, but her constant fumbling still drives him to the edge of his patience. When Yuni asks what he said, Fengshen swallows his irritation and gives the only order that matters: get into the water. Yuni braces herself, stares into the black water, and forces both feet back in despite the dread crawling up her spine. She keeps going until the freezing water climbs from her legs to her chest and finally up to her neck, leaving her stiff, shaking, and barely breathing steadily. Seeing that she actually endured it, Fengshen steps closer and gives a rare note of approval. Half numb and confused, Yuni asks what she is supposed to do next. Fengshen finally explains the point of this torture. Her body has to accept cold as something natural if she wants to awaken the absolute zero physique and start the Ice Phoenix technique. With the reason finally clear, Yuni shuts her eyes, endures the pain, and forces herself to stay in the freezing water. Elsewhere in the trial grounds, the scene shifts to Heejun stomping through the forest, bored out of her mind and swinging her massive hammer hard enough to smash trees and rocks apart. Kaishio walks beside her childhood friend and calmly suggests saving that violent energy for whoever caused the loud ascension earlier. That idea instantly perks Heejun up, and she eagerly agrees that hunting down the source of the commotion sounds much better than wrecking the scenery. The bruised examinees trailing behind them flinch, because to Heejun they are just the latest weak opponents who failed to entertain her. As the group keeps moving, Kaishio's thoughts drift to Fengshen, and she quietly wonders how much chaos her master has already caused inside this trial. Kaishio reflects that she only entered late because Heejun forgot her hammer, and the two of them were allowed in any way purely because their status was too high to refuse. While Fengshen cultivates beside the frozen pond, he still keeps part of his attention on Yuni, who is trembling through a critical stage of her ice training. A disturbance in the forest energy warns Fengshen that several people are coming, and he immediately decides they cannot be allowed near Yuni. Fengshen rises, tells Yuni he is stepping away for a moment, and she can only answer with a stiff, almost mechanical nod through the agony. Using Shadow Step, Fengshen vanishes from the clearing without leaving a trace. He reappears high in the canopy, settles onto a thick branch, and casually bites into an apple while watching the people below approach. From above, Fengshen recognizes Kaishio traveling with a battered group and sneers at the idea of those weak stragglers getting anywhere near Yuni. He drops the bitten apple on purpose, creating just enough noise to test the group's reactions without exposing where he is. Heejun instantly halts the group and raises her hammer, because she can feel an unnatural stillness watching them even when no one else can. Kaishio first outs her, but Heejun insists something hidden is staring at them, and that uneasy certainty finally puts everyone on guard. When Heejun threatens to smash the whole forest until the hidden watcher comes out, Fengshen judges her instincts decent but still too dull to actually find him. Amused again for a moment, Fengshen picks up another apple and flicks it down with perfect aim. The apple slams into one injured man hard enough to knock him flat, finally giving Heejun a direction to attack. Heejun roars that she found him and smashes her hammer into the ground, sending a brutal shockwave tearing through the trees. Even with the whole canopy shaking, Fengshen just lounges there and yawns, disgusted that a pampered princess can only manage something this weak. Once the fun is gone, Fengshen stops hiding and drops straight from the branch to confront them himself. He lands lightly before the stunned group and immediately greets Kaishio with a wildly theatrical speech about how much he suffered after she abandoned him. Kaishio is stunned that Fengshen would expose their connection so openly, then realizes his real answer is simple. He does not plan to leave any witnesses alive. One glance from Fengshen orders her to stay quiet, and Kaishio obeys even as she silently begs that Heejun not be the one he kills next. Fengshen keeps up the mocking heartbreak act for another breath, then lets the mask slide into a huge deranged grin that makes the whole group instinctively recoil. Heejun laughs it off at first and claims Fengshen is just putting on a creepy act to scare her and impress Kaishio. Fengshen only laughs colder, tells her he likes how ridiculous she is, and vanishes before anyone can react. He reappears beside a helpless injured woman and tears into her throat with his teeth, turning the bluff into instant, savage murder. Then he starts flashing through the clearing faster than anyone can follow, slaughtering the rest of the wounded one after another in a blur of gore and laughter. When the killing stops, only Kaishio and Heejun are left standing in a clearing full of blood and corpses, with Fengshen smiling in front of them as if nothing happened. Fengshen cheerfully explains that now no rumors can spread about his connection to Kaishio. The sight finally breaks Heejun's nerve, and she backs away so badly shaken that her hammer slips from her hands. Kaishio cuts in with dry sarcasm, telling Fengshen not to tease Heejun so hard that a princess embarrasses herself. Fengshen admits he spared Heejun for a reason. Once the trial ends, he will need someone else to carry the blame for the enemies already lining up against him. That casual confession makes the terror click for Heejun, because the man in front of her no longer feels like Fengshen at all. Heejun finally whispers the name that has haunted cultivation history, calling him the laughing demon, Suzhou. Instead of denying it, Fengshen lights up with twisted delight that someone still remembers him and excitedly drags Kaishio into the moment as proof he was once infamous. Then Fengshen steps closer to the terrified princess and asks the real question, eager to hear how the monster in front of her compares to the old legends. Heejun finally says what her instincts have been screaming. Fengshen feels exactly like the ancient laughing demon, Suzhou. Shaking, Heejun blurts out that every living being knows his name because he is remembered as the most feared cultivator in history. Heejun's words hit Kaishio like a slap, and she bitterly realizes she has been following a legend of mass slaughter without even recognizing him. Instead of denying it, Fengshen basks in the hatred and calls that lasting infamy its own kind of immortality. Just as suddenly, Fengshen ends the game and orders both girls to follow because he wants to retrieve Yuni before dawn. Kaishio immediately obeys, while Heejun hesitates for a beat and is coldly told not to keep their master waiting. As she hurries after them, Heejun is more terrified by being spared than by death, because she realizes Fengshen wants to use her status as a weapon. While Fengshen hums in a good mood, Kaishio quietly decides she wants to learn just how monstrous her master's past strength really was. Back at the pond, Fengshen finds Yuni still in the freezing water and orders her out. Fengshen can tell the training worked, because Yuni's absolute zero physique is waking up and the deadly cold no longer seems to affect her. Yuni lights up with relief and pride, eager to impress him after surviving the ordeal. Then Yuni notices the two women behind him, and her happy mood instantly turns into jealous suspicion. Amused by the tension, Fengshen casually introduces Kaishio as his little maid and Heejun as the 9th princess of the Crane Empire. Trying to smooth things over, Kaishio steps forward to greet Yuni and find out exactly who this personal servant is. Yuni grips her hand, introduces herself, and pointedly says she is very close to Fengshen. Kaishio keeps her manners on the surface, but the instant she lets go she wipes her hand on her robe in open contempt. Their silent rivalry turns petty fast as Kaishio pushes up her chest in challenge, and Yuni instantly copies the pose to one-up her. Kaishio realizes she loses the first round, then fires back with a look that says she still has her own advantage. Tired of the territorial nonsense, Fengshen coughs loudly to drag both women back under his control. In that pause, Fengshen reveals the real rule of the trial. They are all trapped in a shared dreamlike intoxication, and dying here would still kill their real bodies. Even after hearing that, Yuni and Kaishio only trade one more poisonous glare before instantly switching to innocent faces for him. Heejun is still reeling, not just from the dream revelation, but from seeing how completely Kaishio has changed under Fengshen. With the dream already weakening, Fengshen turns to Heejun and gives her a job. Once they wake up, she must blame all his kills on her own brothers. Heejun agrees instantly and desperately, because she knows staying useful is the only thing keeping her alive. Pleased, Fengshen casually pats the proud princess on the head, making the power gap between them painfully clear. That tiny gesture sets Yuni off, and she pouts at once because she sees Heejun as a shameless rival stealing her man's attention. Before Yuni can complain, Kaishio cuts in, still stunned by the bigger reveal and asking if they really have been inside a dream all along. Fengshen confirms it, and notes the brightening sky, making it clear the trial is almost over. Then he turns back to Yuni with a teasing jab and tells her to put her robe back on unless she plans to stay naked. Only then does Yuni realize she forgot her exposed state in the middle of all that jealousy, and she bolts for her robe in total embarrassment. The drunken trial overseer drags the survivors awake after the first 24 hours, and the exhausted faces around him show just how brutal that test really was. Fengshen sits cross-legged among them, bored instead of shaken, quietly judging the others as weak and wishing the trials had given him more killing. Without giving anyone time to recover, the overseer slurs out the next rule: everyone will be thrown into one-on-one death matches, and surrender only matters if the other side feels merciful. Then he pours liquor onto the ground, and the droplets bloom into a strange haze that swallows the whole room and drags everyone into a dreamlike intoxication. As his mind starts slipping, Fengshen notices Yuni, his little maid, and the 9th princess are nowhere near him, and the rare silence actually pleases him. A moment later, Fengshen opens his eyes inside a vast coliseum under a bright sky, with a floating platform at the center and hundreds of tense fighters watching each other from the stands. He quickly realizes this arena is packed with elite competitors from the Foundation and nascent realms, but instead of caution, the discovery only amuses him. A huge holographic screen appears above the arena with the participant list, and the whole coliseum goes silent as a countdown begins. At the final count, Fengshen is yanked from his seat onto the floating platform, where a hooded opponent with cold red eyes is already waiting for him. Fengshen greets Jet Daoming with a taunting offer to kill himself and keeps pushing for blood, irritated that some invisible barrier is still stopping the match from starting. The instant the arena declares fight, Fengshen launches forward like a beast finally unleashed. Jet Daoming answers by throwing open his robe and flooding the platform with dense living mist, vanishing before Fengshen can hit him. Hidden inside the fog, Jet Daoming stays quiet, judges Fengshen as a dangerous man, and prepares to strike from cover with mist-forged kunai. But Fengshen calmly breathes in the fog, catches Jet Daoming's scent, and cheerfully calls out that hiding this way is a rookie mistake. Realizing he's been found, Jet Daoming immediately retreats upward on a small cloud of mist and starts circling through the air to stay out of reach. That plan lasts one heartbeat, because Fengshen suddenly rockets up through the mist and slams both hands into Jet Daoming's head with overwhelming force. Jet Daoming crashes onto the platform unconscious, his mist breaking apart around him as the fight effectively ends in a single brutal exchange. Fengshen crouches beside the fallen man, openly disappointed that Jet Daoming never even attacked him and spent the whole match hiding. When the arena asks whether to spare or kill, Fengshen treats the choice as obvious. He answers by stomping Jet Daoming's head apart in one sickening blow, and the arena coldly records that Fengshen chose kill. A victory screen lights up above the arena with Jet Daoming crossed out and Fengshen marked as the winner, leaving the whole Coliseum rattled by how easily he killed. Back in the stands, Fengshen settles into his seat again and enjoys watching the nearby contestants physically back away from him in fear. One young man finally stands up and denounces him as a demon, saying there was no need to kill a defeated opponent. The stranger grandly introduces himself as Jay Cho of the Fated Clan, a righteous chosen descendant who claims he cannot tolerate monsters like Fengshen. Fengshen only laughs at the speech and dismisses the so-called Fated Clan as something he has never even heard of. Jay Cho snaps in outrage when Fengshen dismisses him, and his wounded pride turns into a loud challenge to a life-and-death duel. Instead of taking the bait, Fengshen rises slowly, steps into Jay Cho's space, and leans in with a cold order for him to sit down. The moment Jay Cho meets those golden eyes, his courage breaks under the sheer hatred in them. Jay Cho collapses back into his seat without another word, stunned into silence by pure fear. Fengshen mocks him for understanding so quickly and casually jokes that blood in the stands would have been messy. Back in his seat, Fengshen ignores Jay Cho completely and turns his attention to the arena as the next match countdown appears overhead. Fengshen yawns and murmurs for blood and no mercy, treating the trial like a show meant to end in slaughter. Humiliated, Jay Cho stares at Fengshen's back and thinks he has disgraced the Fated Clan. Then his master warns him from inside the ring on his finger that Fengshen is wrong in a way even he finds terrifying, and tells Jay Cho to stay away. Jay Cho feels betrayed by that warning because his whole life has been built around destroying evil, and he refuses to let a demon like Fengshen walk free. His master cuts him down hard, saying he raised Jay Cho to be righteous, not stupid, and that Fengshen is far beyond him in experience. Jay Cho hates hearing it, but he finally understands that for now, he is outmatched. A fighter named Guyu is declared defeated, and the arena forces the winner to decide whether to spare or kill. Fengshen leaps up in manic excitement, and screams for the victor to rip out the loser's heart and drink his blood. The whole section turns uneasy around Fengshen, but the winner on the platform refuses to follow his bloodlust. Deng Chao chooses mercy, and the arena announces the spare while Fengshen instantly boos the decision. Fengshen openly mocks the winner for showing mercy, calling it weakness dressed up as righteousness. Deng Chao ignores him and reaches down to help his defeated opponent up, choosing compassion over spectacle. Fengshen drops back into his seat in disgust and grumbles that the younger generation has gone soft. As match after match ends the same way, almost everyone keeps choosing mercy, and Fengshen's mood only gets worse. By now he can barely stand to watch, muttering that this generation has no spine and hides weakness behind righteousness. Bored and confident nobody would dare touch him, Fengshen shuts his eyes and falls asleep right there in the stands. A new match countdown wakes him, but the instant he opens his eyes, he finds a sword buried deep in his chest. The attacker is Jay Cho, trembling but determined, and Fengshen answers the ambush with a bloodied grin and mocking applause for such heroic timing. Jay Cho rips the sword back out, declares Fengshen must die here, and braces himself for another strike. Jay Cho's master suddenly panics, projecting from the ring just enough to order him to run. Jay Cho panics because he struck where his master told him to, yet Fengshen is still standing like nothing happened. The old man drops all pretense about the trial and orders Jay Cho to run anywhere he can, even if they have to join another academy later. Jay Cho drops low and sparks with lightning, trying to launch away with lightning dash before Fengshen can retaliate. He never gets the chance, because Fengshen suddenly appears over him and clamps a hand across his face. Fengshen hurls him down so hard that the platform cracks beneath his body. Before Jay Cho can recover, Fengshen sits on his stomach and taunts him for thinking he could escape. Then Fengshen grabs Jay Cho's face and starts pounding it over and over, carefully holding back just enough to drag the death out. Jay Cho is beaten into a bloody haze, teeth broken and hope collapsing as every breath turns into a struggle. At the edge of consciousness, Jay Cho begs his master for help because he cannot survive this alone. For a terrifying moment, the old man says nothing at all. Then the master makes a desperate choice and decides to abandon caution by taking over Fengshen's body himself. The blue spirit shoots out of the ring and dives straight into Fengshen's body. Fengshen's punches stop in midair, and he clutches his head as the invasion reaches his sea of consciousness. Inside Fengshen, the old man thinks he has succeeded and starts celebrating his control of such a powerful body. That triumph lasts one instant, because Fengshen's monstrous bloodlust crashes over Jay Chao's master and turns the old spirit's eyes red with panic. Fengshen's memories and murderous hunger flood Jay Chao's master so brutally that the old spirit can no longer think, only beg for mercy as the possession turns into a trap. Inside Fengshen's sea of consciousness, Jay Chao's old master finally understands he invaded something far worse than a normal opponent, and pure panic takes over. He tries to rip his scattered chi free and flee, but the more he struggles to escape Fengshen's body, the deeper he gets tangled and the faster his cultivation drains away. Back in the arena, the trial's mechanical voice declares Jay Cho defeated and asks Fengshen for the verdict. Fengshen chooses kill without hesitation and crushes Jay Chao's skull with one brutal punch. The trial sends Fengshen back to his seat, and the entire crowd avoids even looking at him after watching that execution. Closing his eyes, Fengshen turns inward again and coldly reminds the trapped old master that he has not been forgotten. Within his own mind, Fengshen appears above the old spirit like a god, while thick blood chains pin the invading soul in place. The old master begs for mercy, but every time he fights the chains they only tighten harder and drive him closer to madness. Fengshen openly enjoys the suffering and tells him he was never going to escape. He admits the trapped spirit is useful to him, because all that pain and cultivation will become fuel for Fengshen's own rise. That is when the old master finally realizes the truth. Fengshen wanted this invasion so he could harvest the old man's cultivation for himself. Broken and furious, the old master spits out a final curse against evil cultivators before his consciousness starts collapsing into darkness. The moment the old spirit gives out, Fengshen snaps his eyes open in the arena and a huge wave of chi explodes from his body. A blinding breakthrough light engulfs the area as Fengshen steps into the middle stage of the Foundation realm. Even after breaking through, Fengshen sounds annoyed, muttering that this new power still feels far too small for him. The pressure from his reckless ascension knocks everyone into defensive stances, while mysterious barrier protection saves the weaker people from being crushed. Nobody dares complain about the face-slapping display, so the trial just drags on in tense silence while Fengshen waits for his last match. Fengshen watches the other fights with open contempt, barely hiding how pathetic he finds the rest of the field. He quietly complains that it is still not his turn, because the final fight is the only thing he thinks might be worth his time. Fengshen's boredom carries its own arrogance, because he genuinely believes his role is to crush anyone arrogant enough to stand beside him. At last the trial teleports Fengshen onto the platform for the final match. His opponent is Panggui, a massive man sealed inside full dragon turtle armor, and the poor man already knows he drew the worst possible matchup. Fengshen sizes him up with a cruel smirk and mocks him as a turtle pretending to be a dragon. The match timer appears, and the instant the fight starts, Panggui throws away all pride and slams himself flat against the floor just to survive. Pressed to the platform, Panggui prays his famous armor can hold and hopes Fengshen might get bored enough to leave him alive. Instead of attacking right away, Fengshen starts walking toward him with a haunted whistle and the mood gets even worse. Standing over Panggui, Fengshen starts talking about a song he used to sing as a child when the cultivation world first taught him how cruel it was. As he crouches lower, the madness drops away and Fengshen becomes even scarier, because now he sounds completely cold and sincere. Fengshen tells him the song was never meant to comfort anyone else, because it is really a dirge for the weak. Panggui cannot fight back at all anymore, and the only thing left in him is the hopeless wish for some miracle that he knows is not coming. He finally whispers a surrender and begs to be spared, but Fengshen gives him nothing back except silence. A few seconds later, Fengshen starts softly singing the creepy song, and the sound feels like it is crawling straight into Panggui's soul. While repeating the song, Fengshen gently lifts Panggui's head and forces him to look up. The eye contact shatters Panggui's last bit of composure, and he breaks down crying that he does not want to die. Fengshen answers in a warm, almost soothing voice, telling the sobbing man not to cry because he is about to die as just another worthless speck beneath his feet. With one brutal stomp, Fengshen blows Panggui's head apart, and leaves the arena in stunned silence. What unsettles everyone even more is Fengshen's reaction, because he only clicks his tongue and shakes gore off his shoe like it is a minor nuisance. A moment later the trial space resets, Fengshen is back in his seat, and the mechanical announcements continue as if that execution never happened. His boredom returns almost instantly, and Fengshen closes his eyes, already dismissing the whole trial as a joke. When the trial finally ends, the survivors wake in a haze and realize the losers are simply gone without a trace. Only a couple hundred are left, and while everyone else looks shaken, Fengshen stands off to the side completely unmoved. Fengshen only cares whether Yunyi and Kaishio survived, because losing useful attendance would be annoying. A moment later Yunyi and Kaishio emerge from the crowd, but Yunyi looks crushed while Kaishio already seems tired of dealing with it. Seeing their faces, Fengshen greets them with lazy mockery instead of sympathy. Kaishio finally explains the problem. Yuni killed someone in the trial, and now she is falling apart over it. Kaishio admits she tried to calm Yuni down, but she has no idea how to comfort someone who has never taken a life before. Fengshen answers with chilling indifference, telling Yuni that taking a precious life should be considered an honor. Shaking, Yuni explains that she did not mean to kill anyone, because her physique activated on its own when a woman suddenly attacked her. She recounts the nightmare in pieces. The woman's hand froze, she cut it off in panic, but the eyes spread through her blood and killed her anyway. For Yuni, that death shatters the beautiful image she had of cultivation and exposes a world that feels brutally cold. Fengshen loses patience and tells her the cultivation world was always cruel, she just refused to see it. He warns her that this is not a story where good feelings save anyone, and if she cannot stomach that truth she should go back to the mortal realm. Yuni admits the worst part was seeing that woman beg her to stop, because even now her heart cannot let go of that fear. She understands Fengshen's logic, but inside she can only bitterly call it what it is, a mortal heart. Fengshen steps into Yuni's space and warns that the cultivation world does not care about a mortal heart, only whether she can act before hesitation gets her killed too. He makes the lesson brutal and personal, saying that if she hesitates again, the next blood on her hands could be her own. Those words snap Yuni out of her spiral, and she forces her breathing steady until the grief on her face goes cold. When Yuni quietly says she understands, it is unclear whether she truly accepted it or simply buried her feelings to keep moving. Fengshen is pleased, because he wants more than obedience from Yuni now, he wants to shape her into someone truly heartless. He leaves her with one final rule: she can keep that mortal heart if she wants, but her hands must never stop when survival is on the line. Then the drunken trial overseer reappears with a bottle in hand and slurs out the start of the final trial, where instructors will choose who they want to teach. Before anyone can react, he casually dumps the rest of his drink and sends everyone to the next test. In the next instant the survivors find themselves standing on a drifting cloud before a colossal staircase that climbs endlessly into the sky. The trial overseer explains that every step brings heavier mental pressure, and the instructors will judge them by how far they can keep going. The moment the rules are out, many participants charge up the stairs like it is a race and start shoving each other for an advantage. Fengshen watches the scramble with contempt, baffled by their stupidity, but quietly pleased to see their uglier instincts show so fast. Yuni, now steadier again, lightly remarks that everyone has left them behind and readies herself to climb. Kaishio asks if they should start, clearly aware that the instructors are watching every move. Fengshen lazily tells them to go on without him, because this trial is not one where he can or needs to interfere. Both women obey at once and begin their ascent, leaving Fengshen alone with the quiet he prefers. After lingering for a while and ignoring the crowd, Fengshen finally decides he may as well start climbing too. But when Fengshen steps onto the staircase, he feels absolutely nothing, not even the pressure that is supposed to test everyone's will. By the 50th step, other participants are already sprawled around him in sweat and mental collapse, but Fengshen walks past them like they are trash on the road. At the 100th step he finally finds Yuni and Kaishio, both pale and glassy-eyed, sitting weakly because they cannot force themselves any higher. Fengshen casually tells them not to speak and says they already made it farther than most, even though their failure clearly embarrasses them. For Yuni and Kaishio, the real torment started around the 20th step, when the pressure shook their sea of consciousness and turned every step after that into agony. Fengshen, meanwhile, feels none of that and decides to leave them there while he keeps going. The higher Fengshen climbs, the more broken contestants he passes, but even past the 110th and 120th steps the staircase still feels trivial to him. Then at the 130th step, one collapsed participant blocks his way, and Fengshen does not even slow down before kicking him off the stairs in irritation. Fengshen reached the 150th step like the pressure meant nothing, still light and relaxed while everyone else struggled. A few steps ahead, Hee-jun was sprawled on the stairs, soaked in sweat and still dragging herself forward by pure stubbornness. Fengshen stopped beside her and mocked her for being too weak to keep going. Hee-jun snapped back in anger, but the moment she saw it was Fengshen, her defiance broke. Just facing Fengshen crushed what little will she had left, and Hee-jun panicked, begging him not to kill her before she blacked out. Fengshen called her pathetic, stepped right over the unconscious 9th princess, and kept climbing. Higher up, the staircase was packed with princes and young masters from the 3 bird empires, all exhausted and still yelling insults at each other. Fengshen found the whole scene ridiculous, watching the so-called elite bicker like children while they crawled upward. Then he burst forward, jumped past the whole group, and landed a few steps ahead of them just to make his point. He turned, waved at them like they were a joke, and openly called them spoiled brats squabbling on the stairs. The nobles immediately exploded, demanding to know if he understood who they were and threatening to have him killed. Fengshen just laughed and told them they always hid behind titles and family names whenever reality hit them. When he said this trial had nothing to do with bloodline or wealth, the entire group felt their pride snap into murderous hatred. Fengshen cheerfully pointed out that they all wanted him dead now, and his playful mood turned suddenly cold. Fengshen started walking back down toward them, fixing his gaze on the nearest target, the Phoenix Empire's 2nd prince. The prince tried to scare him off with family threats, but Fengshen slipped behind him without even reacting. With one precise press to the neck, Fengshen sent a numbing paralysis through the prince's whole body. The prince could still shout and force his chi, but nothing moved, and Fengshen casually told him he was no longer a threat. Then Fengshen moved through the rest of the elite one by one, leaving a trail of princes and young masters locked in place on the stairs. Their threats only got louder as their bodies failed them, but Fengshen left them there and climbed on without a second thought. Far above on a drifting cloud, the trial overseer and the instructors stared in disbelief as Fengshen pushed past a level no one should reach so easily. Scarred instructor Zhao Rui could barely believe what he was seeing and asked who this young man even was. Mei Shui flipped through her notebook, found the answer, and announced that the climber was Fengshen, the second young master of the Feng family. Even Mei Shui, who normally only wanted female students, was impressed enough to think a prodigy like Fengshen was worth teaching. Then Tianhao cut through the excitement, and said none of them would be teaching Fengshen anyway, because a dead man was useless. Tianhao refused to touch that problem, because Fengshen had just slapped every future ruler and noble house in the upper realm across the face. The others disliked his bluntness, but none of them could say he was wrong about the danger. Yuan Bo spoke up next and said he would take Fengshen as his student, because the elite families could not really threaten a man already trapped in a tormenting suit of armor. The trial overseer accepted that choice with amused approval, fully sober now because he knew he was watching history being made. Mei Shui immediately tried to secure a place too, asking if she could teach Fengshen in the mornings so she could build ties with the future dragon. Yuan Bo gave permission without the slightest reaction to her charm, setting a hard limit that she only got the mornings. Zhao Rui could only mutter in frustration as that chance slipped away from him, while Tianhao stayed convinced he was the only one making the sensible choice. Then the trial overseer looked back to the staircase, and nearly choked when he realized Fengshen had already reached the 900th step. That number shattered every expectation, because only the Academy's ancient guardian had ever reached it before, and the staircase had grown harsher since then. Staring at the impossible climb in front of him, the trial overseer could only curse in stunned disbelief. After hours of climbing, Fengshen closes in on the 1000th and final step, expecting one last brutal test but feeling almost no resistance at all. He glances back at the sea of clouds behind him and dismisses the whole spectacle as empty, beautiful to others but worthless to him. The instant his foot lands on the 1000th step, blinding light erupts and a warm force slams straight into his sea of consciousness. When the flood of knowledge settles, Fengshen realizes the staircase has just granted him a lost ancient technique called cloud surf. Instead of celebrating, he immediately throws himself off the peak to test the technique in live freefall. Falling through the clouds, he adjusts with eerie control until he is standing upright in midair, as if gravity barely matters. At the thought of cloud surf, a small cloud forms under his feet and catches him, answering his chi like part of his own body. Once he feels how naturally it moves, Fengshen settles down on the cloud and decides this new technique will make travel far easier. He rides the cloud toward the larger resting platform and spots the other candidates laid out there after failing the staircase trial. Their calm recovery only disgusts him, because in his eyes they should be furious at their own weakness instead of resting comfortably. Not everyone is resting though, because the elite group Fengshen crippled earlier is still screaming in rage while Academy medics fail to calm them. Fengshen finds it even funnier because their paralysis is tied to his own chi, buried so deeply that no healer here can undo it. As he comes into land, Yunyi and Kaixio spot him first and wave him over from the side of the platform. Fengshen descends with perfect control, steps onto the main cloud, and lets the small riding cloud vanish under him. He casually points out that he was apparently the only person who reached the top. Yunyi beams with open admiration, completely swept up in pride that her master cleared the trial so effortlessly. Kaixio tries to act unimpressed and snaps that any idiot could do it, but inside she is shaken by how monstrous Fengshen's future looks. Her thoughts spiral even further when she catches herself feeling strangely fortunate to be tied to Fengshen, and that disturbing realization rattles her. While the two girls chatter around him, Fengshen notices a group of instructors approaching with the trial overseer at the front. Fengshen greets the trial overseer and the instructors with open sarcasm, making it clear he will not show proper respect just because they are elders. The instructors are thrown off by the insult, but none of them wants to provoke a genius this dangerous, so they swallow their pride. The trial overseer forces himself back into host mode, introduces himself as Han Zuijing, and praises Fengshen's talent. Fengshen refuses even that small courtesy, and keeps his hands behind his back, making his disdain for contact obvious. Without bothering with pleasantries, Fengshen asks which instructor wants to claim him and warns them he is difficult by nature. Han Zuijing laughs the arrogance off and signals the instructor who specifically came to recruit him. Yuan Bo steps forward and calmly identifies himself as the one who wants Fengshen in his class. After a brief appraisal, Fengshen accepts Yuan Bo for now and immediately tries to move things along to room assignments and cultivation. That final shove of arrogance snaps Tianhao's patience, and he steps out to bark that Fengshen is awfully loud for a walking dead man. The whole platform drops into stunned silence, because nobody expected an instructor to say something that reckless out loud. Yunyi and Kaixio both go pale and brace themselves, because they know one cold response from Fengshen could change everything on the spot. Even Han Zuiqing and the other instructors stare at Tianhao like he has just lost his mind. Mei Shui silently fumes because Tianhao is picking a fight with Fengshen instead of securing ties with the future powerhouse. The standoff snaps when Fengshen suddenly lunges with his black fan and flatly says he wants Tianhao dead. Tianhao crushes the attack with ease and snaps Fengshen's arm backwards so hard the bone cracks on the spot. Even with a broken arm, Fengshen only laughs, and Tianhao explodes that the realm gap made that strike painfully obvious. Fengshen kicks again anyway, and Tianhao snaps that leg too, leaving him balancing on one good limb. Instead of collapsing, Fengshen hops there laughing like a man and keeps chanting that he wants Tianhao dead. That chant drags Fengshen deeper into bloodlust, until his vision turns red and the insult about being a walking dead man consumes him. Yuni only sees Fengshen hurt and asks if he is alright, while Kaishio immediately senses the kind of storm that is about to break. The other instructors freeze in shock, because Fengshen ignores everyone and starts gathering chi in his throat for something catastrophic. Han Zuiqing instantly realizes a disaster is coming and lunges for his alcohol bottle in a panic. A rescue formation flashes open under Fengshen and Tianhao, and both fighters get dumped into another battlefield before the attack can hit everyone else. Left behind on the cloud, the intervening instructor exhales in shaky relief because he barely stopped a massacre. A moment later, Fengshen's dragon's roar detonates in a new location, a shallow pond where the blast tears up the water around him. Across the pond, Tianhao realizes his own loose mouth caused this mess and tries to apologize before Fengshen attacks again. He barely senses the next dragon's roar in time and escapes upward on a flying sword as the pond explodes beneath him. Fengshen looks up from the pond and keeps repeating the same death threat with even less sanity left in him. Tianhao finally gets scared enough to beg Fengshen to calm down, but those bloodthirsty eyes keep him locked in place. Fengshen ignores him, unleashes his forbidden bloodline, and forces his shattered arm and leg to heal through sheer burning violence. The instant he can move, Fengshen launches upward after Tianhao like pain means nothing anymore. Tianhao dodges again and desperately reminds Fengshen that he already apologized for losing his temper. Fengshen lands, gathers chi into his throat again, and makes it clear he is only going to answer with another dragon's roar. Realizing the next hit is too big to dodge cleanly, Tianhao curses his luck and finally raises a true defense. A massive spiritual fire gorilla erupts behind Tianhao, roaring as it shields him with both blazing arms. Fengshen fires, and the dragon's roar is so violent it flash evaporates the pond water into a wall of steam. The dragon's roar crashes into the fire gorilla and the whole battlefield erupts under the force of the collision. When the debris clears, even Tianhao is stunned to see one of the gorilla's giant arms completely shattered. Fengshen sees that opening and instantly fires a second dragon's roar before Tianhao can recover. Tianhao tries to make the weakened gorilla block again, but its last arm breaks too and the attack hits him head-on. The blast rips Tianhao off his sword and buries him into the pond floor, leaving a body-shaped crater behind. He drags himself back up coughing blood, furious less at the pain than at the humiliation of getting wounded by someone so far below him. Still trying to end this cleanly, Tianhao asks if they can call it even now that Fengshen has already hit him back. Fengshen's answer is to heal fully and flash straight back into melee range, reaching to tear Tianhao's head off with his bare hands. A burst of fire suddenly scorches up Fengshen's attacking arm, but he barely reacts and treats the pain like an inconvenience. Grinning like a lunatic, Fengshen tells Tianhao he will keep coming until the man is dead. That finally pushes Tianhao over the line, and he decides Fengshen is too dangerous to leave alive. Tianhao jumps back, forms a new technique, and summons a tiny spiritual fire spider instead of another huge beast. The flame spider lands neatly on Fengshen's shoulder, and in the next instant his whole body ignites. Even as his flesh burns and chars, Fengshen only laughs harder and claims death stopped frightening him long ago. Still on fire, Fengshen starts walking straight at Tianhao and says he has lived with agony so long that pain itself no longer matters. Wrapped head to toe in Tianhao's flames, Fengshen still walks straight at him and quietly repeats that he is going to kill him. Tianhao frantically feeds the flames hotter, but Fengshen does not even slow down, and the instructor starts realizing he is facing someone completely insane. Once fear takes over, Tianhao gives up on pride and summons a spiritual fire rhino to crush Fengshen for good. Instead of dodging, Fengshen spreads his arms and lets the flaming horn punch straight through his stomach with a twisted smile. The rhino lifts him, smashes him into the pond, and stomps his broken body again and again while the fire keeps eating at him. When Fengshen finally lies motionless, Tianhao dismisses the summon and relaxes, convinced the nightmare is over. Tianhao even congratulates himself, glad nobody saw him use such an excessive fire technique just to kill a lower realm opponent. He steps close to the corpse to sneer at Fengshen's stupidity, and that is exactly when the body moves. Fengshen grabs Tianhao's leg like a trap springing shut and hauls himself upward before the instructor can react. Then Fengshen sinks his teeth into Tianhao's leg and bites so hard he tears through flesh and muscle. Tianhao tries to shake him off, but Fengshen only thrashes his head harder and chews deeper like he plans to rip the whole leg apart. In desperation, Tianhao summons a swarm of spiritual fire piranhas and sends them to chew Fengshen off his leg. The fiery piranhas latch onto Fengshen and tear into his body, but somehow the attack just makes his madness worse. Out of options, Tianhao starts hammering punches down on Fengshen, but his body refinement is too weak and his blows cannot break him. He tries to empower the strikes with chi, but his reserves are nearly dry from all the high-level techniques he already burned through. As Tianhao starts to panic for real, he notices even the piranhas are dimming, and the fact that Fengshen still will not die finally breaks his confidence. He yanks out his sword and drives it into Fengshen's back, and even that still fails to make him let go. Tianhao finally screams that Fengshen is a monster, and Fengshen answers with muffled laughter through a mouth full of his flesh. Then Fengshen's teeth crunch through the bone itself, even cracking some of his own teeth in the process. With one savage jerk, Fengshen rips a chunk of bone free and leaves Tianhao bleeding into the pond. He spits the bone out, catches it in his hand like a prize, and mockingly tells Tianhao he had fun. Tianhao tries to call on more power, but the piranhas have already vanished, and his body is too drained to summon anything else. Fengshen slowly walks him down, savoring the fear, while his shattered body starts healing at a terrifying speed. He even thanks Tianhao for helping awaken his forbidden bloodline, making it clear this torture has only made him stronger. Knowing he is dead anyway, Tianhao spits in Fengshen's face and uses his last breath to curse him. Fengshen wipes the spit away, calls him disrespectful, and decides to end it cleanly. He channels chi into his hand and slices straight through Tianhao's neck with a clean blade of force. Tianhao's head drops into the water, and his body collapses backward, leaving the pond finally still. With the fight over, Fengshen stretches and admits it has been a while since he was damaged badly enough to need his whole body rebuilt. Looking around, Fengshen realizes this battlefield is a created trial space, and he notices the environment itself starting to repair. Before heading back, he decides to stay a moment longer and make sure his own body is fully restored too. Fengshen tore back out of the created world in an excellent mood and landed on his personal cloud like he had just won something. The crowd's reaction was bizarrely split. The women flushed and looked away, while the men stood straighter like they had seen something impressive. Still not getting it, Fengshen casually asked Yuni how long he had been gone and tapped her shoulder to make her turn around. Yuni nearly short-circuited from shame and begged him to cover himself first. Only then did Fengshen look down, realize he was completely naked, and asked the trial overseer for something to wear without the slightest shame. The trial overseer silently pulled a black robe with gold floral embroidery out of his alcohol bottle and handed it over. Fengshen slipped the robe on, tested the fit, and looked completely pleased with his new outfit. When the trial overseer wondered why Tianhao still had not come out, Fengshen answered like it was nothing: Tianhao was dead. A shocked academy staff member stepped forward and bluntly asked if Fengshen had killed Tianhao himself. Fengshen just shrugged and called it self-defense, making it obvious he did not care what scandal this caused. The academy side swallowed its shock, and one silent nod from the trial overseer made it clear this argument was over for now. The trial overseer announced that everyone had passed the 3 trials and would be sent back to the academy to rest before meeting their instructors at sunrise. He opened a teleportation circle back to Soaring Academy, and Fengshen was the first one through. Yuni and Kaixio followed their master with red faces, while the rest of the battered recruits trailed after them. Back at the academy lodging hall, Fengshen immediately claimed one room and told Yuni and Kaixio to share the one across from him. Kaixio checked the assigned room and found the problem right away. There was only one bed inside. Yuni quietly offered to find another room farther away so she would not inconvenience anyone. Fengshen frowned, said he would handle it, and walked off without explaining a thing. When Yuni tried to follow him, Kaixio caught her arm and coldly told her to stay put and not get in their master's way. Kaixio was already convinced that Yuni was too soft for this world and that Fengshen's answer was probably going to be violence. Yuni yanked free, snapped that she would never hinder Fengshen, and cold from her physique bit into Kaixio's hand. The 2 servants were seconds from a nastier fight when a sharp pop from down the hall cut through the tension. One shared look was enough, and they moved together to see what Fengshen had done. They arrived to find Fengshen standing over a freshly killed room occupant whose face had been beaten into a bloody ruin. Fengshen greeted them with a smile and announced that this room had conveniently opened up for them. He looked around at the splatter with mild annoyance, as if the only real problem was that the cleanup had become inconvenient. Kaixio immediately tried to dump the cleanup on Yuni alone, calling it her new room anyway. Fengshen shut that down at once and ordered both girls to clean the room together so they could bond. Yuni took that as Fengshen quietly standing up for her, and her irritation melted into love-struck relief. Kaixio wanted to rebel, but one empty look from Fengshen crushed the thought before it could become words. Defeated, Kaixio bowed her head and accepted the order. With the matter settled, Fengshen walked past both girls, lightly tapped Kaixio on the shoulder, warned that nobody was to disturb him, and returned to his own room to cultivate. Hours later, Fengshen sat cross-legged on his bed, cultivating in silence under the dim light. His calm snapped the moment he sensed someone else there, and opened his eyes to find the academy's female instructor standing in the corner of his room. Fengshen greeted the intruder with open contempt, mocking the academy's only female instructor for not staying home as a proper wife instead. The female instructor ignored the insult, stepped closer with deliberate seduction, and let a soft pink mist spread around her body. She praised Fengshen as a heaven-shaking genius destined for countless wives and shamelessly offered herself as one of them. The instant she reached for him, Fengshen's killing intent exploded and smashed her seduction technique apart. The female instructor crashed to the floor under that pressure, pinned helplessly while Fengshen stared down at her without a trace of mercy. He coldly demanded one reason not to kill the intruding instructor for disturbing his cultivation and began forming a chi dagger to make the threat real. Pinned under Fengshen's killing intent, MANHWA forces herself to smile and offers him her storage ring to save her life. Fengshen takes the ring and realizes it is a divine treasure-grade heirloom packed with rare herbs, spirit stones, and other valuable treasures. Satisfied with the payment, Fengshen calls the offering acceptable, and MANHWA finally gets a sliver of relief. Once the pressure lifts, Fengshen bluntly asks for the real reason she came, making it clear he never believed her seduction act. MANHWA tries one last time to say she wants to be his wife, but Fengshen cuts her off immediately. He mocks the very idea of love, saying his real harem is power, blood, despair, and tears, and he has no interest in what she offers. Realizing she has pushed too far, MANHWA admits the truth at last. The guardian sent her to bring Fengshen in. That answer interests him, and Fengshen rises without complaint, deciding it would be rude to refuse the invitation. MANHWA leads him through a pitch-dark hall to a set of massive obsidian double doors where the guardian waits beyond. Straining with both hands, MANHWA forces the heavy doors open and respectfully invites Fengshen inside. Inside, Fengshen finds a chamber made entirely of glowing blue crystals, with a veiled guardian seated on a mound at the center. One look at her tail is enough for Fengshen to identify the guardian as a member of the ancient dragon clan, which immediately raises his suspicion. The guardian calmly admits she knows his true identity and explains she was cast out by the dragon clan for being too weak as a child. Fengshen steps closer and bluntly says that if she knows who he is, then she must want something from him. At a silent cue from the guardian, MANHWA leaves them alone and the doors shut behind her. Once they are alone, the guardian finally states her request in a single word, a promise. Fengshen rejects the idea on principle, warning her that he is not a man who keeps promises unless it suits him. Instead of arguing, the guardian rises just enough to shake the room and even the island with her overwhelming power. Then she drops all that power and bows flat to the floor, saying only he can fulfill her wish. That show of submission finally gets his attention, and Fengshen tells her to state her wish. The guardian lifts her head and reveals the truth of her hatred. She wants the dragon clan wiped out to the last member. Fengshen is secretly pleased because her wish already matches his own plans, but he hides that and starts bargaining instead. He pretends the task is too dangerous to do for free, making it clear that helping her will come at a price. The guardian answers with an offer so huge it shocks even him, the heavenly immortal juggernaut physique, which she calls the strongest physique in the 9 heavens. For a moment Fengshen can only stare, then he asks her to repeat herself because he can barely believe what he just heard. The guardian insists she is serious, and says she has spent her whole life collecting the exact items needed to create that physique. Fengshen closes the distance, and warns her in an icy whisper that if she is lying, he will make her suffer beyond imagination. She does not dare test him and immediately proves her claim by summoning a whole array of preserved ancient treasures into the air around her. Even Fengshen is rattled by the sight, because in his past life he never saw so many priceless materials preserved so perfectly in one place. After admitting she has exceeded his expectations, Fengshen agrees to the deal and sweeps the floating treasures into the divine-grade storage ring MANHWA gave him. He gives her his answer at last and casually promises that the dragon clan is already as good as dead. Those words break something inside her, and the guardian starts crying in relief hard enough to make the room tremble again. Fengshen lets her have the moment, then immediately asks for one more thing now that she is desperate to please him. His request leaves her stunned. He wants the guardian to beat him half to death. She quickly accepts anyway, bowing again and declaring that whatever he commands she will do. Fengshen spells it out clearly this time. He wants every bone in his body broken, and he wants her to use everything she has to kill him. The guardian obeys at once, activating the crystal chamber itself, and sealing them inside a blue barrier before she starts. Her first strike pierces Fengshen's chest and explodes his heart from within, blasting him backward in a spray of blood. Seeing him collapse does not make her hesitate, and she keeps attacking with one deadly technique after another. She methodically shatters his limbs, breaks his body apart, and even burns his flesh from the inside with blue flame. Hours later, Fengshen is just a ruined heap of blood, broken bone, and charred flesh on the crystal floor. Then the guardian notices a tiny movement and realizes that despite all of it, Fengshen's body is already regenerating. Fengshen suddenly snaps awake in ecstatic madness, screaming for more as he feels his forbidden bloodline surging and being reborn through the pain. Inside the guardian's blue barrier, time twists so badly that an eternity seems to pass for them while only moments pass outside. The guardian keeps attacking without pause, trying to erase Fengshen completely before whatever is happening to him can finish. Fengshen's forbidden bloodline surges until his regeneration turns nearly instant, rebuilding him even from shattered limbs, broken bones, and burned flesh. Once he realizes he cannot be put down, Fengshen starts grinning like a madman and openly revels in being untouchable. The Guardian finally notices the truth too. No matter what she uses, she cannot fully destroy him anymore. She stops attacking, steadies her breathing, and admits to herself that the secret behind the laughing demon is a bloodline that should never have existed. While the crystals feed chi back into her, Fengshen spirals deeper into hunger and decides this new power still is not enough. His hand brushes his storage ring, and in that instant Fengshen knows exactly what he wants to do next. Without another word, he turns his back on the Guardian and heads straight for the double doors. The Guardian calls after him, reminding him not to forget her wish. Fengshen answers coldly that her wish will come true because he plans to drown the cultivation world, even the dragon clan, in death and agony. Fengshen steps out, and the heavy doors shut behind him, leaving the Guardian alone in the blue chamber as the fight ends on his terms. Later in a cultivation chamber at Soaring Academy, Fengshen relaxes in a grand stone bath filled with all the rare materials the Guardian gave him for his new physique. Right on cue, the bathwater changes into divine purity, a sacred liquid so pure that even Fengshen can feel the difference immediately. He sinks under the water at once, ready to take the heavenly immortal juggernaut physique for himself. The moment the transformation starts, the pain becomes monstrous as his soul is torn apart and rebuilt under the divine purity. Because his soul is deeply corrupted, the purity inside him clashes with that darkness like two opposite forces trying to rip him apart. Even while drowning in pain, Fengshen refuses to let go and quietly insists that he will have this power no matter the cost. At last the purification wins, and Fengshen's soul is cleansed. Fengshen rises from the bath shaking, golden-eyed and revolted by the pure feeling in his soul, but the success leaves him deeply satisfied. When he stands, his skin carries a faint golden glow, and Fengshen realizes he has finally obtained the early heavenly immortal juggernaut physique. He marvels at the result, and bitterly mutters that he should have gained this physique in his past life. After drying off and pulling on his robe, he decides to return to his room and cultivate until the academy gathering in the courtyard. Fengshen also decides not to leave the academy yet, because its resources are still too useful to waste. Then his thoughts turn to Yuni, and he smiles darkly at the idea of visiting his little maid tonight to improve his spiritual root. By the time the academy gathers in the courtyard, Fengshen stands in line with lazy confidence, toothpick in his mouth, Yuni at his right and Kaishio clinging at his left. Not far away, the ninth princess keeps sneaking anxious glances at him because her life now depends on whether the rumors she spread were useful enough. She silently prays for mercy, already imagining herself on the execution block if Fengshen decides she failed him. Yuni notices the princess staring and quietly asks Fengshen why that woman keeps looking their way. Fengshen answers with amused cruelty that maybe the princess feels her life running out. Behind that joke, Fengshen has already decided the ninth princess must die because fear makes poor servants, and she has outlived her use. He even imagines killing her with one punch and wiping out her family afterward, and the thought nearly makes him laugh out loud. Yuni completely misreads that look and suddenly convinces herself the ninth princess is trying to steal her man. In Yuni's mind, other women may admire Fengshen, but she plans to stay number one and refuses to let the princess into his harem. She leans toward Kaishio and whispers what they should do about that bitch, expecting backup. But Kaishio barely hears her, because she is still hollowed out by whatever punishment Fengshen gave her the night before. Realizing she will get no help, Yuni pouts for a second and decides she will handle the princess herself. An academy voice suddenly cuts through the whispers and orders everyone to be silent because the headmaster is arriving. The front doors open, and the Soaring Academy headmaster steps out alone, an imposing birdman in black robes leaning on a cane. The whole courtyard straightens in respect, but Fengshen stays loose and openly disrespectful, smiling at the absurd sight of the birdman headmaster. The academy headmaster's gaze lands on Fengshen openly yawning in line, and the disrespect instantly sours his mood. Ignoring his irritation, the headmaster formally welcomes the survivors and reminds them that Soaring Academy is where they will grow before choosing their future path. After his welcome, the headmaster steps aside and opens the selection, letting the instructors begin choosing students. Once the instructors start choosing, the courtyard tightens with nerves, while Fengshen stays oddly calm in the middle of it. Instructor Yuanbo finally calls Fengshen into his group, clearly interested in teaching the dangerous prodigy everyone is already wary of. Yuanbo also summons Yuni and Kaishio, already guessing both women are closely tied to Fengshen. Yuni quickly hurries after Fengshen, acting like his jealous little guard and making sure she stays close to him. When she notices the ninth princess going to a different class, Yuni smugly sticks out her tongue, relieved to have one less rival near Fengshen. Kaishio is so lost in thought that she does not even react when her name is called. Fengshen snaps at Kaishio to stop making everyone wait, showing how little patience he has for this whole class. Kaishio jolts back to reality, apologizes, and rushes after them in a fluster. Fengshen openly pushes Yuanbo to get on with it, and the rest of the students stay silent because none of them want to provoke him. Yuanbo ignores the attitude and leads the class across a huge bridge toward his training island. On the island, Yuanbo reveals the first lesson is sword mastery and casually produces an iron sword. The moment Yuan Bo orders everyone to grab a sword, the students rush the storage area and start shoving each other for better weapons. Fengshen, Yunyi, and Kaixio do not move at all, which makes Yuan Bo stop and question whether Fengshen is really that confident with swords. Fengshen casually says every sword here is low grade and easy to master, but he simply finds swords boring compared to killing with his own hands. Yuan Bo is not fully convinced, then turns to Yunyi and Kaixio and tells them to stop waiting around too. Both women instinctively look to Fengshen for permission, and he waves them off to go pick their swords. As Yunyi and Kaixio head to the storage area, the male students openly stare at them in lust while the women around them look disgusted. Used to this kind of attention, Yunyi and Kaixio simply choose their swords without reacting. Back with the class, the masked instructor asks if Fengshen will actually take part, while looking past the lust-distracted students with disappointment. Fengshen agrees only because it might make the lesson go faster. Without touching the weapon rack, Fengshen uses precise chi control to pull the last battered sword through the air into his hand. Yuan Bo is genuinely stunned, because that level of chi control should be far beyond someone at Fengshen's realm. Yuan Bo regains control and orders everyone to spread out 6 feet apart because class is starting for real. Yunyi and Kaixio return with their swords and take positions on either side of Fengshen, each still carefully keeping the required distance. Yunyi quietly burns with determination to impress Fengshen, while also hoping Kaixio humiliates herself instead. Kaixio notices Yunyi glaring again and is getting fed up with the strange hostility. Yuan Bo begins the lesson by showing them that sword mastery here means using chi to fly, balance, and control the blade beneath their feet. He rises smoothly into the air, circles with complete control, and lands again, leaving the class awestruck. Most of the students are fired up by the display, but Fengshen just finds the whole exercise laughably basic. In seconds, Fengshen copies the demonstration perfectly and starts gliding through the air as if sword flight is nothing. He pushes further, weaving high and low and graceful maneuvers that make his control look more like play than practice. The moment Fengshen lands, one bitter student mutters that he is just a show-off bastard. Fengshen answers the insult instantly by sending his sword flashing through the student's neck and cleanly taking his head off. The field falls dead silent, and Fengshen casually pretends it was an accident even though his eyes are ice cold. The instructor could have stopped it, but he coldly backs Fengshen and says he will report the killing as an accident. The instructor orders everyone to stop gawking and resume training, and the shaken class obeys in silence. Yunyi is not horrified at all, she is thrilled, clapping for Fengshen and praising him with obsessive admiration. Kaixio also accepts the killing without fuss, proud of her master and quietly hoping she can someday grow that strong under him. Sword flight class turns into a disaster as students keep falling out of the air or fail to lift their blades at all. Watching the mess, Yuan Bo quietly wonders how this batch even survived the Academy's 3 trials. His mood softens a little when he notices Kaixio and Yunyi at least managing slow, steady control in the air. Then Yuan Bo looks over and finds Fengshen casually lying on his floating sword like he's taking a nap. Seeing how perfectly Fengshen moves his chi, Yuan Bo gives up trying to explain him and decides to just accept that the boy is an anomaly. Yunyi nervously drifts closer and asks Fengshen to help her balance, even though balance is not really the reason she came over. Inside, Yunyi knows she just wanted an excuse to get close to him, and the thought leaves her flustered and guilty. Fengshen sees right through the lie, but instead of shutting her down, he decides it is safer to keep her feelings under control. He steps in and offers his hands, and Yunyi almost panics over whether she looks and smells fine before touching him. When their hands meet, Fengshen guides her smoothly, and Yunyi sinks into the warmth of the moment more than the lesson itself. Kaixio clicks her tongue from the side, annoyed because she wanted real pointers too, but she forces herself back into training. Hours later, the rest of the class is completely wiped out, sprawled across the ground beside abandoned swords. Only Fengshen, Yunyi, and Kaixio are still standing at sunset, while Yuan Bo drags himself over looking more mentally exhausted than the class. Before dismissing them, Yuan Bo announces that the grand opening tournament is coming, and each instructor will pick one student to represent the academy. A couple of months pass in hard training, and at last the day of the grand opening tournament arrives. The selected group travels in a luxurious flying carriage pulled by 2 griffins in gleaming gold armor. Inside the carriage, Hee-jun sweats nervously because she never wanted to be chosen in the first place. Across from her, Yunyi glares with raw killing intent because she cannot stand that the 9th princess is here too. She even blames the female instructor for picking Hee-jun, but all that rage only turns into a harsh promise that she needs to get stronger. Mei-shue notices Yunyi's attention, waves at her with a smile, and instantly decides the girl is adorable. That thought immediately drifts into jealousy when Mei-shue looks at Fengshen and wishes the cute girl beside him were hers instead. Fengshen catches her stare and asks if she needs something, still sounding half asleep. Mei-shue teasingly says she is just jealous that he has such a cute girl by his side. Kaixio and Yunyi both freeze at the comment, then share a private little boost of pride because yes, obviously they are cute. Fengshen answers with dripping sarcasm that he must be so blessed, but the girls miss the sarcasm completely and go bright red. One of the chosen students can only sit there in jealous misery, silently swearing that someday he will have a harem of his own too. As the carriage nears its destination, an academy instructor points out the Phoenix Empire below and the crowded sky around it. Another academy member gets uneasy and quietly asks whether bringing extra people could get Soaring Academy punished under the tournament rules. The masked instructor just shrugs and says it should be fine since the extra passengers are not actually competing. The anxious academy man presses the issue, complaining that Tianhao is dead, so Soaring Academy is stuck entering with only 3 chosen students. The masked instructor bluntly says that is just how it will be this year and tells the other man to stop being annoying. Even so, the anxious academy man steadies himself by looking at Fengshen and deciding their hidden genius should be enough to win anyway. The carriage suddenly stops, and one chosen student wakes in confusion when he sees long orderly lines of people suspended outside. The masked instructor pulls out a bird talisman and calmly explains that they have reached the Phoenix Empire and now need to clear customs. The grand opening tournament begins in a packed coliseum, with students from academies across the upper realm standing on the central platform under a roaring crowd. When the announcer presents the reigning champions, Soaring Academy, the applause flips into loud boos because everyone is sick of watching them win every year. Fengshen soaks up the hatred with a grin, waving at the crowd, blowing kisses, and even flashing a middle finger until the boos get even louder. The more the arena hates him, the more excited Fengshen gets, deciding he no longer feels like holding back at all. Yunyi immediately takes his side, glaring at the audience like they committed a crime by booing her master. Kaixio tries to calm her down, but Yunyi's devotion is starting to look less loyal and more unsettlingly obsessive. Another teammate loudly backs Yunyi up, and Kaixio can only facepalm as the whole soaring side keeps making the scene worse. Up in the instructor's private section, Mei Shui watches Fengshen enjoy the chaos and remembers the Guardian's warning never to try stopping him. On the instructor's balcony, one teacher jokes that Soaring Academy is hated as usual, and Mei Shui's side treats the crowd's resentment like old news as the tournament nears its start. A smug instructor from Leaf Academy walks over to needle Soaring Academy about their missing member, and Mei Shui turns to meet the challenge head-on. Mei Shui shuts the smug Leaf instructor down instantly, mocking him in front of everyone and humiliating him on the spot. The humiliated Leaf instructor tries to recover by boasting that his academy brought a secret genius who will finally take the title, but Mei Shui stays unimpressed. When one soaring instructor nearly blurts out their own secret, another moves so fast a sword is suddenly at his throat, shutting him up in icy silence. The teacup instructor hurriedly backs down, and the swordsman withdraws his blade as if nothing happened, making the warning painfully clear. Mei Shui steps in before the mood gets any uglier and briskly sends the visiting instructors away so the tournament can finally start. Just as the instructors settle, a giant hologram of the Phoenix Emperor appears over the arena and silences the entire stadium. The Phoenix Emperor welcomes everyone to the tournament, tells the students this is their chance to prove themselves to the upper realm, and keeps the speech mercifully short. With the opening speech done, the tournament overseer materializes on the platform in a swirl of smoke to announce the first round. A massive white portal opens behind him, revealing the inside of a dark ancient tower where one student from each academy must race up 100 deadly floors. The key rule lands hard. The academy whose contestant finishes last is out immediately, and the arena explodes with excitement. Back with Soaring Academy's tiny team, Kaixio asks for a clean plan as they decide who will take the first run up the tower. Lin Ming immediately volunteers, burning with confidence that he can shut everyone up and start their academy off strong. Fengshen cuts him off with one hand on his shoulder and coldly claims the first slot for himself because he wants to test his new physique. One look at Fengshen's small dangerous smile is enough to kill Lin Ming's argument, and he backs down on the spot. Yunyi is thrilled that Fengshen will open for them, practically bouncing with excitement over her master's choice. Then Fengshen finally notices something ridiculous. Both Yunyi and Kaixio are standing on the competitor's platform when they should be in the audience. Mortified, Yunyi and Kaixio instantly retreat to the stands and try to disappear into their seats once they realize how wrong their position looked. Still annoyed, Fengshen spots Hee-jun standing too far off and barks at the 9th princess to get over here immediately. Hee-jun snaps to attention and hurries over at once, obeying so fast that Fengshen mutters that other people's stupidity will kill him. After every academy locks in its runner, the tournament overseer faces the lineup and starts the arena-wide countdown to the first round. At the final beep, the selected students launch toward the portal together while the crowd roars for the race to begin. Fengshen alone doesn't bother running, yawning and strolling toward the portal with his hands behind his back until the arena starts booing him all over again. At the base of the tower, Fengshen suddenly freezes in place as murderous thoughts flood his mind and his golden eyes turn chillingly dark. Nearby, Yunyi stops cheering and asks Kaixio why Fengshen is just standing there, suddenly worried that something is wrong. Kaixio stays completely calm and tells Yunyi that her master is obviously planning how to dominate the tower, not wavering. That blind faith works instantly, and Yunyi brightens again, convinced Fengshen is simply thinking on a level beyond everyone else. Up in the instructor area, Mei Shui sees Fengshen's deadened eyes and feels a cold spike of fear, recognizing that dangerous look at once. While Mei Shui worries, the other instructors grow frustrated that Fengshen is wasting time instead of climbing. Another instructor steadies the panic and insists Fengshen is a heaven-shattering genius who will break through soon enough. Fengshen finally reins in his bloodlust, decides this is not the moment for a rampage, and focuses on the tower instead. He uses Shadow Step and vanishes from the platform, entering the tower in an instant. On the first floor, Fengshen barely glances at the dead monsters left behind by other students, and dismisses the place as beneath him. He keeps skipping upward with Shadow Step until he reaches the 25th floor. On the 25th floor, a giant axe-wielding minotaur is smashing pillars apart and crushing students in a full panic. Fengshen only smirks at the chaos and slips past the slaughter without helping anyone. The 26th floor is worse, with a giant spider covering the chamber in webs and trapping students all over the floor. When the spider and its babies catch students, the victims are not truly killed but thrown out of the tower and forced to restart from the bottom. Fengshen sneers at the tower's safety rule, disgusted that death here only means a reset. He scans the room and spots the staircase hidden behind layers of heavy webbing in the far corner. Then he realizes Shadow Step will not work properly here, and the restriction only makes him grin because now he can fight seriously. Before he can move on, a student from another academy lunges from behind with a water spear aimed straight at his neck. The attack fails instantly as the water spear evaporates against Fengshen's body and leaves the attacker stunned. Fengshen barely looks back before firing a brutal chi blast from his throat that kills the attacker on the spot and smashes into the wall behind him. As the damaged wall starts repairing itself, nearby students stagger back in shock at how absurdly strong he is. The giant spider notices the disturbance, roars, and sends a fresh tide of baby spiders pouring down from the walls. The nearest students are swallowed by panic as the swarm tears into them and the pain inside the tower proves horribly real. Desperate to survive, the students stop competing and start working together, blasting fire and forming a shaky temporary alliance against the swarm. Fengshen watches the teamwork with open disgust because, to him, a race like this should be every person for themselves. He decides to keep moving before the sight makes him sick, turning away from the alliance completely. For one brief moment the students think their teamwork is working as they push the smaller spiders back. That hope dies fast when even more spiders flood out from every crack, replacing the dead in an endless wave. As the formation starts collapsing, Fengshen slips behind one student in the rear and snaps his neck without anyone noticing. Outside the tower, the crowd sees what he did and erupts in angry insults, but Fengshen just keeps killing from the shadows. One by one he breaks the remaining students' necks until the whole floor is cleared of rivals and only the spider tide is left closing in. Then Fengshen walks straight into the swarm, letting the baby spiders cover his body even though their bites cannot pierce him at all. Outside the tower, the crowd cheers, thinking the spider mass finally finished Fengshen, but their celebration falters when the first floor hologram never shows him resetting. Their celebration dies when Fengshen tears back into view, crushing spiders in his bare hands from inside the mass. He unleashes Dragon's Roar through the whole floor and even blasts outward from his own body, wiping out almost every remaining spider around him. When the smoke clears, his upper robe is shredded away, his eyes shine with madness, and he charges the giant spider head-on. The giant spider slams a massive leg down at him, and Fengshen catches it barehanded with a laugh. Still holding the giant spider's leg, Fengshen spins hard enough to lift the monster off the ground and hurl it toward the wall. As fresh baby spiders keep rushing in even after the throw, Fengshen realizes the giant spider is directing the whole swarm. He uses Shadow Step to blink past the lesser spiders and reappear right beside their parent. With a savage rip, Fengshen tears the giant spider's face apart, and coldly mocks it for finally being quiet. With the giant spider's guidance gone, the small spiders panic and scatter, and Fengshen takes the opening to sprint for the 27th floor. As he cuts through hanging webs, Fengshen glances back and sees more students flooding onto the floor, which means the minotaur below already fell. He clicks his tongue at the bad luck, annoyed that the other students survived and are now close enough to become a nuisance. Then Fengshen notices the giant spider behind him rebuilding its mangled face and rising back up, and his mood instantly improves. The giant spider's furious hiss snaps the little spiders back into formation, and they immediately swarm the newly arrived students instead of chasing Fengshen. Chuckling at the mess he just left behind, Fengshen disappears onto the next floor. On the 27th floor, he walks into a new army, hundreds of armored skeletons with swords and shields packed across the room. Fengshen barely looks at the front line because his real target is the skeleton rider in golden armor at the back, especially the glowing staff in its hand. The moment he recognizes the staff's value, Fengshen grins and launches forward like he has already decided to steal it. The skeleton rider answers at once, raising the staff as the skeleton soldiers lock into a shield wall across Fengshen's path. Dark energy pours from the staff into every skeleton, blackening and thickening their bones to make the front line tougher. Fengshen does not slow down at all and simply crashes into the reinforced wall hard enough to explode most of it on impact. A few skeletons survive long enough to strike back, and the staff's pressure makes Fengshen feel briefly heavy and stunned. Their blades still cannot cut him, and one sharp dragon's roar blows the survivors apart. Now locked on the rider, Fengshen charges again and tears through the rest of the floor, ripping weapons away and using them against the skeletons. The staff's suppression fades because Fengshin's forbidden bloodline has already adapted to that kind of dark energy. Realizing the staff no longer works, the skeleton rider throws it aside and switches to direct combat. The ghost horse rears, a jagged bone sword appears in the rider's hand, and its empty sockets blaze with inner fire. Fengshin just waves it on and mocks the rider to hurry up, because he wants this fight finished before the other students reach the floor. The skeleton rider charges in a burst of dark energy, driving its bone sword straight at Fengshin's head. Fengshin catches the descending blade between his fingers so cleanly that it does not even scratch him. Then he squeezes until the bone sword snaps, and the ghost horse panics under its suddenly vulnerable master. Before they can retreat, Fengshin leaps in and blasts horse and rider away with a point-blank dragon's roar. He ignores the fallen rider, Shadow steps to the discarded staff, snatches it up, and immediately escapes to the next floor. The floor above greets him with a wall of stacked bones, and Fengshin casually smashes it apart with one punch. He starts forward, then pauses at a sound from below, and a mischievous idea makes him turn back toward the entrance instead of climbing higher. From outside the tower, the audience can only watch in confusion as Fengshin heads downward after clearing the floor so easily. The crowd quickly turns nasty, calling him scared, weak, and pathetic for retreating. Yuni nearly explodes at the insults, but after so many warnings from the staff, she forces herself to stay in her seat. All she can do is bite down on her handkerchief and see that it is unfair while imagining tearing the mockers apart. Kaishio answers with a dry, icy joke that Yuni should start by sparing the poor handkerchief before she starts ripping off heads. Back inside the tower, Fengshin settles cross-legged by the entrance and grips the stolen staff to cultivate on the spot. Darkness leaks out of the staff and coils around him, and Fengshin quietly revels in the amount of power it is feeding him. The dark energy pushes his cultivation so fast that it feels like he is skipping whole levels instead of advancing one by one. The surge becomes so violent that a pillar of brilliant light mixed with darkness erupts from Fengshin and slams into the ceiling. The whole tower shakes under the breakthrough as Fengshin's power tears through bottlenecks and keeps climbing. When he opens his eyes, Fengshin realizes he has reached the initial stage of the nascent realm and grins like the result is exactly what he wanted. Once the staff runs dry, he casually throws it away because the useful dark energy is already gone. He rises with cold satisfaction, admits the breakthrough is good but still not enough for him, and starts walking back down. Every step sends more pressure through the tower, with cracks spreading and loose objects shattering as Fengshin savors feeling this alive. Back on the lower floor, he finds the other students sprawled out and exhausted after their fight with the spiders. He claps to get their attention and coldly tells them their hard-won victory means nothing because they are about to start over again and again. The students answer with anger, mocking him as the one who could not keep climbing and calling him a pitiful insect instead. Fengshin almost laughs at first, but the amusement curdles into offense, and his face goes dark as he decides they all deserve to die. He moves first by grabbing one student's face and hurling him back so hard the impact caves the skull in. Then Shadow Step turns the rest into a massacre as Fengshin cuts down every weakened student before anyone can react. Outside, the spectators recoil in disgust and boo the slaughter as a dishonorable act instead of a glorious show of strength. The instructors react very differently, stunned into silence by the raw power Fengshin just displayed. One instructor finally breaks the silence, staring at the display with awed approval and whispering that Fengshin is perfect. Meishua quietly agrees and even rises to get closer, visibly drawn to the power she is watching. Another instructor suddenly jumps up and claps loudly, openly celebrating the display and snapping the others out of stunned silence. As the others start murmuring, one instructor sinks back in defeat because he knows no student in the tournament can match someone who just reached the nascent realm. The tournament overseer is sweating too, especially after glancing toward the Phoenix royal family's private box and realizing how bad this looks. A small red bird suddenly lands on his shoulder, and the voice speaking through it orders him to appear before the emperor immediately. He obeys at once, vanishing in smoke and reappearing kneeling inside the royal box before the Phoenix family. In the royal box, the emperor's fury explodes as flames burst around the throne and he demands the name of the boy who turned the tournament's tradition into a mockery of dishonor. Back inside the tower, Fengshin turns the first floor into a nightmare by killing students the instant they respawn. He is not just amusing himself either, he is deliberately trying to break their spirit so none of them can keep climbing. Outside, the crowd and the watching students grow fed up after hours of this ugly spectacle. The instructors still stay silent, but the tournament overseer finally decides he cannot let this keep going. He sighs because he can already imagine the emperor's anger if Fengshin keeps humiliating the event. Then the overseer shouts for everyone's attention, and his voice booms so hard it even freezes the action inside the tower. Inside, even Fengshin pauses and drops the student he was holding, genuinely puzzled by the interruption. The overseer formally warns student Fengshin for exploiting loopholes and says harsher penalties will follow if he keeps acting like this. He finishes with a polished speech about honor and tells the other students to continue their climb. Back in the tower, Fengshin bristles at the warning because nobody ever explained the rules to him in the first place. He openly mocks all this talk about honor, seeing it as a weak excuse used by soft people. The battered students finally talk back and insist he has to stop spawn killing because it makes the challenge impossible. Their complaints only make Fengshen angrier, and he clenches his fists hard enough to draw blood from his own palms. With icy sarcasm, he says fine, he will play fair. He uses Shadow Step and vanishes from the first floor in a blur. He reappears at the entrance to the second floor and cheerfully wishes everyone below a good time. Then he slams the wall so hard that cracks race through the structure and the floor below starts collapsing on the students. While the lower floors crumble behind him, Fengshen blasts upward with chi and leaves the others to survive the wreckage. Outside, the whole arena falls into a heavy, disgusted silence after seeing what he did. The tournament overseer takes that stunt as a direct insult and decides Fengshen will be punished hard the moment he comes out. Inside again, Fengshen tears through the upper floors at lightning speed, slaughtering monsters as the tower struggles to repair itself behind him. That rush finally slows on the 90th floor when Fengshen meets a strange creature he actually finds interesting, a parrotin. The parrotin does not rush him, and that alone tells Fengshen this beast is smarter than the others. When the parrotin's antlers flare white, Fengshen lazily mocks how slow the attack charge is. He slips away with Shadow Step just before the parrotin fires a devastating white beam through the floor. From a safe distance, Fengshen applauds the power and laughs at how useless it is against someone faster than the cast time. The parrotin refuses to take the bait, and its calm restraint makes Fengshen decide this one is worth playing with for a while. He reassures himself that the students below are still delayed on skip floors anyway, so he has time to entertain himself here. Chapter 100 opens with Fengshen strolling toward the beast like he is taking a relaxed walk instead of entering a boss fight. Then he abruptly attacks first, unleashing Dragon's Roar straight at the parrotin. The parrotin raises its glowing wings to block, but the shield still shatters under the impact. Instead of charging in anger, the beast retreats and tries to open distance, which only makes Fengshen mock it harder. The parrotin spreads its wings and switches tactics, launching gusts and repeated bursts of chi from range. Fengshen does not even bother dodging and just stands there to take the whole barrage head-on. When the explosions clear, he is still spotless, not even singed, and the display rattles the parrotin. With the beast now hesitant, Fengshen decides it is his turn to demonstrate real force. He summons Cloud Surf in front of himself, hiding the real attack behind a harmless-looking cloud. Only when its back hits the wall does the parrotin realize the cloud is bait and panic into raising another shield. A much larger dragon's roar erupts from inside the cloud and smashes through the shield in one brutal hit. The blast hurls the parrotin through the wall and into the tower's outer barrier, where the monster dissolves and the fight ends. The defeated parrotin dissolves into pure energy, proving it was just another tower-made challenge. As the floor begins rebuilding itself, Fengshen yawns and dismisses the so-called legendary beast as embarrassingly lame. Still annoyed that the beast could not even block one attack properly, he spits in disgust and moves on. On the next floor, he arrives expecting another fight but finds an empty, silent space instead. He calls out into the silence, and when nothing answers, his curiosity finally sharpens. The trap triggers the instant he steps forward, filling the air with sweet pink powder that starts fogging his mind. Before he can resist, the floor disappears and the illusion drags him into a lavish red bed surrounded by beautiful women fawning over him. The women praise his power and invite him into pleasure and dual cultivation, trying to drown him in flattery and desire. Fengshen smiles and plays along just enough to lure the nearest woman within arm's reach. Then he suddenly bites through her throat like an animal, turning the seductive fantasy into a bloodbath. As she dies, her beauty peels away and reveals the hideous demon hiding underneath the illusion. The rest of the false women go dead silent, and Fengshen wipes the blood from his mouth before daring them to keep seducing him if they can stomach how sadistic he is. The demon women lunge together in a blur, claws extending as they rush Fengshen with naked killing intent. Fengshen answers with brute force, grabbing the two women at his sides by the throat and roaring that they are courting death. He snaps those necks instantly, then kicks another demon upward hard enough to smash her into one more near the ceiling. A demon tries to catch him from behind, but Fengshen flips away and rips out a fistful of her hair in midair. The surviving demons recover and release a glowing pink mist, trying to drown him in another wave of seduction. Fengshen blocks the mist with his own chi and mocks them for being a joke. The women throw themselves at him again, but their claws shatter against his skin instead of drawing blood. Now terrified and bleeding from their own broken fingers, they try to retreat across the bed and room. Fengshen hunts them down one by one and crushes their necks and heads with casual, ruthless precision. The last survivor drops her human disguise, revealing a grotesque demon body as she kneels and begs Fengshen for mercy. He cuts the plea short, and crushes the last demon's head under his heel with one contemptuous stomp. Back on solid ground among the corpses, Fengshen is almost disappointed that a high tower floor ended that fast. He figures the floor was dangerous only to people weak to lust, not to someone like him, and moves on without another thought. The next floor opens into a vast chamber submerged in water, where sleek fish-like sea creatures glide beneath the surface and stare straight at him. Already sick of the tower, Fengshen just face bombs and says he wants to get this over with. After slaughtering his way upward, Fengshen reaches the 100th floor first and finds the final level eerily empty. With nothing happening, He openly flips off the hidden officials and demands they announce him as the winner already. That gesture hits the hologram screens outside, and the crowd erupts in outrage while even instructors look personally insulted. The tournament overseer finally loses patience and shouts that Fengshen still has to clear the 100th floor before he can win. Fengshen sighs, decides the last monster is hiding, and says he will force it to come out. He stomps hard enough to crack the entire final floor apart, turning the arena into a collapsing ruin. As the floor falls away, the hidden final monster starts rising from below at last. Fengshen spots it immediately and calls out in satisfaction that he finally found it. Instead of dropping helplessly, Fengshen runs across the broken slabs as they knit back together under his feet and uses them to launch himself upward. The Jihagud Dajak answers with all 9 heads, charging their mouths with chi at the same time. 9 laser-like beams fuse into one devastating blast and tear straight at Fengshen through the shattered floor space. Fengshen takes the full blast head-on and comes through completely unhurt. He appears behind the beast, laughs that the upper realm cannot hurt him, and treats the final boss like a nuisance. Before the creature can react, Fengshen grabs 2 of its heads and rips them clean off. Enraged now, the wounded monster jumps back for space and hurls a massive slab of broken floor at him. Fengshen casually hops over the attack and mocks the beast for being this disappointing. The Jihagud Dajak keeps leaping and throwing more debris, but every wild move only lets Fengshen close in. He finally slips behind it mid-leap, grabs one massive leg, and takes complete control of the fight. With a mocking little farewell, Fengshen swings the giant monster down and throws it through the lower floors. After listening for any sign of life and hearing none, Fengshen decides the tower is finally finished. He rides a large slab back up to the top and returns alone to the silent 100th floor. A mechanical ding confirms the result, and the tournament overseer has no choice but to announce Fengshen as the winner of Round 1 for Soaring Academy. For a beat the whole place goes silent, and then Yuni explodes into loud, shameless celebration for her master. Kaishio immediately sinks into embarrassment as the crowd's cold stares swing toward their side. That awkward reaction gets cut off when the tower starts cracking apart and dissolving into fading particles above the arena. The defeated students reappear from the collapsing tower, worn out and demoralized as they trudge back to their own groups. Then Fengshen strolls out whistling with his hands behind his back, so casual that the entire audience bursts into one furious chorus of boos. Fengshen is still walking through the arena crowd when he suddenly stops and calls out the tournament overseer for coming to see him. The tournament overseer faces him with a hard expression and announces that Fengshen's disgraceful behavior in the tower is finally earning its punishment. Instead of worrying, Fengshen finds the whole thing funny and quietly laughs at the idea that anyone here can truly punish him. The tournament overseer wants to lash out, but he forces himself to stay calm and says the penalty will come directly from His Majesty. That name shocks the arena into nervous silence, but Fengshen only gets more interested. The crimson bird perched on the overseer's shoulder suddenly bursts into flame and transforms into the Phoenix Emperor himself. Landing on the platform, the Phoenix Emperor publicly drags Fengshen's ruined reputation and says his sudden rise has only become a new disgrace to the Feng family. He adds that it is a shame he has to deliver the punishment personally, trying to frame this as righteous imperial judgment. Fengshen answers with open mockery, acting like the Emperor's threat must be harmless if he is making such a speech first. Under the smile, his killing urge is already boiling, and he practically invites the Emperor to hurry up and try. The Phoenix Emperor's pride finally snaps, and his body flares hotter as he growls that Fengshen must be asking for death. Fengshen even bows theatrically and insults him as the Emperor of a little bird, pushing the humiliation one step further. With a furious roar, the Phoenix Emperor throws a flame-wrapped punch straight into Fengshen's chest. But Fengshen does not move at all, standing there completely unharmed as if the Emperor hit a mountain. Then the shock flips as the Phoenix Emperor realizes the one who got hurt was him, and his hand has actually shattered on impact. He staggers back screaming that Fengshen broke his hand, a thing he has never experienced in his life. The tournament overseer instantly understands how bad this has become and abandons the scene before the disaster fully unfolds. Fengshen answers the injury with fake sympathy, making his apology so mocking that the silence around them turns even heavier. At last the Phoenix Emperor loses all restraint and screams for Fengshen to die. His rage turns the whole arena into a furnace, with fire flooding outward, the sky reddening, and the ground cracking under the pressure as everyone scrambles to survive. Students and spectators flee in panic, while the instructors stay put and struggle behind trembling chi shields to keep the fire from consuming everyone. Then dozens of small red birds appear around the Emperor and fuse into his elite personal guards in red phoenix armor. Still holding his shattered hand, the Phoenix Emperor orders the guards to kill Fengshen immediately. The elite guards charge from every direction at once, bodies and weapons blazing as they try to trap Fengshen in a coordinated killing net. Fengshen's smile turns cold, and he murmurs that it is time to snuff out this little flame. He moves first and caves in the nearest guard's head with one punch. Before the others can react, he pivots and kills another guard just as brutally. In a blink, the whole assault collapses into a blur of headless corpses and blood as Fengshen wipes out the Emperor's guards almost instantly. Watching his personal guards die so easily, the Phoenix Emperor finally starts to panic. Their blood splashes across his fine red robe, and even he cannot believe someone from such a low realm can do this. Fengshen licks the blood from his fist and starts walking toward the Emperor with enough killing intent to make the whole arena feel like death is closing in. The Phoenix Emperor trips over the broken platform and falls hard, completely stripped of imperial composure. From the ground he calls Fengshen a demon and decides that no matter the cost, he has to die. Desperate, the Emperor reaches under his beard, grabs a phoenix pendant, and crushes it in his palm. Red sparkles drift upward from the shattered pendant, and Fengshen pauses to watch with open curiosity instead of concern. A deafening bird-like roar crashes down from above, and the whole area starts shaking under a storm of fire and wind. The Phoenix Emperor laughs wildly, gets back to his feet, and proudly declares that the Phoenix has answered his call. He points at Fengshen and promises this divine answer will be the end of him. Fengshen only looks up with amused impatience, rubbing his chin and mocking the divine arrival for taking too long. Then the sky itself tears open, and a colossal divine phoenix begins emerging from the rift, big enough to blot out the heavens. Fengshen decides he is not waiting for a beast that huge to finish descending, so he launches himself upward to meet it first. A cloud forms under his feet as he summons Cloud Surf in midair, rides straight toward the giant phoenix, and pulls back his arm for the first strike. Fengshen shot through the air and reached the divine phoenix in seconds, opening the fight by smashing a punch straight into its beak. The phoenix answered by fully spreading its wings and unleashing an infernal wind so violent it tore buildings apart below. Even Fengshen got caught by that wing force and slammed down into the platform hard enough to leave a crater. He rose from the crater bleeding and laughing, thrilled that the phoenix had actually hurt him. The Phoenix Emperor stared in disbelief, shaken that Fengshen survived the direct blast at all. Deciding this clash was beyond him, the Phoenix Emperor transformed into a tiny red bird and desperately tried to flee the battlefield. The instructors made the same choice and ran too, because getting near those two now was just suicide. With everyone else backing off, Fengshen cracked his fingers and happily accepted a true one-on-one fight to the death. Fengshen mocked the bird to its face, and the phoenix answered with a deafening roar as it slammed down onto the ruined arena. The instant he finished talking, Fengshen used Shadow Step and appeared under the phoenix's stomach for another full-force punch. The blow made the phoenix stagger, and Fengshen landed ready to rush it again before it could recover. Fengshen blitzed around the phoenix, and kept hammering it with Dragon's Roar from every opening he could reach. Instead of breaking, the phoenix only grew hotter, and Fengshen had to pause at the edge of the rising furnace heat. When Fengshen tried to attack again, the furnace heat dried the chi in his throat and forced him to jump out to the arena's edge. The phoenix slowly turned after him, locking the duel back onto Fengshen at the ruined arena's edge. With one flap, the phoenix launched towering waves of scorching fire and wind, streaked with blue flames, straight across the ruins. Fengshen dodged the fire with Shadow Step almost casually, but the attack did not stop with him. Those same flames slammed into the people still trying to escape, burning civilians alive across the city ruins. Fengshen mocked the phoenix for failing to protect humans, while secretly enjoying every scream and every bit of chaos around him. Then Fengshen bared his real malice, snarling that he would have loved to break the phoenix and keep it for himself. Away from the duel, Zhao Rui could only stare at the disaster and ask what they were even supposed to do with Fengshen now. Mei Shui shut Zhao Rui down and ordered him to help evacuate people, because nobody there could step into a fight between Fengshen and the phoenix without dying. As she spoke, Mei Shui forced up a chi barrier to shield fleeing people from falling debris despite the strain on her face. Yuan Bo backed her up, saying those two would not stop until one of them was dead, and stepping in would just add more corpses. Instead, Yuan Bo cut through collapsed structures with careful sword work and pulled trapped civilians back into the open. Zhao Rui finally stopped complaining long enough to use his heaven's formations and lift huge rubble aside to clear an escape route. Even while saving lives, Zhao Rui kept grumbling that the council would probably punish them for the destruction anyway. Mei Shui snapped at him to save the complaints for later and ran toward another cluster of wounded civilians. She used her seduction technique not to charm enemies this time, but to force exhausted civilians to move before they were buried or burned. While scanning for more survivors, Yuan Bo spotted a little boy and girl trapped together under a collapsing roof, crying for their mother. He lunged toward them with chi-enhanced speed, desperate to reach them before the roof came down. Then Fengshen fell out of the sky like a meteor and crashed directly onto the children, killing them instantly before Yuan Bo could reach them. Fengshen barely even noticed what cushioned his fall, glanced at the blood behind him, and shrugged it off without a trace of guilt. A moment later he launched himself straight back into the air to continue fighting the phoenix, leaving the scene behind like nothing happened. Yuan Bo stopped cold, staring at the crushed spot in silence as the battle noise seemed to vanish around him. Situ Nan shouted Yuan Bo back to reality from above while still using wind and his angelic wings to push the spreading fire away from the fleeing civilians. Yuan Bo steadied himself, admitted the scene had hit a heart he thought was long dead, and forced himself back to work. Elsewhere in the ruins, Yuni fought wildly against Kaixio's roots, screaming that she was going to help Fengshen no matter what. Kaixio refused to let her interfere with Master Fengshen, even as Yuni's freezing power started cracking the restraint. Yunyi screamed that she would obey no one except the second young master, making it clear this struggle was pure loyalty and desperation. Before either side could break, the roof above them cracked and started collapsing right onto both girls. Kaishio reacted instantly, expanding her tree grasp into a protective root barrier that caught the falling debris over both of them. Now trapped under collapsing weight, while still wrestling Yunyi's resistance, Kaishio realized she was burning through chi fast but still could not afford to let go. Exhausted and furious, Kaishio forced herself to keep pushing, because even now she was determined not to let Yunyi interrupt Fengshen. In the middle of total chaos, Fengshen keeps trading brutal blows with the phoenix high in the sky, and every clash sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Feeling his current realm holding him back, Fengshen forces a breakthrough right in the fight even though the violent surge could cripple or kill him. Instead of fearing the damage, Fengshen laughs and revels in the new power, looking more deranged with every fiery exchange. The fight stops cold when a horn blares across the sky, and both Fengshen and the phoenix snap toward the new disturbance. What appears is not a small interruption but the full Crane Empire army, with flying ships, aerial mounts, banners, and tens of thousands of soldiers led by the Crane Emperor himself. Fengshen has no idea why the Empire mobilized here, but once he sees an army this big, his confusion turns into hungry anticipation. He casually tells the Phoenix to pause their duels so he can bathe in the blood of these uninvited guests first, then shoots straight toward the army. The Phoenix refuses to ignore him and charges after him at once, caring about nothing except killing the man who touched it. Before the Phoenix can catch him, something huge slams into its side and sends the flaming beast crashing through a forest. The legendary crane lands on the Phoenix's chest and pins it down with talons in its stomach, screeching straight into its face to establish dominance. Meanwhile, Fengshen calmly closes on the Imperial formation and decides to use that move as soon as he reaches a ship. He uses Shadow Step to vanish in mid-flight and reappear directly on the deck of the nearest flying ship, right in the middle of stunned soldiers. After a cold little warning that their time is up, Fengshen unleashes Dragon's Roar at point-blank range across the packed deck. The attack shreds the soldiers, smashes their shields, and tears the flying ship itself apart as the whole vessel starts breaking under the pressure. When the roar fades, Fengshen walks through the survivors and kills them up close with the same casual brutality. He even hunts down the ones hiding below deck, taunting them as if this massacre is a game. Away from the slaughter, the Crane Emperor notices one of his ships is already failing and is furious that they lost one almost as soon as they arrived. He orders Anicap to investigate and destroy whoever attacked his army. At the same time, the Emperor coldly sends another elite force to retrieve his daughter and flatly says the civilians below can be left to die. Down in the panicked crowd, Hee-jun stumbles through the fleeing civilians bruised, bloodied, and almost out of chi after barely escaping the arena. She silently curses the delay and keeps searching the sky for her father's soldiers because she knows she cannot hold on much longer. A thunderous boom hits, and when her vision clears, hundreds of her father's soldiers have appeared around her with fresh blood on their blades and the civilians suddenly gone. The officer tells her she is safe now, and that one sentence finally lets Hee-jun collapse from pure exhaustion. Before she hits the ground, the officer catches her and orders the unit to pull out and return her to the Emperor at once. Back at the ruined ship, Anicap lands on the battered deck and realizes something horrific happened here before he even arrived. Then he hears desperate screams from below deck, which means at least one killer is still inside finishing the job. When Anicap moves in, instinct saves him as a sudden chi blast erupts from the doorway and nearly tears through him. That near miss also confirms the ship is one hit away from disaster, and Anicap steels himself because if it falls, the people below will be massacred. Fengshen finally steps out of the darkness below deck drenched in blood, shirt ripped away, and smiling like a man who enjoyed every second of the slaughter. Anicap attacks instantly with a water-assisted sword dash, but Fengshen answers before the blade can land. Fengshen's punch crashes into Anicap's gut so hard that the officer barely understands what happened before he is launched across the ship. Even while Anicap coughs blood and struggles up with his sword as support, Fengshen mocks him for coming alone to a ship where everyone was already dead. That mockery hits a nerve, and Anicap shouts back that he will protect the innocent and avenge his fallen brothers. He throws aside his sword, powers up, and his blue eyes darken into glowing indigo as rifts begin opening in the sky around the ship. From those rifts, huge kraken-like arms crawl into the air, and Anicap declares that Fengshen's life ends here. The tentacles all strike together, but Fengshen does not even bother to dodge. He catches one arm barehanded, digs in hard enough to draw black blood, and insults the whole technique as trash. To make it worse, Fengshen bites into the writhing arm and swings it around like a weapon to smash the other tentacles away. Shocked that his kraken immortal arms are being toyed with, Anicap admits he has to stop holding back. He whistles, and all the kraken arms suddenly retract straight upward, carrying Fengshen high above the ship before the one in his grip vanishes. Fengshen starts to fall, but he calmly summons a cloud under himself and rides it back down, making Anicap's setup look useless. Back on the deck, Fengshen laughs right in Anicap's face and treats the failed trick like proof the officer has never fought anyone truly strong. Fengshen's insult finally makes Anicap lose his composure. Still furious, Anita Mui roars that the Crane Empire protects the upper realm from monsters like Fengshen and orders him to die. Then the weather itself shifts as rain starts pouring over the flying ship at his command. Fengshen only enjoys it, tilting his face up to let the rain wash the blood off him and mocking Anita Mui's dramatic entrance. Anita Mui ignores the mockery and releases his real power as his armor melts into living water around his body. Powered up by the storm, Anita Mui declares the might of his rain dance technique and prepares to strike with orthodox heaven's wrath. In the middle of the storm, Fengshen just stands there smirking and openly dares Anita Mui to finally hit him. Anita Mui steadies himself, sinks into his water element, and launches forward in a surge of swirling water. He unleashes back-to-back water kicks at point-blank range, but Fengshen does not even bother to dodge. The water attack does nothing, and Fengshen just rubs his nose in open annoyance while Anita Mui is left rattled. In a blink, Fengshen vanishes, appears behind Anita Mui, and calls all water cultivators weak. Fengshen hammers both fists down and smashes Anita Mui straight through the ship's deck. As Anita Mui drops through open air in shock, Fengshen laughs and dives after him. Before continuing the chase, Fengshen remembers the ship and fires a dragon's roar upward to finish destroying it. The ship loses what little structure it had left and tips into a deadly nosedive toward the crowd below. Realizing tens of thousands of civilians are directly underneath, Anita Mui snaps out of his shock and refuses to let them die. He claps his hands, tears glowing rifts into the air, and summons enormous kraken-like arms around himself. The summoned arms catch Anita Mui in midair, and he lands on one of them like a living platform. Anita Mui sends the arms after the falling ship and grabs it with everything he has. To hold the weight, Anita Mui fully soul bonds with the summon, and the strain starts tearing his body apart. Even while breaking himself, Anita Mui swears he will protect the innocent for the honor of the Crane Empire. Fengshen drifts over on his cloud, lounges beside the dying man, and turns the whole disaster into a cruel choice. Anita Mui never hesitates and says he would rather die than abandon the weak. Fengshen steps onto the spectral arm, leans in close, and coldly says the people below could be criminals anyway. Anita Mui fires back that even one innocent child is enough reason to keep fighting. Calling him a fool, Fengshen casually pats Anita Mui's shoulder, and the touch makes the already broken man cough up more blood. A heartbeat later, Fengshen lunges in and snaps Anita Mui's neck midair. With Anita Mui dead, the kraken arms vanish and the flying ship drops for real. Fengshen hops back onto his cloud, pleased with himself and ready to keep killing. He idly notices the rain easing off and watches water drip through his fingers as if nothing happened. Then the ship slams into the crowd below, crushing people on impact and erupting into a devastating explosion. Fengshen smiles at the massacre, then turns his attention to two colossal divine birds tearing into each other nearby. Spotting another flying vessel, Fengshen casually decides he will join that bird fight after he is done here. Elsewhere below, the Phoenix Emperor explodes in fury and burns his own advisors for failing to answer the Crane Empire's attack. One advisor tries to explain that the army is helping evacuate civilians, and the Phoenix Emperor burns that answer away too. The first prince steps forward, tells his father to calm down, and vows to lead the counterattack himself. At the same time, Kaishio climbs out of a collapsing building and wonders where Fengshen has gone. Yuni emerges right behind her in a terrible mood, and Kaishio immediately calls out the obvious jealousy. Kaishio flatly says she is not a threat and tells Yuni to stop acting like a girl with a crush on Fengshen. Yuni turns bright red, panics, and insists she only admires the second young master. Kaishio is not buying that for a second and says woman to woman, the lie is painfully obvious. Embarrassment flips into possessiveness when Yuni asks if Kaishio is trying to steal Fengshen from her. Her icy aura spills out so hard that frost races across the rubble around them. Kaishio takes one look at the childish threat, decides this is ridiculous, and walks away instead of feeding it. Privately, Kaishio is tempted to provoke her by bragging about sleeping beside Master, but decides now is not the time. Getting ignored only annoys Yuni more, but she reins in her ice and follows behind at a deliberate distance. Once they step fully outside, the scale of the disaster hits them: ruined streets, smoke, battle noise, and corpses everywhere. Kaishio reads the empty streets correctly and says the survivors must have evacuated farther away. Yuni forces herself through the gore because she cannot bear the thought of looking weak in front of Fengshen. What unsettles Yuni even more is realizing she barely cares about the dead as long as Fengshen is not one of them. Before she can dwell on that, the ground suddenly shakes hard beneath both women. They look up and see two gigantic divine birds fighting in the distance, each clash shaking the land around them. For once they agree instantly, trade one shocked look, and decide the only smart move is to run. They break into a desperate parkour sprint over collapsed walls and shattered beams to get out of the kill zone. Yuni yells that this is insane, and Kaishio snaps back for her to keep moving and not stop for anything. Another shockwave rips a huge fissure across their path, and both women jump it in sync. Then the danger gets even worse when they look up and see whole flying ships descending in uncontrolled dives, with bodies raining down around them. Kaishio curses, floods chi into her legs, and surges ahead faster while Yuni struggles to keep up. Corpses slam into the ground around them, and they have to jump over one that lands right in their path. Yuni is rattled and gasping now, but Kaishio just snaps at her to move faster. A crashing ship finally hits the ground behind them, and the explosion's shockwave catches both women before they can escape it. The blast hurls them off their feet. Kaishio rolls through it, but Yuni crashes hard into the ground and coughs in the dust. The Crane Emperor drives his airborne mount at full speed toward the vanished flying ships, rushing ahead so recklessly that his officers start warning him to slow down. The officers remind him the front line is too dangerous, but the Crane Emperor snaps that he is no coward and that leading from the front is his duty. He keeps charging ahead because he trusts his own cultivation and the divine crane bird bound to his soul, and with his daughter already safe, he feels free to act without restraint. Knowing they cannot talk him down, the officers fall silent and follow him with heavy, uneasy faces. When they finally reach the site, the whole group freezes at the surreal sight waiting for them in the sky. Fengshin hangs in the air half naked and drenched in blood, swaying on a tiny cloud and breathing in the smoke like he is enjoying it. Once he notices the newcomers, Fengshin stops dancing, flashes a wicked grin, and says the heavens have kindly sent him more people to slaughter. He casually crooks a finger and invites them to come closer, but no one dares move. The Crane Emperor tries to stay steady and asks who Fengshin is, even wondering if this terrifying young man belongs to the Phoenix Army. Fengshin laughs at the question, amused for a moment before his mood turns cold and ugly. Then he declares he is untouchable and snarls that ants like them should already be kneeling and waiting to die. The threat leaves the whole formation locked in silence, and even the Crane Emperor can feel his confidence collapsing into raw fear. Annoyed by the silence, Fengshin stomps on his cloud and locks onto one random soldier in the formation below. Before anyone can react, Fengshin vanishes, appears behind a mounted officer, and snaps the man's neck in one clean motion. An instant later Fengshin is calmly back on his cloud, while the dead officer falls away from his mount. The Crane Emperor realizes he did not even see the attack, and his instincts scream that any wrong move will get every one of them killed. When his men start to react, the Crane Emperor quickly stops them and forces himself into a humble tone instead. Swallowing his pride, he bows from his mount and begs this superior being to spare him and his men. His officers are left stunned, barely able to believe their proud ruler is begging for mercy. Disgusted that an emperor would bow so easily, Fengshin appears right in front of him and spits that he does not deserve the title. He coldly tells the Crane Emperor he does not deserve that title. Before the Crane Emperor can even look up, a razor-thin arc of chi takes his head clean off. His severed head tumbles through the air, and the headless body slumps from the mount as the whole sky goes silent. Then the shock breaks, and the soldiers dissolve into panic as they realize their emperor has been killed in front of them. One officer forces out a rallying cry for revenge, trying to turn the panic into fury by ordering everyone to kill Fengshin. The soldiers answer with furious shouts for the emperor and charge in a messy, emotional rush instead of a proper formation. Fengshin barely reacts, calling them pathetic as she gathers around his raised hand. His first chi blade flashes out and decapitates the soldiers at the front before they can even reach him. The next wave crashes into the same fate, and soon the attack turns into repeated slaughter with heads falling every time they advance. At the rear, the surviving officers finally accept they cannot beat him and secretly break emergency talismans to call for reinforcements. They start backing their mounts away on purpose, deciding to leave the soldiers behind as bait so someone can survive long enough to save the empire. But Fengshin has already noticed them, and even while cutting down soldiers, his eyes stay fixed on the officers trying to run. With one tap of his foot, he launches his cloud forward and tears through the last soldiers standing between him and the fleeing officers. The officers feel his killing intent hit them from behind, and they start whipping their mounts in outright panic. One officer glances back and sees Fengshin gliding after them with empty, colorless eyes and a calm that feels even worse than rage. That sight breaks one officer completely, and he starts screaming as he hurls explosive talismans behind him again and again. The talismans erupt into a chain of violent explosions that fill the sky with fire, shockwaves, and smoke. For one desperate moment, the officer convinces himself the blasts must have killed Fengshin. Then a mocking chuckle comes out of the smoke, and Fengshin appears completely unharmed. Before the officer can react, Fengshin blinks onto his mount, steals a talisman from his trembling hand, and presses it against the man's forehead like a joke. With cruel playfulness, Fengshin presses the talisman to the officer's forehead and says he will show him how these things are really used. He is already back on his cloud by the time the talisman detonates, blowing the officer and his mount apart in a deafening blast. As the smoke clears, Fengshin spreads his arms with a delighted grin and proudly calls that a real explosion. With nowhere left to run, the last two officers bet everything on their strongest techniques and attacked Fengshin together. The golden hand and lightning slammed straight into Fengshin, but he did not dodge, defend, or even move. When the dust cleared, Fengshin stood there completely unharmed and mocked them with a cold little smile. He finally broke the silence with a contemptuous, "Is that all you've got?" and the officers froze just long enough to die. In the next instant Fengshin blurred forward, grabbed both officers by the head, and smashed their skulls together. Their bodies dropped lifelessly from their mounts, and Fengshin casually stayed seated on one of the beasts like he had just changed rides. He called the officers weak, glanced down at the civilians being rushed away below, and found the whole scene funny. With a sharp tug on the reins, Feng Shen ordered the trembling beast forward and headed straight for the evacuation route. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Empire's first prince checked that his personal army was assembled before moving out. 2 hired mercenaries stood beside him, and they looked nothing like polished royal soldiers. Renzu quietly noted the scent of blood in the air and warned that battle had already started somewhere ahead. The first prince accepted that report and decided not to keep the enemy waiting. Bai Ning barked at the soldiers to move, acting like a foul-tempered drill master while privately caring more about his lost brothel plans than the battle. The army marched, the first prince mounted a white horse in silver-gold armor, and the 2 mercenaries followed behind for pay, not loyalty. Back at the evacuation route, Feng Shen dropped into the middle of the fleeing crowd and greeted a smiling little boy with fake warmth. A heartbeat later, Feng Shen cut the boy's head off with a precise wave of qi and shattered the crowd's last bit of hope. The crowd broke into panic, and Feng Shen's golden eyes lit up with cold amusement as he turned the evacuation into a massacre. Using Shadow Step, he started appearing and disappearing through the crowd, cutting people down faster than anyone could track. Officials who had been directing the evacuation became the next victims as the ground turned slick with blood and bodies piled up around him. Before the fallen officials could even cry out, Feng Shen's chi blade cut them apart with cold precision. Walking through the dying, Feng Shen laughed that this was real joy for him, because only death made him feel alive. That was when the first prince arrived with his army, stopped at the edge of the slaughter, and ordered Feng Shen not to move. Feng Shen barely cared, rolling his eyes at the threat and calling the men around him future corpses instead of a real encirclement. The first prince gave a final surrender warning, but Feng Shen's glowing eyes said he had already decided to kill them. Then Feng Shen vanished straight into the nearest ranks and started butchering soldiers before they could even react. His attack turned into a blur of broken steel, stolen weapons, severed limbs, and non-stop screams. The first prince finally panicked and screamed for everyone to charge, even though the massacre was already out of control. Renzu watched the order with quiet disgust and called it a remarkably foolish decision. When the first prince demanded an explanation, Renzu simply pointed ahead and made him look at what his order had cost. The whole personal army was already dead, leaving the first prince staring at a one-sided slaughter he had walked straight into. Humiliated and desperate, the first prince turned on the mercenaries and blamed them for not warning him. Bai Ning shut that down at once, reminding the prince that they were paid only to protect him, not to think for him or feed him extra information. He went further and warned the prince not to mistake royal status for the right to disrespect them. Renzu backed him up and flatly called the prince's blame-shifting childish. The first prince wanted to explode, but he knew he was too weak to challenge either mercenary and had to swallow the humiliation. Still trying to sound like a prince, he turned back to Feng Shen and declared that he would generously allow him to leave Phoenix Empire lands forever. Feng Shen stared at him like he was stupid and walked closer, amused that a loser was still pretending to give orders. He stopped a short distance away and made the real power balance plain. The winner makes demands, not the loser. Even the mercenaries silently agreed, and they advised the first prince to accept whatever demand came next. Skewered by that humiliation, the first prince finally gave in and asked what Feng Shen wanted in exchange for sparing him. Feng Shen pretended to think it over for a moment, almost playful now that the prince had been forced to beg. Then Feng Shen smiled brightly and named his demand at last. He wanted the first prince's head. Bai Ning laughs off Feng Shen's demand and flatly says the first prince's head is the one thing he cannot hand over. He makes the reason embarrassingly clear. They were paid to keep the prince alive, and killing a royal client would wreck both their future profits and their standing. Renzu backs him up and warns that if they fail to protect a client, their mercenary reputation becomes a joke. With the mercenaries shielding him, the first prince finally exhales and realizes their loyalty is really just greed he can keep buying. Once his fear settles, the first prince straightens up and smugly tells Feng Shen to ask for something else instead. Feng Shen answers with a quiet refusal, disappears, and reappears right in front of the prince with the chi blade already cutting for his neck. Renzu barely saves the prince by throwing up a chi barrier, then drives a brutal counter into Feng Shen's stomach. The hit blasts Feng Shen backward through a crumbling building, burying him under rubble and dust. Still sweating from that near failure, Renzu checks on the prince and scolds Bai Ning for freezing at the worst possible moment. Bai Ning swallows his pride, admits he slipped up, and braces himself to escort their valuable client out alive. Renzu snaps that they almost lost their coin cow, and the insult lands hard enough to rattle the prince too. Before they can withdraw, the collapsed ruin erupts and Feng Shen walks out of the debris completely unfazed. Feng Shen vanishes again and reappears in front of Renzu, furious that anyone dared put hands on him. He backhands Renzu so hard the mercenary flies through a huge boulder in a spray of shattered rock. Bai Ning charges in enraged with Animal King, forming a giant chi rhino horn to crush Feng Shen head-on. The horn slams into Feng Shen's skull and just stops there, leaving Bai Ning sweating in disbelief that even this cannot break him. Panicking, Bai Ning shifts Animal King into eagle talons and slashes at close range instead. Feng Shen ducks under the strike and bites straight through the chi talons with a savage crunch. As Bai Ning recoils clutching his bloodied hands, Feng Shen mocks him for not sharpening his chi better. Feng Shen follows with a crushing kick that sends Bai Ning's heavy body flying across the battlefield. Desperate not to crash, Bai Ning unfurls shimmering chi wings and fights to steady himself in midair. Fengshen taunts him again, but this time a new threat rises from below. Renzu bursts out of the earth with his mole technique, grabs Fengshen's leg, and whips him sideways into a pile of corpses. Fengshen crashes into the corpse pile, and Renzu calmly steps free of the dirt as his burrowing chi fades. Bai Ning lands beside Renzu and admits they have to take Fengshen together because his body is absurdly tough. Renzu tells the first prince to stop watching and run, because holding Fengshen off will be easier without babysitting him. The first prince silently obeys and finally drops all dignity, sprinting away with nothing on his mind except survival. Once the prince is gone, Bai Ning relaxes for half a second, but Renzu keeps his eyes on the real problem. Fengshen rises from the bodies with his pride burning, furious that someone this week managed to throw him around at all. He explodes forward again, declaring that he will not let his trophy escape. Bai Ning and Renzu intercept him together, and all three collide hard enough to shake the ground. For one strained instant they actually hold him, with Fengshen gripping both of their hands and forcing against their combined strength. Then Fengshen does something so vile and childish it works, spitting in both mercenaries' faces to break their focus. The second they hesitate, he overpowers them, hoists them up, and smashes both into the ground. With the mercenaries finally behind him, Fengshen sprints after the fleeing prince and closes the gap almost immediately. The first prince hears him coming, breaks completely, and starts babbling desperate offers to lose an arm or cripple himself if only he can live. He stumbles over a small rock, crashes into the dirt, and can only crawl as Fengshen closes in. Still begging through ragged breaths, the first prince realizes too late that Fengshen has no interest in bargaining. Fengshen releases one clean chi slash and takes the first prince's head in a single decisive strike. As the body drops and the head rolls to a stop, Fengshen calmly picks it up and claims his trophy at last. Bai Ning suddenly charges in, roaring at Fengshen as his chi swells into a massive ram-shaped form. The hit drives Fengshen backward across the dirt, but he stays balanced and barely looks bothered. Instead of fighting back right away, Fengshen lifts the first prince's severed head and mocks Bai Ning for failing to protect his client. Then Fengshen crushes the prince's head in his bare hand and drops the ruined remains like trash. Bai Ning nearly explodes from rage and panic over the lost payment, but he forces his unstable chi back under control. Renzu rushes back to Bai Ning's side, apologizing for his unstable chi and asking if the first prince is safe. Renzu follows Bai Ning's stare, sees the prince's mangled severed head on the blood-soaked ground, and freezes. That sight breaks Renzu's restraint, and his power erupts so violently that the ground cracks beneath him. His chi twists into a giant serpent form, and Renzu lunges at Fengshen screaming for him to die. Bai Ning knows words are useless now, so he curses under his breath and sprints in after him. Fengshen only folds his arms and welcomes the two enraged mercenaries like this is finally getting fun. At the last second, Fengshen leaps up and stomps both men on the head hard enough to smash their chi barriers and crater the ground. He flips away from the impact and lands with a showy flourish, pleased with himself. Bai Ning and Renzu spring back up, scream for Fengshen to die, and cover themselves in denser chi armor. The two split to opposite sides and link their thoughts through chi, trying to trap Fengshen with clean teamwork. Fengshen reads their plan immediately and mocks them for thinking strategy will save them. Before they can close in, Fengshen fires Dragon's Roar straight into the ground beneath himself like a point-blank explosion. The blast catches both mercenaries off guard, shatters their reinforced chi armor, and throws them away like broken dolls. When the dust settles, Fengshen is still standing untouched at the center and casually brushes himself off. Fengshen walks up to the battered mercenaries, looks down on them with contempt, and says he expected a real fight to the death, not 2 weak disappointments. Renzu forces his eyes open, coughs blood, and curses Fengshen even though he already knows he failed the prince and ruined his own life. Even half-dead, Renzu promises that someone will make Fengshen pay someday. Fengshen actually likes that idea for a moment, then shrugs it off and crushes Renzu's head under his foot. After killing Renzu, Fengshen remembers Bai Ning and walks over expecting to finish him too. But Bai Ning is already a scorched, exploded mess, and even Fengshen pauses to call the sight gross. Elsewhere in the imperial court, a terrified official kneels before the Phoenix Emperor and reports that the first prince is dead. When the emperor demands a name, the official stammers out Fengshen as the one who killed his son. Instead of exploding right away, the Phoenix Emperor breaks into manic laughter at the mercenaries who failed to protect a prince from Fengshen. His laughter turns into grief and venom, with flames crawling over his body while tears evaporate on his burning skin. Then he vents that fury on his own court, and wipes the officials out in a single wave of blue fire. He keeps walking through the palace in dead silence, and even the guards along the hall burst into flame as he passes. Outside, the ruined empire finally hits him, and he admits everything his ancestors built has already been reduced to ash. With nothing left to protect, he decides to call on the ancestor and sacrifice anything if it means Fengshen dies. A huge white-hot ring of fire spins into the heavens above him, tearing open the sky as the summoning begins. The ring suddenly vanishes, and two enormous glowing eyes appear in the torn sky like a judge looking down. From the torn sky, the Phoenix ancestor descends in ancient armor, and his furnace-like heat melts the ruins below him. The summoned ancestor towers over him and demands who let the empire fall, leaving the Phoenix Emperor bowed in fear and begging for forgiveness. He gets no mercy at all, because the summoned ancestor burns the Phoenix Emperor to ash before he can finish begging. Then the summoned ancestor rakes through the dead emperor's fading memories with fire and finds Fengshen as the one behind it all. Enraged by what he saw, the summoned ancestor blasts into the air above the ruins and roars across the realm that Fengshen is a dead man. Hearing that roar from afar, Fengshen looks up and bursts into delighted laughter because the upper realm is now truly doomed. To him, this disaster is perfect, because more powerful beings gathering in one place only makes things more interesting. He turns to the two divine birds, now bloodied and frozen mid-battle, after both sense the ancestor's arrival. Fengshen claps his hands and welcomes the next phase with a grin, saying it is time for total destruction. The furious ancestor tracks Fengshen down fast, already bent on destroying both his body and soul for good. He slams down in front of Fengshen, glares at him with open contempt, and declares that the brat dies here. Just as the ancestor gathers fire in his palm, a sudden torrent of water crashes into him and knocks him backward. Fengshen instantly understands what happened and thanks his little birdie friend with a smug, playful grin. The two divine birds rush in at full speed, but instead of hitting Fengshen, they slice past him and lock onto the recovering ancestor. Enraged that the birds dared interfere, the ancestor surges forward in a blaze and charges straight into them. Their collision detonates across the upper realm, shaking the land, splitting the ground open, and throwing the surrounding chi into chaos. Thanks to his heavenly immortal juggernaut physique, Fengshen barely cares about the shockwaves and simply finds a stable spot to watch. He settles onto a pile of corpses like a spectator at a show and happily waits for somebody else to do the hard work for him. His plan is simple. Let all three monsters wear each other down, then kill the last one standing when it is exhausted. For a while, the ancestor's flames crash against the phoenix's divine fire and the crane's water in a brutal elemental deadlock. As their chi starts running dry, the fight turns ugly and physical, with the ancestor brawling at close range against the two giant birds. Watching the sloppy brawl, Fengshen gets annoyed because this brute force mess reveals almost nothing about their real techniques or weaknesses. Elsewhere in the ruins, Yunyi finally spots Fengshen and lights up with relieved excitement despite being filthy and exhausted. Before Kaishio can stop her, Yunyi runs straight toward him with all caution gone. Kaishio mutters that if she does not keep watching Yunyi, both of them are going to die before they ever reach him. Yunyi keeps shouting for the second young master, desperate for even one sign that he noticed she survived. Then a stray burst of water from the nearby clash suddenly races straight at Yunyi's face. Kaishio reacts instantly and throws up her strongest defense, raising a huge tree trunk from the ground to shield Yunyi. The shockwave still knocks Yunyi onto the ground, and she watches in horror as Kaishio's giant tree trunk starts splintering under the water's force. A heartbeat later, the water destroys the trunk anyway and obliterates a nearby broken building, showing just how close Yunyi came to dying. Kaishio rushes over pale-faced and coughing blood, furious that she had to burn her strongest defense to keep Yunyi alive. Shaken by the near-death scare and Kaishio's outburst, Yunyi finally nods and admits she understands. Kaishio hauls Yunyi back to her feet and insists they keep moving, because standing here any longer is suicide. Trusting that only their master can keep them alive, Kaishio drags Yunyi the rest of the way toward Fengshen. When the battered pair finally reaches him, Fengshen gives them a casual wave and jokes that he is almost impressed they stayed alive. Yunyi breaks completely, bursts into tears, and throws herself into Fengshen's lap as if letting go would make him disappear again. Fengshen is visibly put off, but after a beat he awkwardly tells her to stop drenching him and calm down. Embarrassed, Yunyi pulls herself together and apologizes, admitting she was terrified she would never see him again. Fengshen brushes it off, tells her surviving is what matters, and invites both girls to relax and watch the fight. Both girls freeze when they realize his idea of sitting down means sitting on the pile of corpses beside him. Too drained to argue, Kaishio sits first, and Yunyi reluctantly follows with a full-body shudder. Out on the battlefield, the ancestor has climbed onto the phoenix and is hammering its body with shockwave-heavy punches. The crane is barely still standing now, with one leg severed and its beak broken, but it still refuses to quit. Trying to seize the moment, the ruined crane lunges at the phoenix, forcing the battered elder to leap away and exposing how spent he is too. With his last reserves, the fiery elder raises a huge unstable flaming sword and roars out blazing titan blade. The giant flaming blade cleaves straight through the crippled crane, ending its fight on the spot. But the phoenix answers with an inferno from its beak, swallowing the elder's fire sword and shattering it apart. The phoenix struggles back up and beats its wings hard enough to drive the exhausted elder backward under waves of scorching heat. That is the opening Fengshen wanted, and he finally stands up smiling because now it is his turn. Before moving, he orders Yunyi and Kaishio to head back to the Crane Empire because this whole area is about to be destroyed. He vanishes with Shadow Step before they can answer, leaving the two girls staring at the empty space he just occupied. Yunyi wants to stay, but Kaishio forces the choice: trust their master and obey him. A short distance away, Fengshen reappears beside the exhausted ancestor and Phoenix, sees their sloppy movements, and decides the waiting is over. He suddenly rushes the two exhausted survivors and fires Dragon's Roar from his throat straight at them both. The ambush catches both survivors off guard, and they burn the last scraps of chi just to stop the hit. His ambush forces the two survivors apart, and when they turn toward him, Fengshin starts hammering them with Dragon's Roar after Dragon's Roar. Fengshin's Dragon's Roar tears through both enemies at once and blasts the Ancestor and the Phoenix across the scorched ground. They slam down hard, coughing blood and bleeding from the eyes, but Fengshin quickly realizes the attack wrecked their insides without breaking their bodies. The Ancestor curses him for the dirty attack, and Fengshin just clicks his tongue and decides he can always learn a better technique later. Instead of pressing recklessly, Fengshin stays calm and tells himself their defenses will fall sooner or later. That contempt finally snaps the Ancestor, and he starts burning his own life energy to force out more chi. Fengshin laughs right in his face, mocking an old cultivator for throwing away precious life energy just to kill him. The Ancestor roars that he does not care about immortality anymore because Fengshin destroyed the empire he built with his whole life. He launches himself forward like a living inferno, and Fengshin can only dismiss him as a pathetic fool obsessed with a lower realm. At the last instant, Fengshin uses Shadow Step and vanishes before the flames can swallow him. Fengshin reappears where the Ancestor had been and keeps needling him, unimpressed even when the old man's flames twist into a face with blue eyes. The Ancestor attacks again, even hotter this time, and the whole battlefield starts cooking under his desperation. Fengshin glances at the half-ruined Phoenix, sees his chance, and Shadow steps away again at exactly the right moment. He reappears behind the exhausted Phoenix, leaving the Ancestor's blind charge aimed straight at his own ally. The Ancestor slams full force into the Phoenix, and the wounded beast takes the entire fiery hit. Panicked and nearly spent, the Phoenix burns what little it has left, and its sacred fire clashes violently with the Ancestor's flames. Watching from safety, Fengshin smugly admires the mess and jokes that his face stayed perfectly untouched. Then he drops the act, sits cross-legged on the battlefield, and uses their stalemate as cover to rebuild one of his old techniques. Even while meditating, he keeps one eye on them and is pleased to see both sides wasting even more life energy. The technique hits hard, dark ooze starts leaking from Fengshin's mouth, eyes, and ears, hissing as it corrodes the ground. Blood pours from him too, but Fengshin welcomes the pain because his bright chi is finally turning into the pitch-black power he wanted. When Fengshin rises again, he walks toward his enemies wrapped in sinister dark chi while their once mighty flames have almost died out. His arms mutate next, turning pitch black as slick ooze hardens into sharpened clawed blades. The sight finally shocks the Ancestor, who blurts out that no sane cultivator would use dark chi because it poisons body and soul. The old man tries to laugh it off as suicide, but Fengshin calmly says dark chi does not drain him the way it would anyone else. Fengshin vanishes with Shadow Step, and the Ancestor braces for a hit from behind that never comes. Instead, Fengshin appears right in front of him, bold enough to stand inside striking distance. The Ancestor takes the bait and drives a killing punch at Fengshin's chest. Then the old man freezes in confusion because his arm is already gone, severed so cleanly he never felt the cut happen. Staggering back in disbelief, the Ancestor demands how Fengshin cut through his treasured physique so easily. Humiliated and furious, the Ancestor burns even more life for one last kick wrapped in scorching blue flames. Fengshin catches that blazing leg with one black hand and stops the attack cold. With a squeeze, he snaps the leg apart, and the Ancestor collapses screaming into the dirt. Still writhing, the Ancestor can only ask how Fengshin survived flames he believed nothing in heaven could withstand. Fengshin explains that dark chi is a void that consumes everything, so the Ancestor's hottest flames are just more fuel for it. After one last look of disgust, Fengshin turns away and dismisses the Ancestor as a pitiful end for someone so arrogant. A flash of dark chi finishes the job, and the Ancestor's head comes off so fast his face stays frozen in disbelief. With the Ancestor dead, Fengshin walks toward the collapsed Phoenix, which is now too drained to even scream back at him. He stands over the collapsed Phoenix, and coldly tells the dying beast to stop struggling because the darkness will finish it quickly. Fengshin leaps into the air on dark chi, shaping his arm into a blade for the final strike. One clean slash severs the Phoenix's throat, and its massive head and body crash down lifeless onto the battlefield. Back on the ground, Fengshin only complains that both enemies died too quietly and ruined the fun he wanted from their last breath. Zhao Rui teleports into the ruined battlefield and freezes when he sees the Ancestor and the Phoenix already lying dead. Instead of explaining himself, Fengshin mocks Zhao Rui for showing up so late and acts amused by the chaos. Zhao Rui demands answers and orders Fengshin back to the academy, insisting the teachers still have to take responsibility for him. That only irritates Fengshin, who says he has already outgrown the academy and refuses to be judged by people he sees as weak. When Zhao Rui keeps pressing, Fengshin laughs in his face and calls him stupid for thinking an academy can control someone who just killed 2 world-level powers. Then Fengshin suddenly attacks, flicking a bullet of dark chi straight at Zhao Rui without warning. Zhao Rui throws up a golden protective barrier, but Fengshin's weakest shot seeps into it, corrupts it, and breaks it apart. Seeing the barrier fail so easily, Fengshin openly humiliates Zhao Rui and calls the defense pathetic. Zhao Rui still refuses to back down and activates a massive golden formation in the sky to force Fengshen under Academy authority. Fengshen takes the enchantment as an insult, decides Zhao Rui has to die, and explodes forward like black lightning. Empowered by the formation, Zhao Rui lands a real clash this time, but Fengshen catches his fist anyway and shows the gap is still hopeless. Fengshen twists Zhao Rui's arm and forces the instructor to his knees, ending the brief resistance in one brutal motion. With Zhao Rui helpless, Fengshen forms a dark chi spear at his throat and calmly says his soul will belong to him. That execution is interrupted when a sword suddenly pierces straight through Fengshen's back from behind. Fengshen casually pulls the sword back out and turns to find Yuanbo still here, making it clear another teacher chose not to run. The sword flies back into Yuanbo's hand, and he says he might have let Fengshen off lightly before, but trying to kill Zhao Rui forces him to punish him personally. Fengshen laughs at the idea that Yuanbo can discipline him at all and treats the teacher like just another delusional weakling. Zhao Rui makes one last desperate sneak attack from behind, but Fengshen senses it instantly and snaps his neck with a casual backhand. Zhao Rui's body crashes away dead, and the sky formation breaks apart into drifting light now that its caster is gone. Yuanbo is shaken by how fast his colleague died, but Fengshen only glances at the corpse and calls Zhao Rui a fool. Fengshen turns back and openly invites the next fight, daring Yuanbo to show his tricks. Yuanbo accepts and summons a sky full of swords, turning his judgment into a formal death sentence. As the sword storm launches, Fengshen notices his side wound is already gone and greets the attack like a dance invitation. He dives straight into the barrage and turns Yuanbo's sword rain into his stage, dodging, stepping on blades, and batting them aside in one fluid rush. By the time the sword rain ends, Fengshen has already crossed the gap and closes in on Yuanbo with a taunting grin. Yuanbo barely blocks Fengshen's first punch and realizes with horror that this monstrous strength is just Fengshen's base body, not even his dark chi. Fengshen keeps piling on a relentless flurry of fists and kicks, giving Yuanbo no room to recover. When Yuanbo gets distracted by that realization, Fengshen punishes him immediately with a two-handed hammer blow to the head. The hit drives Yuanbo into the earth, leaving him battered in a crater while Fengshen stands over him and mocks him again. Yuanbo drags himself out of the crater and, still refusing to fall, calls out a higher sword art named Rose Dance. Rose petals start covering the battlefield, and Fengshen finally looks mildly interested that Yuanbo has brought out something stronger. Yuanbo vanishes and reappears high above with a giant crimson rose behind him, pouring power into a meteor-like finishing slash. Fengshen answers by leaping up into the strike and covering his whole body in a violent black shroud of dark chi. Their midair collision shakes the battlefield, but Yuanbo's strongest slash cannot even scratch Fengshen's dark defense. When they land, Fengshen looks untouched, while Yuanbo is left coughing blood and using his sword like a cane just to stay standing. Badly shaken, Yuanbo says Fengshen is not human and finally lifts his mask enough to expose the burned scars across his lower face. That comment annoys Fengshen, and he coldly insists he is still human, only far above demons, beasts, and the weak people around him. Then Fengshen uses Shadow Step to appear right in front of Yuanbo and quietly warns him that one more insult will erase him completely. Even bleeding and outmatched, Yuanbo spits blood at Fengshen's feet and says even insects still have pride. Fengshen, expecting a last stand, eagerly tells Yuanbo to prove that pride instead of collapsing now. But Yuanbo suddenly turns and runs, abandoning the duel in a panic scramble that catches Fengshen completely off guard. Fengshen is almost offended by the Aniclimax and grumbles that this is what happens when he toys with his food. He uses Shadow Step again and cuts off Yuanbo's escape instantly, appearing right in front of him. Desperate to buy even a second, Yuanbo throws his sword at Fengshen and tries to run again the moment it leaves his hand. Watching the teacher keep fleeing, Fengshen lazily calls after him that this would be much easier if he just accepted his fate. Using Shadow Step, Fengshen suddenly appears right behind Yuanbo before the man even realizes he is there. Fengshen quietly taunts him that he dropped his sword, and Yuanbo finally turns with dread written all over his face. Yuanbo freezes under the pressure of Fengshen's dark chi, and that hesitation costs him everything. With one casual flick, Fengshen sends out a razor-thin dark chi slash and cleanly cuts off Yuanbo's head. Yuanbo's head hits the ground and rolls, while Fengshen calmly looks over the kill like he just finished a chore. Amused with himself, Fengshen says that part is done and looks forward to the reinforcements coming to hunt him. He vanishes again with Shadow Step and reappears at the heart of the ruined city to admire the devastation. Fengshen strolls through the wreckage humming to himself and searching for anyone who somehow survived. He spots a small rescue group using trained beasts to sniff through the ruins for trapped survivors. Instead of attacking openly, Fengshen instantly puts on a pitiful act and staggers toward them like a desperate survivor. The rescuers believe him at once, rushing over to comfort him and promising that healers are nearby. The moment they let their guard down, Fengshen releases a swift dark chi arc and beheads the entire group. Standing among the fresh corpses, he mockingly calls their kindness wasted on fools. He turns to the beasts next, and they stop growling the instant his killing intent crushes their nerve. Fengshen walks past without even looking back, and a whisper of dark she drops the beasts one after another. Then Fengshen spots one witness left alive, a terrified little girl sitting in the dirt and trying not to sob. Fengshen speaks to the little girl almost gently, which only makes the moment more terrifying for the frozen child. He tells the little girl why he spared her. She is going to lead him straight to the rest of the survivors. He lies that he will not hurt her and tells the little girl to take his hand. With no one coming to save her, the little girl finally puts her tiny hand in his and agrees to guide him. Pleased, Fengshen praises her like a pet and follows close behind as she leads him through the ruins. At a corner in the rubble, the girl points out one cleanup group nearby and another farther away waiting for the army to come. Fengshen wipes away her tears with eerie gentleness and promises she might live if she keeps obeying. He tells her to stay put and casually heads around the corner to slaughter the people she just betrayed. A moment later, screams explode from around the corner, and the little girl collapses as the guilt crushes her. When the screams finally stop, Fengshen comes back drenched in blood with two severed girls' heads in his hands. He orders her to look and calls this proof of how lucky she is. He throws the heads down at her feet and warns that this is what happens if she misbehaves. Fengshen walks off laughing to kill more people, leaving the child alone with the bodies and the threat. Once he is gone, the little girl finally breaks down and sobs that she wants her mother and wants to go home. Elsewhere, one last rescuer drops to his knees and begs Fengshen for mercy in a field of corpses. Fengshen mocks the plea with open boredom, treating the man's terror like a joke. The man starts to offer anything he can, but Fengshen cuts him down before he can finish. Staring at the severed head in disgust, Fengshen coldly says the fool never had permission to look up. Satisfied that the last rescuers are gone, he decides the next step is wiping out every survivor still hiding in the area. He starts spamming Shadow Step across the ruined city, blinking from place to place in a relentless hunt. From a crumbling building, Fengshen finally finds what he wanted, a large survivor camp just outside the city. He is delighted to spot fine-robed elites among the refugees, because now the massacre promises to be even more entertaining. Before he moves in, he notices the camp is already boiling over as elites and commoners fight over food. The elites openly demand that only they deserve the dwindling rations and sneer at the starving crowd. The commoners push back in anger, begging for fairness and at least enough food to keep the children alive. Then a calm voice cuts through the camp, stopping everyone before the argument turns into a brawl. A young woman in red royal robes steps out, and the entire camp immediately kneels before the first princess of the Phoenix Empire. The princess takes control at once and orders that everyone will get a share, with the children fed first no matter what. Her female guards move to the food crates and begin distributing rations to the children, restoring a fragile order to the camp. The elites hate the decision but stay quiet, and Fengshen watches from afar with a new idea forming. To make his next move more amusing, Fengshen shadow steps back to the terrified little girl and grabs her arm before she can react. With another shadow step, Fengshen drags the terrified girl back to his vantage point near the refugee camp. The girl weakly asks what he wants from her now, and Fengshen casually says she is his daughter for the moment. He heads for the refugee camp entrance, dragging the child along as part of his act. Two gate guards spot them and draw their swords, ordering Fengshen and the girl to stop. Fengshen raises his hands and pretends to be harmless, though the guards can still feel something deeply wrong from him. The guards tell him to turn around because the camp is already full. Fengshen immediately turns the little girl into a prop, pleading that his daughter is starving and asking if they can really reject a child. His performance is convincing enough to shake them for a second, but the little girl is too terrified and confused to say anything. After the pause, the guards still refuse and say making one exception would force them to make more. They tell him to find another refuge and wait for the officials, but Fengshen's fake tears hide a rage that is about to boil over. Just before he snaps, a new voice interrupts from inside the camp and stops the moment cold. The first princess walks over with a single guard, and the gate guards immediately panic and drop to their knees. Rattled, the guards hurriedly explain that they were only following camp orders to block unauthorized entries and keep the numbers under control. At the camp gate, the first princess cuts off the argument and turns her attention to the frightened little girl instead. The girl shrinks closer to Fengshen, and he instantly puts on a pitiful face like a desperate father protecting his starving child. Fengshen begs the princess for mercy, claiming the guards would leave a father and daughter to starve outside. The first princess senses that something is off, but her compassion wins before her guard can talk her out of it. She overrules the hesitation and orders the camp to admit them, saying everyone deserves a chance at life. Fengshen bows in exaggerated gratitude, hiding a sinister smirk under the act. He nudges the girl to thank the princess, turning the moment into one more performance. The first princess mistakes the girl's fear for the guard's cruelty and kneels to comfort her with a gentle promise. After the princess walks off already regretting the trouble, Fengshen mocks the gate guards with a smug look and strolls right past them. Inside the camp, the little girl's stomach growls so loudly that she nearly dies of embarrassment. When she apologizes for being hungry, Fengshen laughs it off and notes how obediently she has learned to stay silent. Pleased with her quick understanding, Fengshen offers to get her food and leads her to the camp's last supply box. Before they can take anything, a spoiled young elite storms over and loudly accuses them of being thieves. The young man calls for guards at once, eager to make a public example out of them. Two armed guards rush in, while Fengshen stays calm enough to joke to the girl that they have found a troublemaker. The guards hesitate because one false move could inflame the camp's growing divide between commoners and elites. The young elite makes it worse by insisting Fengshen was obviously about to steal and even demands a reward for stopping him. A guard finally questions Fengshen directly and warns that honesty will decide how lenient they are. Fengshen answers with fake tears, claiming his daughter only wanted to look at the food because she was starving. He gives the girl a subtle push, and she instantly joins the act by sobbing that she only wanted to look and got her daddy in trouble. That performance flips the crowd, and angry murmurs spread that the elites are picking on a hungry child and her poor father. More guards arrive, but the tension is already slipping out of control. Then the first princess returns, and her command silences the entire crowd in one stroke. She recognizes Fengshen and the girl at once and sounds almost amused that they have already crossed paths again. Fengshen drops to one knee and starts explaining, but the princess cuts him off before he can work the scene any further. After hearing from her guard, the first princess declares that the truth is already clear and that neither of them ever touched the food. Relief sweeps through the camp, and even the guards visibly loosen up now that the dispute is settled. The elite young man immediately changes his tune, bowing and babbling apologies while desperately trying to look good in front of the princess. The first princess ignores his act and simply tells Fengshen to take what he needs so the child can eat. Fengshen lays on the praise, and the princess's light chuckle makes the jealous young noble feel instantly shut out. Burning with envy, the young noble decides on the spot that he will get rid of Fengshen. He excuses himself smoothly and slips away through the crowd to start scheming. The princess returns to her duties, while Fengshen watches her leave with a faintly entertained smirk. Once she is gone, Fengshen casually tells the girl to eat, and she finally lights up with real joy. She rushes back carrying fruit and devours it with messy enthusiasm, amazed by how good it tastes. Fengshen is briefly disgusted by that innocent happiness, and even wants to kill her, but he reins himself in because he has found a more entertaining target. Remembering the jealous young noble and his feelings for the princess, Fengshen starts enjoying the shape of the game ahead. By twilight, Fengshen decides they need a place to sleep and leads the girl to search the packed camp for an open tent. They find every tent full, and the best Fengshen can manage is a small corner under a tree out in the open. Accepting it without complaint, the little girl curls up on Fengshen's lap and tries to sleep against his chest. From a distance, the princess's personal guard notices them sleeping outside and quietly hurries off to report it. A few minutes later, the first princess rushes over in alarm, horrified that a child is being left out in the cold. She insists that both Fengshen and the girl come stay in her own tent where they can rest properly. Fengshen politely refuses at first, forcing the princess to insist again with embarrassed determination. At last he accepts, takes the princess's hand with a soft smile, and rises with the little girl beside him. As they follow the princess toward her tent, Fengshen spots several armed men moving through the camp and instantly understands someone is trying to kill him. Instead of worrying, Fengshen breaks into a manic grin and walks straight into the first princess's large tent. Elsewhere in the camp, the jealous young noble hears that Fengshen really entered the princess's private tent and nearly coughs blood from the shock. When his followers add that the first princess personally brought Fengshen inside, the young noble's jealousy turns into pure humiliation. Inside the princess's tent, the first princess gently offers Fengshen the extra cot for the night. The little girl climbs onto the bed beside him, finally full, warm, and too exhausted to stay awake. Fengshen lies awake under the dim tent ceiling, listening to the guards outside while the little girl sleeps soundly next to him. From her own bed, the first princess hesitantly asks if he would ever leave his daughter alone in this world. Fengshen answers without hesitation that his daughter is his whole world, and the princess quietly breaks at hearing it. She calls him a good father, but Fengshen's attention suddenly shifts when the guard shadows outside start collapsing and changing. He quietly sits up and tucks the blanket around the sleeping girl, already preparing for trouble. When the princess and her personal guard question him, Fengshen coolly warns that their time is up. The answer comes instantly when a shadowed assassin bursts in and slashes the personal guard's throat before she can react. The princess panics, but Fengshen only studies the killer at the entrance and dryly notes that their guests did not bother knocking. The assassin says Wang Yibo sent him, then blurs through the tent with a crude shadow step and reappears behind Fengshen for the kill. Fengshen dismisses the technique as trash when the assassin's blade hits his skin and simply stops there. In the next instant, Fengshen grabs the assassin by the throat, lifts him off the ground, and drops the act of being harmless. He crushes the assassin's throat before the princess can stop him. Now faced with the real Fengshen, the first princess backs into the tent wall and realizes she misjudged him badly. Fengshen taunts her for being too trusting and says that same kindness could be the death of her. Outside in the camp, Wang Yibo grows impatient when his assassin takes too long near the princess's tent. The little girl suddenly runs out wrapped in a blanket, while the waiting nobleman angrily assumes his assassin let her escape. But when the waiting nobleman reaches the tent, a strange moaning from inside hits him so hard his legs nearly give out. Enraged and humiliated, the waiting nobleman claps for backup and orders every assassin to kill Fengshen and the princess. The assassins close in on the tent, but the first man to touch the flap gets his face smashed in before he can even open it. Fengshen steps out shirtless with a casual smile, mocking them for interrupting his night. He keeps taunting the group, claiming the princess is already dead because she could not keep up with him. Then he pulls the tent open and reveals the princess lying dead inside beside her slain guard, sending the men outside into a fury. The leader outside swears revenge, and Fengshen opens his arms like he is inviting a game. At the leader's order, the assassins rush him all at once and Fengshen's excitement finally shows. Fengshen catches the first sword with his bare hand and crushes the blade apart. Without breaking rhythm, he whips around and drives his heel into another assassin's neck hard enough to kill him on the spot. A volley of kunai bounces uselessly off his body, so Fengshen calmly throws them back and pins their owner to a tree by the throat. The assassins try a dark mist to blind him, but Fengshen just closes his eyes and hunts by instinct instead. When one killer creeps up from behind, Fengshen flips over him and crushes him into the ground under his feet. More assassins pour in, and Fengshen slips through them like a phantom, making their own attacks cut each other down. The noise wakes the camp, and confused people stepping out of their tents become Fengshen's next targets. He tears through the bystanders just as ruthlessly, turning the whole camp into a panic-driven bloodbath. The remaining assassins can only watch as guards finally rush in, see the field of corpses, and charge straight into the same slaughter. While the killing continues, the young noble collapses by a crate, shaking so badly he wets himself and finally understands he picked a fight with a monster. He bitterly realizes this whole nightmare started because of a woman, and the regret hits harder than the screams around him. After the last guards fall, Fengshen turns and starts walking toward the terrified young noble through the blood. Knowing he cannot escape, the young noble stays where he is and laughs bitterly at his own stupidity as Fengshen closes in. Fengshen crouches in front of the trembling young noble and says everyone in this camp was doomed the moment he noticed the place. Then Fengshen asks, almost cheerfully, how Wang Yibo wants to die. Wang Yibo weakly asks for a painless death, still clinging to one last scrap of mercy. Fengshen happily twists the answer, saying pain it is, and strolls off to pick a bloody knife from a dead woman's hand. He turns back with the blade gleaming and tells Wang Yibo not to hold back his screams, leaving Wang Yibo with nothing but dread and a final curse. In the wrecked camp, Fengshen licks blood from his blade and enjoys it so much that even the cut on his own tongue heals almost instantly. Still in a playful mood, he tosses the blade aside and calls out for the little girl, mocking her to come out of hiding. He searches through the carnage at an easy pace, but when he fails to sense her anywhere nearby, his amusement turns into mild annoyance. Since the girl got away, Fengshen decides to make the slaughter louder and reaches for a hanging torch instead. He walks through the camp setting everything on fire, savoring the chaos and hoping the blaze will draw even more people to him. After stamping out the torch, he leaves the camp burning behind him and reminds himself that the real goal is to recover his tools and move on to the immortal realm. Elsewhere, a crisis meeting opens in heavy silence until Feng Yuanyan coldly says the dead are beyond help and the Empire should care only about stability now. Kaibo slams the table and explodes in anger, insisting the Emperor's death is a humiliation their people cannot leave unavenged. Feng Yuanyan answers that outburst with open contempt, making it clear he sees Kaibo's anger as a challenge. Trying to calm the room, an unnamed council mediator says they should stop fighting each other and seriously consider letting the Emperor's death go. The mediator then reveals the real scale of the threat. The investigating army came back almost entirely dead, and one man wiped out the whole force. Another council representative argues they still have to stop that man, but only after gathering enough support to face him properly. Feng Yuanyan rejects that caution as weakness, smashes the table apart, and boasts that they should be strong enough to handle the killer themselves. Kaibo jumps up too and calls Feng Yuanyan a fool, snapping that they already proved their weakness by failing to protect the Emperor. With both sides ready to explode, the mediator finally roars at them to stop acting like children while the Empire is falling apart. After forcing himself to calm down, the mediator says they cannot hesitate forever and tells the room to decide quickly whether to engage the killer or not. Pressed for details, the mediator lays down the condition for battle. They engage only if they can gather enough support, escape treasures, and top-grade armor in time. The mediator ends the meeting by declaring engagement the chosen course, then heads out to gather support himself. Outside in the hallway, the mediator slips into a dangerous private smile and reveals his real goal. He wants this plan to get them all killed. Back inside, the meeting breaks up, but Feng Yuanyan and Kaibo linger just long enough to trade one last look of pure contempt. Later in the sky, Fengshen rides his cloud toward the Crane Empire, bored because even flying beasts and wandering cultivators keep avoiding him. To feel something again, he suddenly throws himself off the cloud and dives toward the forest below like he wants to crash. At the last possible second, he flips midair and lands back on the cloud, amused but still unsatisfied. As he resumes flying, Fengshen thinks ahead to the immortal realm and tells himself that once he gets rid of his tools, he will finally be free. He also admits something he hates. He is not strong enough to rampage through the immortal realm yet, so this time he will have to hide his nature and think carefully. Even while complaining about it, he settles on the plan to follow the immortal realm's rules for now until he grows strong enough to rewrite them. Meanwhile in her room, Yuni flops around on the bed, nearly in tears because she misses the second young master so badly. She quickly drifts into giddy fantasies about dates and hand-holding, completely focused on seeing him again. Watching this from a table in the corner, Kaishio dryly reminds her that she will be coming along too and begs her not to make the trip unbearable. Without even looking at her, Yuni answers with absurd possessiveness and says Kaishio can only be the second young master's second wife because the first spot belongs to her. Kaishio can only stare at her and quietly conclude that this woman is completely insane. That ridiculous moment ends when a servant announces Kaibo's return, but before anyone can answer, he barges straight into the room. Kaibo gets straight to the point and orders Kaishio to prepare to move with him, giving her no explanation at first and expecting obedience. When Kaishio demands an explanation, Kaibo says they are heading back to the Phoenix Empire to hunt the one behind the destruction, and he wants her there to witness a real battle. The moment Kaishio understands he means going back to that deadly empire, she notices Yunyi's eyes darken with sudden killing intent. Before that tension can explode, Kaishio stands and flatly refuses, saying she will not risk her life for such nonsense after barely escaping once already. Her fierce refusal is enough to make Yuni pull back the killing intent and go still again, hiding the violence she was seconds from unleashing. Kaibo is still unmoved, because underneath his anger the real problem is fear. He does not trust his daughter to be safe while he is far away. That fear finally bursts out as he roars for her to obey him, dropping all pretense of negotiation. Kaishio fires back that he will have to drag her corpse, and in her fury she bites her own tongue hard enough to taste blood rather than give in. Desperate and losing control, Kaibo shouts that he spoiled her all her life and cannot understand why she refuses this one demand he insists is for her own good. But Kaishio ends the exchange just as hard, spitting that she does not need this and definitely does not need her father deciding her life for her. In Kaishio's room, Kaibo finally gives up on forcing her and only asks for one promise: stay inside and do not leave. Kaishio agrees in a dismissive tone, but she is clearly only humoring him while planning to slip out as soon as her master arrives. Still full of doubt, Kaibo leaves anyway and locks down the entire estate because guarding her is the only thing he knows how to do. Elsewhere, Dylan Lau stands before the assembled force and calls out for confirmation that everyone is gathered. Feng Yuanyuan, Kaibo, and Fan Qingqing answer together from the front of their divisions, showing that this small army is packed with elite young cultivators. Dylan Lau announces that third-party reinforcements will meet them ahead, then orders the whole force to move immediately. Dylan Lau leaps onto his beast, and the entire strike force launches into the sky behind him. At the target's site, Feng Xun casually crushes a begging assassin's skull under his foot and calls the ambush pathetic. Knowing more assassins are still hiding nearby, Feng Xun openly mocks them for playing hide and seek instead of fighting him directly. The hidden killers answer with lightning-charged daggers, but Feng Xun bends back in a smooth limbo and lets the whole volley miss. The missed daggers explode through a tree behind him, and Feng Xun barely reacts except to sneer at the damage. Then Feng Xun spots a tiny bird carrying a distress note and instantly realizes someone is trying to warn the next wave. He blasts the messenger bird out of the air with Dragon's Roar before it can escape. Still in a good mood, Feng Xun spins and fires Dragon's Roar again and again in every direction until the whole forest starts coming apart. The hidden assassins die screaming in the blast zone, and the few survivors break in panic and flee by any method they can. Feng Xun chases them down one by one so fast that almost no one gets far enough to beg. Only one assassin survives by turning himself into a small rabbit and hiding every trace of his human scent. When the disguised assassin finally gets far enough away, he looks up and sees a large force approaching from the distance. Desperate for backup, he drops the disguise, returns to human form, and waves frantically for the newcomers to come down. He knows standing here is stupid, but reporting the disaster feels safer than running from his own side. Dylan Lau's group notices him and descends into the flattened ruins one by one. After landing, Dylan Lau questions the lone survivor about the missing assassins while Feng Yuanyuan and Kaibo stand nearby, looking over the wrecked battlefield. The survivor admits the assassins are all dead, and while the front commander shows irritated disbelief, Feng Yuanyuan and Kaibo listen from nearby. The survivor urgently warns that the target is a monster, while Feng Yuanyuan and Kaibo hear him out among the assembled force. The warning only makes the force laugh, and Feng Yuanyuan joins the mockery while Kaibo stands with the group in the ruined clearing. Feng Yuanyuan slams a heavy hand onto the survivor's shoulder, tells him to relax, and sneers that he can keep doing nothing while real fighters move in. The assassin swallows his anger and silently hopes this arrogant group dies exactly like his comrades did. Marching deeper into the destroyed forest, Feng Yuanyuan laughs at the devastation and refuses to hide his approach because he wants the target to feel him coming. He also reminds himself that he came loaded with precious family heirlooms, so if this fight turns out to be worthless, he will take Dylan Lau's head for wasting his time. Then he finally sees the target, Feng Xun sitting alone on a single rock in the middle of the wasteland, calm as if none of this destruction matters. Recognition hits hard, and Feng Yuanyuan blurts out a stunned quiet son, as uncertainty creeps in for the first time. Feng Xun hears the group stop, turns with a grin, and lazily greets his father like they just ran into each other by chance. When no one answers, Feng Xun mockingly spells out the situation himself, and jokes that his own father has been sent to kill him. Then Feng Xun drops the joke, steps forward with cold eyes, cracks his knuckles, and tells them to finish this. Seeing his son completely unfazed, Feng Yuanyan realizes this is no ordinary enemy and decides most of his own side would die if they fight as they are. He makes a brutal call on the spot, summons a colossal warhammer, and swings it into his own people before they can react. The blow kills some instantly, and leaves the rest broken and bleeding on the ruined ground. With blood on his armor, Feng Yuanyan faces Fengshen again and says this should even the odds. Fengshen is genuinely baffled, because his father is still acting like killing a few bystanders changes anything between them. He presses the point and realizes the old man still sees him as the weak, useless child from the Feng family. Feng Yuanyan feels the fear too, but he still tries one last offer and says Fengshen can surrender for house arrest instead of torture or execution. Fengshen points at the fresh corpses and tears the offer apart, because murdering your own men is a terrible way to start a negotiation. Feng Yuanyan admits he is bad at talking, drops the pretense, and decides to beat obedience into his son instead. His first hammer strike smashes the ground so hard that fractures race outward and a dark chasm opens beneath the battlefield. Fengshen jumps clear of the collapse, but Feng Yuanyan is already on top of him with a brutal follow-up swing. To Feng Yuanyan's shock, Fengshen stops the hammer with one arm and does not even flinch. Fengshen answers that shock with pure disrespect by spitting in his father's face. Then he kicks Feng Yuanyan in the jaw and flips away, leaving the old man furious and embarrassed. Enraged, Feng Yuanyan hammers the earth over and over to turn the whole battlefield into unstable broken ground. But the trick fails, because Fengshen moves across the collapsing ground as smoothly as Feng Yuanyan does. Fengshen dusts off his sleeve, asks if that was supposed to disadvantage him, and decides he might as well stop holding back. He starts muttering strange words, and the air around him grows so heavy that even the battlefield seems to hold its breath. Dark chi begins pouring out of Fengshen in thick black tendrils and spreads across the ground like a living tide. The pressure crushes down so hard that Feng Yuanyan suddenly cannot breathe, speak, or properly move. Fengshen ignores his father's panic and keeps releasing more dark chi until it climbs into the sky and swallows the sun. Day turns into sudden night, and Fengshen opens his eyes and thunders one word into the darkness: erase. High above the world, Fengshen drifts toward the Crane Empire, so bored that even the flying beasts and wandering cultivators avoid him. Restless for any thrill at all, he suddenly dives off his cloud and freefalls straight toward the forest below. At the last instant, Fengshen flips in midair and lands back on his drifting cloud, amused but still unsatisfied. As he keeps flying, Fengshen admits he wants freedom from the restraints on him, but until he is stronger in the immortal realm, he has to hide his nature and play smart. He hates patience, but Fengshen still decides he will follow the rules only until he is strong enough to rewrite them himself. Far away, Yunyi is in a completely different mood, flopping across her bed and whining that she misses the second young master. She gets even giddier imagining hand-holding and little dates, completely ignoring every practical problem except seeing him again. From a corner table, Kaishio dryly reminds her that she will be coming too and begs Yunyi not to turn the trip into an unbearable third-wheel disaster. Without even looking at her, Yunyi flatly declares that Kaishio can be the second wife if she wants, because the first spot belongs to her alone. Kaishio can only mutter that this woman is insane and go back to her tea. Then the mood snaps when a servant announces Kaibo's return, and he barges into the room before anyone can answer. Kaibo gives no gentle lead-in and orders Kaishio to get ready to move with him immediately. When Kaishio demands an explanation, Kaibo says they are returning to the Phoenix Empire to eliminate the one behind the destruction, and he wants her to witness a real battle. Kaishio instantly catches the danger in that plan, and she also notices the murderous look that flashes through Yunyi's eyes at the thought of going against her master. Kaishio shuts it down at once, refusing to risk her life just to satisfy her father and arguing that surviving the Phoenix Empire was already more than enough battle experience. The moment Kaishio refuses, Yunyi quietly pulls back her killing intent and resumes acting like she was never about to do anything violent. Kaibo still refuses to back off, because beneath his anger is a desperate fear that he cannot keep his daughter safe if he leaves her behind. He finally roars for her to obey, but Kaishio shouts back that he will have to drag her dead body out because she is not leaving this room. Kaibo tries one last emotional push, reminding her he's spoiled her all her life and insisting this is for her own good, but Kaishio rejects his right to decide her future for her. After the shouting dies, Kaibo realizes he cannot force her and coldly settles for one promise instead: Kaishio must stay inside this room and not leave. Kaishio agrees with an indifferent shrug, but inside she is already planning to leave the instant her master comes for her. Kaibo leaves with that uneasy compromise and seals the entire estate so no one can enter or leave. At the same time, Dylan Lau musters an army of elite cultivators and confirms that Feng Yuanyan, Kaibo, and Fan Chengqing have all arrived with their divisions. Dylan Lau says third-party reinforcements will meet them ahead, then leaps onto his mount and sends the whole force into the sky. Back in the forest, Fengshen casually crushes an assassin's skull under his foot and mocks him for begging after trying to ambush him. Sensing more killers hiding between the trees, Fengshen complains that assassins are painfully boring because all they do is hide. A volley of lightning-charged daggers explodes out of the darkness, but Fengshen bends backwards so smoothly they miss him by a hair. The daggers slam into a tree and blast it apart, and Fengshen only clicks his tongue at the waist. Then he spots a tiny messenger bird trying to flee with a note in its beak and instantly realizes it is carrying a distress message. Fengshen fires Dragon's Roar and vaporizes the bird mid-flight before it can get away. With his mood improving, he spins and unleashes Dragon's Roar in every direction, turning the forest into a storm of shockwaves, shattered trees, and screaming hidden assassins. The survivors try every escape method they have, but Fengshen chases them down one by one and kills them before they can even beg. Only one assassin slips out alive by using a secret disguise technique to become a small rabbit and erase his human scent. When the disguised survivor finally gets far enough away, he spots a large force approaching from the sky and feels a desperate rush of relief. He drops the disguise, turns back into a man, and recklessly waves them down because reporting in is still safer than disappearing after this failure. Dylan Lau and the others land among the shattered trees, and even he is taken aback by how completely the ambush site has been destroyed. When Dylan Lau asks what happened to the assassins who were supposed to be engaging the target, the survivor can only say that they are all dead. Dylan Lau is annoyed that the expensive assassins were wiped out so fast, but the survivor still tries to warn them that the enemy is a complete monster. Instead of listening, the gathered elites laugh off the warning, too confident in their own strength to take an assassin's fear seriously. Feng Yuanyan drives the insult in deeper by clapping the trembling assassin on the shoulder, telling him to relax while his men move in behind him. The surviving assassin swallows his fury and watches the arrogant elites march on, privately wishing they died just like his comrades did. Feng Yuanyan strides through the completely erased forest without hiding his presence, openly looking for the so-called monster, and hoping the trip was worth it. He grumbles that if this fight disappoints him, Dylan Lau will pay for wasting his time. Deeper in the wasteland, Feng Yuanyan finally spots a lone man sitting calmly on a single rock in the middle of all that destruction. The moment he recognizes the man on the rock as his own son, Feng Yuanyan's confidence cracks into stunned disbelief. Fengshen hears the group stop, turns toward them, and greets his father with a lazy smile like this is an old family reunion. When nobody answers, Fengshen mocks the situation and cheerfully points out that his own father has apparently been sent to kill him. Then Fengshen drops the act, steps forward, and coldly tells them to get it over with. Seeing that terrifying calm up close, Feng Yuanyan instantly realizes most of his men will die if they fight Fengshen together. So he makes a brutal decision, summons his colossal warhammer, and turns it on his own side first. The hammer crushes through his own men in one savage sweep, killing some instantly and leaving the rest broken and bleeding across the ruined ground. With blood on his armor, Feng Yuanyan faces Fengshen again and says that should even the odds. Fengshen just stares at him in bafflement, and says the idea is so stupid it actually hurts to think about. He asks if his father still sees him as the old weakling from the Feng family, and Feng Yuanyan's silence makes the answer obvious. Even while underestimating him, Feng Yuanyan is shaken enough to try one last offer: surrender, return to the Crane Empire, and accept house arrest instead of execution. Fengshen points at the corpses and laughs off the offer, telling his father he is terrible at negotiations. Feng Yuanyan admits that part easily enough, then drops the talk and decides to beat respect into his son by force. His hammer crashes down hard enough to split the earth apart, and jagged fractures race toward Fengshen until the ground opens into a dark abyss. Fengshen slips into the air at the last second and lands cleanly on stable ground, untouched by the collapse. Before Fengshen can even throw out a taunt, Feng Yuanyan is suddenly in his face with a full-power hammer swing. Fengshen catches that monstrous blow with one arm and does not even flinch, leaving Feng Yuanyan stunned. Fengshen answers that shock with pure disrespect, spitting in his father's face. Then he kicks off Feng Yuanyan's jaw like a stepping stone, flips backward, and lands a few meters away in complete control. Humiliated and furious, Feng Yuanyan starts pounding the ground over and over to turn the whole battlefield against his son. The land becomes a shifting mess of cracks and collapsing footing, but Fengshen keeps moving across it as smoothly as his father does. Fengshen brushes dust from his sleeve and asks if that was really supposed to put him at a disadvantage. When Feng Yuanyan still has no answer, Fengshen decides he might as well stop holding back. He begins muttering strange words, and the pressure in the air turns heavy enough to make the whole wasteland feel wrong. Dark chi starts pouring out of Fengshen in thick black streams that crawl over the ground and tear the broken earth apart even further. Just standing near it is enough to crush Feng Yuanyan's breathing, and his body starts locking up under the suffocating pressure. The dark chi keeps rising until it swallows the sunlight and turns broad day into sudden night. Then Fengshen opens his eyes in the darkness and thunders one command that makes the whole world shake: erase.